Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a great day.
2 Christmas Surprises. A Billionaire Romance Box Set Audiobook by Michelle Love. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you want to listen to the full-length, non-edited version, you can grab a copy from Google Play Books or Kobo, black medium small square. Indulge in the holiday spirit with our stunning box set featuring 2 unforgettable, steamy love stories, Dr. O and Thankful. Perfect for Christmas wishes and cozy moments. These tales will captivate your heart and infuse the season with romance. Dr. O, A Billionaire Romance.
It's amazing what you can do when you don't care if you live or die. Like escape from the hellhole where you have been a prisoner for half your life. Or ride off on the back of a stranger's motorcycle. Aaron is the first guy I have ever met that I have felt this way about. I like him. I trust him. I want him. But if I follow his lead and start wanting to live again, what happens when someone tries to drag me back into the hell I escaped from?
Thankful, A Secret Baby Romance.
James is the cure for my lonely nights. I need his touch, and my body craves him. I ended my relationship with my ex when he got violent with me. Thankfully, James defended me, and we got away. That night, he gave me a taste of everything I was missing between the sheets. But James has a secret of his own. All the money he earns doesn't come from a usual occupation. I could deal with the fact that he's a professional jewel thief, but his crew scares me. They are capable of anything and don't approve of our relationship. They think I make him weak and soft. So when they learn that I'm pregnant, they decide it's time to get rid of my baby and me.
Dr. O. Chapter 1. Aaron.
It's almost midnight by the time I drive my motorcycle out of Ravenwood Hospital's sprawling parking lot. It's a foggy night, turning the road into a tunnel and the surrounding forest into something ghostly and surreal. It's the perfect weather for Halloween. I love Halloween. I've been a horror movie buff since I was 10. I grew up on a ranch 20 miles from town in Wyoming, so the 31st of October meant a special dinner, pumpkin lanterns, and a lengthy horror movie marathon instead of trick-or-treating. I love those nights. I'm dead tired, and I don't much mind that I won't be home in time for any Halloween parties. Behind my visor, my eyes are bleary from checking and rechecking dozens of forms. It was back paperwork night in the cardiology wing, and as the youngest director in Ravenwood's 100-year history, I didn't have any excuse to leave early. I had 2 assistants helping me out, Becky, a veteran of the department, and Kate, who is less experienced but a harder worker. I needed both to help me plow through this month's paperwork, which included the annual financial report and an assortment of federal grant applications. Now, each and every last scrap of paper has been filed, recycled, or followed up on, and I'm fleeing back to my mansion before more comes in. My head stings, my back aches, and I'm dehydrated. I know that enough fluids, a good meal, and a visit to my home gym and jacuzzi will fix everything. Meanwhile, though, I have to get home down a winding coastal road with wet streets and swirling wind to deal with. Good thing I'm steady under pressure. At least the rain has let up. The wet branches drip on me as I drive out onto the main road, humming Metallica's Enter Sandman under my breath. Ravenwood sits in the wooded hills just outside Marin County, in one of the most beautiful regions in California. The air is clean here. There's plenty of rain and open land, and the sea goes on forever outside the Golden Gate. The area is at its best in high summer, with warm, slightly misty nights full of stars. In fall, however, I find it perfect, but some of my coworkers find it creepy as hell. Especially since we have to cross a gorge on our way off hospital grounds, and the spooky-looking bridge we have to use is always dark, falling under the shadow of towering trees with no lights to guide the way. At night, you have to use your high beams and pray there are no surprises waiting for you. I'm trying to sort out what movies to watch as I approach the stretch of road that leads to the bridge. The road is just wide enough that I can see the moon through the break in the trees, sailing ahead of me high and silver, with a pattern that always reminds me of watermarks. John Carpenter. I muse aloud. Classic horror is always good. Problem is, I already did a John Carpenter marathon a few months ago. Though I love his creepy stuff, I need a palate cleanser. Ha, I mutter. I have a bad habit of talking to myself when alone. Tales from the Crypt. Something from the MST3K collection. Nah, too campy. I frown as I go around a turn. I can see the faint shape of the bridge looming half a mile up the road. J-horror. The Japanese have their own very distinct style of horror, and some of the best people in the business these days come from there. I've been working my way through the Ring series which, except for the crackfest of the second movie, has managed to be both poignant and terrifying. I haven't seen the prequel about Sadako, Ringu Zero, and decide to put it on first when I get home. There's nothing like a Japanese ghost story. Figures in white with streaming black hair transform from demure wives, mothers and daughters to betrayed rage-filled entities whose power seems bottomless. The fact that these horrible monsters are often played by fetchingly pretty actresses only adds another layer of creepiness to it all. I nod to myself, satisfied. That's one movie down to watch while I have my steak and beer. The household staff will be gone for the night except for my security team, but I'm sure I can sort out reheating my dinner. Too bad I have no date to share movie night with. Being a department head in my mid-30s tends to eat up all my free time. And a relationship requires a lot more than a quick date during my few spare hours on weekends. At least now, with the backlog of paperwork, phone calls, and meetings eliminated, I can think about going out to a bar or something this coming weekend. It's been a while since I even danced with a woman. I miss it, in that bone-deep way that leads to dirty dreams and the occasional reckless decision. I'm almost at the bridge. My Harley's headlights splash across the weathered wood, and I peer ahead, catching sight of something emerging out of the fog. What the hell is that? I mutter. There is something white, standing in a misty patch of moonlight about halfway across the bridge. It's human-sized, if smaller than me, though almost everyone is. It has either black hair or a black shawl hanging over its shoulders, and it's dressed in flowing white, either a robe or a coat. For a moment, my tired brain goes oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and I'm certain that either this is a nightmare or reality just took a hard left. But a split second later, I get hold of myself and let out a laugh as I slow down. Oh man, no way. I'm not looking at a Japanese ghost. I'm looking at a young, living woman who just really looks the part. I slow down enough to have a better look and to give her a compliment on her costume. Not a catcall. That's not my style. But she did just scare the crap out of me. Mission accomplished as far as dressing like Sadako. As I slow the bike down, she squints up at me, holding up one slim pale hand to shade her eyes. She's not Japanese, though her petite build and straight silky black hair make me think she could be mixed. Her wide, deep brown eyes catch my attention then, and I find myself falling into them before I can stop myself. Oh. I manage as I stop and turn the headlight away from her, just enough to keep the glare out of her face. Hi. Nice costume. Costume. She looks down at herself, and I get a better look at her, as I wonder if she's a bit high. She's actually wrapped in a lab coat that is about 5 sizes too big for her, making it float around her dramatically in the wind. Beneath it, I catch sight of an overlarge pale sweater and the silvery drape of a velvet skirt. It's all too big for her, but she's so waif-like that it almost looks like a deliberate fashion choice. If not, as I thought before, a costume. I'm sorry, are you okay? I ask suddenly. I've seen people with this shocked, sad look on their faces before, usually when I'm talking to the family of someone we lost on the table. It doesn't happen too often, but that haunted expression sticks with you. So I notice it right away. She stares at me, as if she has no idea what to say. The wind picks up, hissing through the pine branches and sending her hair and clothes drifting around her. We watch each other mutely. After a pregnant pause, she lifts her head and gives me the saddest smile I have ever seen in my life. "No," she replies simply, and my heart sinks.
Chapter 2. Madeline.
The sky is so enormous now that I am free. I have been indoors for so long that I feel dizzy as I stare up at the slowly disintegrating clouds, as if I will be overwhelmed if I don't look away. And it's not just the sky, the whole world outside the asylum is vast. I managed to avoid swallowing some of my meds before bed check, spitting them out and flushing them instead. It's been a good 2 hours since then, just enough time to slip out and steal clothes from the nurses' lockers and to hike this far down the road. Problem is, the pills still partially dissolved in my mouth before I could get rid of them, so I'm lightheaded as I turn to the man on the motorcycle. I didn't expect anyone to be out driving this late in the middle of nowhere. The fact that he came from the direction of the hospital makes me a little nervous. But Ravenwood is huge. The campus has 3 separate complexes on it, including the mental hospital. It's possible that he doesn't even work in the same building. I try to remind myself of that fact as he dismounts from the bike and pulls off his helmet. When I see his face, everything else leaves my mind for a few moments. I don't know anything about men or attraction. I haven't had the opportunity to do anything but admire boys from afar. But suddenly my stomach flutters, I feel a warm flush in my cheeks, and the dark thoughts that have been swirling through my head part like clouds before the moon. His hair is a sort of tawny brown color, like a lion's mane, shot with gold threads that reflect the glow from the motorcycle headlights and sparks. It stands up from a high forehead, mussed by his helmet. The lean tanned face beneath is prickled with blonde stubble along his jawline. His mouth is generous and well-shaped, and his narrow green eyes stare into mine like he's looking right through me. He's also huge, I realize, as he dismounts his motorcycle and stands up straight. He looms over me, and only his gentle expression keeps me from freaking out and putting more space between us. "What's your name?" he asks me softly. I blink at him, reluctant to tell him. He could hear later about a missing patient named Madeline at this very hospital. But then I just shake my head slightly, amused with myself. Unless he's a regular visitor to the hospital, he's not likely to hear anything. I doubt they'd let my name get out to the public. Madeline. That's a pretty name. I'm Aaron. Do you need some kind of help? He tilts his head slightly, and I shrink a little under his piercing gaze. He's intimidating without even meaning to be, even when he's being kind. I know. There's not much that can be done, really. I'm just going to spend a little time around here, that's all. I struggle to sound casual, and wonder why it's so hard for me to keep the shaking out of my voice suddenly. You can go on. I'll be okay. Really. The gorge is deep and shadowy, with rocks like jutting fangs. I can hear rushing water down there. The whole idea of throwing myself over the railing terrifies me. But if there's one thing I know, it's that they will catch me if I stay on the run. I have no family, no friends, no money, nowhere to go. It doesn't matter that I don't have any of the illnesses that I was hospitalized for, except, of course, for the depression. The doctor will not let me be free as long as I am alive. Aaron gives a deep, resigned sigh, and before I know what he's doing, he leans against the weathered railing, not so inconspicuously placing himself between me and the brink. He folds his powerful arms, and the leather of his jacket creaks against his biceps. I don't think you're going to be okay if I leave you, sweetheart, he says in a calm tone that leaves me with tears brimming in my eyes. As a matter of fact, I think that if I leave you here, they'll be pulling you out of the gorge tomorrow morning. Oh, that's nonsense. I start, then realize that I have started fidgeting. Look, Aaron says softly, catching my eye. I don't know what's brought you out here like this. I don't know what you're going through, and I'm not gonna judge. But I am gonna ask you something. I stop fidgeting and lick my lips, gathering my wits. How did he know what I was planning? I wipe my eyes impatiently. What? If you don't care whether you live or die anyway, then how about you come take a ride with me instead? His smile is charming, his tone reasonable. But his eyes bore into mine, seeking my answer. This wasn't in my plan. Confusion swamps me again and I stand still, blinking back at him. Why would you do that? I ask. He shrugs. I can't just leave you. But I can't tell you what to do with your life either. If you don't mind my saying so, you look a little ambivalent about the whole situation here. I figure maybe a nice ride will help you clear your head. I hesitate. It's true that I have nothing left to lose. It's true that if anything, taking this man up on his offer gives me a chance at a running start before the doctor finds out I'm missing. Escaping with my life might be possible after all. Or if it isn't, maybe I can just have a little fun before I go back to my first option. I walk over to the motorcycle, which gleams black and silver in the moonlight. It's huge and powerful looking, like its owner. Maybe he's a biker that was discharged from the emergency wing. Maybe he's not the type to turn me in. Nothing to lose but my life, and I was an inch from giving that up anyway. I look back at him and nod. Let's go.
Chapter 3. Aaron.
I've never ridden a motorcycle, she confesses, and I smile and pull my spare helmet from my saddlebag. I'm so relieved that she agreed to my plan to keep her from killing herself that it feels like a weight has lifted off my chest. I came up with it by the seat of my pants. But I became a doctor for a reason, to save lives. I wasn't about to just leave her there. Here. I'll get on and you climb on after me. I'll show you where to put your feet. I look her over. Do you have anything to put your hair up with? She didn't, so I take a strip of gauze from my saddlebag's emergency kit and tie her hair in a low ponytail. Here you go. Mom and Dad have never understood why I would leave their land in Wyoming, which expands every year and is full of every possible luxury or bit of wilderness that a man could possibly need. But I wanted to make my own mark. It wasn't enough for me to simply inherit Father's pharmaceutical company or the ranch built by its wealth and coast on his achievements. So med school it was. And then my specialty, and then my residency. I started climbing the ladder at Ravenwood in my late 20s, when most people my age were still finishing grad school. I was far too focused on my goal to let myself waste time. My attention is brought back to Madeline as she adjusts her ponytail. She's skittish, shifting nervously when I touch her. I don't feel too bad about that. I don't know what hell she has been through, but as long as she isn't jumping off a bridge, I figure she's better off for my intervention. I just know I can't expect her to treat me like a hero because of it. I help her get the helmet on, wrap her in my leather jacket, and get on the bike. After a few moments of hesitation, she gets on behind me. I feel her arms slip around my chest under my arms, and feel an unexpected jolt of pleasure. Shit. This woman is distraught enough to be contemplating suicide. I can't even think about my attraction to her until she's stable. I absolutely have to make certain that she's okay first. First, do no harm, I think as I rev the engine. Okay. Hold on to me firmly, and if you get scared, let me know. She buries the front of her helmet in my back as we take off down the road. Her arms squeeze me tight, she's already scared. But she doesn't stiffen up, and she doesn't tell me to stop, so I keep going. There's a possibility that she's playing me, and will jump off the damn bike as soon as we get up to speed. I don't know what I'll do if she does that, besides get an ambulance here as fast as I can. In a way, we're both forced to have faith in each other. As we leave the bridge behind and drive off into the dark, I can feel her relax just a little, and continue to do so bit by bit as we get closer to the coastal highway. We can't talk, and besides monitoring her and the road, I'm pretty much left to my thoughts. I was made head of Ravenwood Hospital's cardiology department early last year after the old head, Dr. Emile Blanchley, retired abruptly after breaking the nose of the head of the psychiatric wing. I can't say that I blame him one bit for landing that punch. Dr. Westridge is a jerk. But rules are rules, and while some members of the board chuckled about it, Blanchley was told to retire immediately if he wished to keep his pension. I've been scrambling to clean up after him ever since, going through years of neglected paperwork that has demanded many late nights. Blanchley might have been an incredible doctor, but a pencil pusher he was not. I've been forced to plow through it in chunks while struggling to keep up on current papers. All this administrative crap frustrates me most because it does nothing to directly serve patients. I know it's pretty unusual for a department head to have a hero complex, but I have helped save lives since taking the position. It's just been indirect, not hands-on. But I do everything that I possibly can. Everything from getting a kid from a poor family a transplant to keeping the department on the cutting edge of modern cardiology medicine. I go after it all with everything I have. I'm not an ex-army tough guy like my dad, but I still fight for my patients and for my department, even if I have to fund the battles with my own money. This mess with Madeline is just another day at the office in that respect. I'm trying to save a life. But the question is, how best to do so? If she's suicidal by law, I'm supposed to turn around and hand her right over to the psychiatric wing for a 48-hour hold. If I don't and she kills herself, I'm liable. But if I do, she'll end up in the hands of the worst department head on the entire Ravenwood staff. Dr. Westridge isn't just a bad doctor, he's a bad administrator. All kinds of rumors fly around this place about the psychiatric wing. Unacceptably high suicide levels. Unexplained deaths. He and I have clashed on a variety of subjects, including his insistence on keeping certain mentally ill cardiac patients in restraints, even when it endangers them. He loves meds, often keeping his patients on levels of sedatives that sometimes endanger them as well. And he loves petty power plays, even among his equals, making him nearly impossible to work with. The rest of us on staff keep hearing reports of complaints and lawsuits filed against Westridge, and wonder when he will finally run out of money for settlements. As far as I am concerned, he doesn't belong anywhere near a patient, ever. But so far luck, money, and a talented lawyer have protected him from any serious consequences. I can't send Madeline to him. I know too well what will happen if I do. The man will make everything worse. He seems to have a talent for it. If I take her across state lines, though, and into a major city like Portland, I can get her into a hospital with someone who has to be more competent and ethical than Westridge. Now that she's starting to calm down, maybe I can get her to agree to that as a plan if she needs to be hospitalized. We emerge from the access road onto the coastal highway and sweep northward along its cliff-hugging curves, the sea shimmering under the moon to one side of us. I can see the gleam of lights from little hamlets dotting the hills above us, and the sheets of cloud from the dying storm have all lowered into a hilltop crown of fog. It's a view worth living to see. I hope my passenger notices. I check in with her, reaching back carefully to pat her hand with my gloved one. She squeezes my fingers briefly, and I go back to driving, temporarily satisfied. Well, she didn't bail back on the road, and I doubt she's going to jump now that we're out here. On we drive, past several cliffside houses and a rest stop, until finally I slow down to take a break at a turnoff that leads up the hill to my home. It has a couple of benches and an old phone booth. I pull up by one of the benches and get off to stretch my legs and talk to her. "How was that?" I ask as she awkwardly pulls off her helmet. "It was a little overwhelming, but I'm glad you took me for a ride. Where are we going?" Her voice sounds so hesitant and tentative that I wonder if she thinks I'm leaving her here. I open my mouth to offer her a ride back to my place, and then I have to stop and wonder at my motives. Behave. "Well," I say slowly, "where do you want to go?" She looks out over the ocean silently, wrapping her arms around herself. As far from here as we can, she finally murmurs. That's where I want to go. I think about the 2 days off work I have coming, and mentally count the cash left in my wallet. I live more modestly than I have to, so I usually have a decent amount of liquid assets. I might have to visit a bank at some point, but... Any specifics? But of course, she shakes her head. She really wasn't thinking past tonight. I'm glad I was smart enough to pick up on that. All right, up the coastline it is then. I'll just get us some clothes to change into in the nearest large town. I give her a smile, and see a gleam of something like hope in her eyes.
Chapter 4. Madeline.
I freeze up when he asks me where I want to go. Up until half an hour ago, I didn't want to be anywhere. But now, staring out over the silver sea and the wild night stretching above it, I start to think once again about an escape that doesn't involve dying. If I can get across state lines, I can ditch this hot but potentially over-curious guy and take off. By the time that Aaron gets back home and discovers that the police are searching for me, I'll be nothing but a memory to him. I don't know much about the outside world after 10 years locked away in the hospital, but I'm certain I can figure out some way to survive. At least I'll finally be free, even if I don't last long. Half an hour after I tell him north, we make our first stop. It's a little too close to the hospital for comfort, and the lights are too bright for me. But it's a public place, it's dry and warm, and best of all, nobody here is paying attention to much of anything besides their meals. We're sitting in a chrome white and red 50s-style cafe that's half full of tourists and truckers. It's done up for Halloween, with clusters of carved pumpkins and those jointed cardboard monsters that they always put up in the nursing station back at the hospital. Over half the people there, including a sleepy gaggle of kids, are in costume, making my weird borrowed outfit look normal. Good. I absolutely cannot afford to stand out in any way. Aaron is in no rush, and I can't afford to let on that I am. Just act normal, I tell myself firmly as I ball up in a chair and glance nervously around. I just really need coffee if we're going for a long ride, and this is the best local place. He gives me that smile again. It's like a flash of light cutting through the gray clouds around me, and I can't help but try on a small smile in return. It feels strange on my face. I understand. I take a sip of my own. It's bitter, and I wince and dump sugar and cream into the mug as I realize that I've never actually had coffee before. He smiles a little. They make the coffee strong here. Sorry, I should have warned you. That's okay, I have to stifle a cough. Yikes. Do they use this stuff to clean floors? He presses his lips together and looks away like he's trying not to laugh. I've gotten so used to it that I don't notice. Hospital staff go through strong coffee like water. I feel my blood turn cold for a moment before forcing my smile to stay on. Crap. I knew he might work at the hospital. He's not from the psych staff, who is he? Oh, you work at Ravenwood? Yeah, I'm the head of the cardiology department. He flashes a boyish grin that says the opposite of respected senior hospital staff, and I just stare at him. We went through paperwork hell today, so I was working late. Pretty glad of it now. Yeah, I reply a little breathlessly. He's talking calmly, openly. Not patronizingly or demandingly, or in broken bits of sentences or stream of consciousness. Not like a doctor or attendant, not like a patient either. Like a man, an ordinary man. It is such a new experience for me, after so many years seeing only the same few people day after day, that it refreshes and fascinates me. Everything about him fascinates me, especially his clear, honest concern for a total stranger. Suddenly, even if I still don't care if I live or die anymore, I realize that I'm curious about some part of life again. I'm glad that you did too. The look of relief on his face surprises me. Why does he care so much about what happens to me? Nobody else ever has. The gesture is so alien, in fact, that something in me starts whispering about how he must have some ulterior motive. Maybe he wants to sleep. If that's true, he's going a long way to get it. I have mixed feelings about the idea. On the one hand, I know nothing about being in bed, and know I can't handle being hurt again so soon. On the other, he's both hot and kind, a combination that I have never seen before. I really hope it isn't all an act. I'm pretty glad to hear you say that. Truth is, I was worried when you were pretty obviously thinking of jumping into the damn gorge. He takes a bite of his muffin while I blink at him, at a loss for what to say. He chews, swallows, and goes on, never breaking eye contact. You want to tell me why? My stomach does a flip. I can't tell him about escaping the hospital if he works there, or he'll be obliged to bring me back. So I decide to piece together the bits of truth that I can tell him. I'm careful not to lie, he deserves better than that, and he's smart enough that he would probably be able to tell. Well, I have been on my own since the age of 10, and I ended up in the custody of someone really terrible. I swallow more coffee and let it warm me. The cream has helped that bitter taste, but it still reminds me of soap. And his eyes narrow slightly and I freeze for a moment, wondering if I'm being foolish by giving him any truth at all. But what's my best option? I can't just tell him nothing, not any more than I can lie to him. He had control over me. I mean, I was technically a ward of the state, but he was the one with custody. And it was nasty. And I'd rather not get into the details. I manage a bite of my blueberry muffin. It's fruity and subtler than I'm used to. Everything at the hospital was blandly sweet, and I barely ever tasted so much as an apple. He looks troubled but nods. That's understandable. So what happened? Did you become depressed? No, I say sadly. I finally escaped from him. But I was with him for 10 years. Since I was a kid. No schooling, no socializing, no access to the outside world. I spread my hands, wishing I was a lot more eloquent. Maybe if I had more practice at normal conversation, I would be better at this. He's staring at me in horror. So, he says finally in a low, shocked tone, you were someone's captive. He always said it was for my own good. That I was too sick to go outside. But the truth is, it was a game to him. A power trip. My head is already clearing. This is the longest I have gone without a full dose of tranquilizers in 10 years. He sounds insane, he mumbles in amazement, setting down his cup. Yes, he is all of that and more, I agree distractedly. He doesn't legally have the right to keep me anywhere anymore, since I'm 20 now. I should have been able to get away when I turned 18, but he simply didn't let me go. It was worse than that, a lot worse. The meds, the mind games, the doctor constantly trying to tell me that I was sicker than I was, and that I could not trust my own mind. It makes me sick to think about, and I quickly distract myself with nibbling on my muffin. How did you escape? He takes a swallow of his coffee, still staring at me wide-eyed. I managed to keep from swallowing some of my tranquilizers and slipped out. I've never given him any trouble, so I was never watched too closely after lights out. It's all true and comes out smoothly. Let him think I'm talking about a private home, and not a ward in his own hospital. Geez. Do you know what this guy had you on, and where he was getting it? He sounds outraged, for me. That's something completely new. I stare at him, really not sure what to say. I of course know the meds that have been forced on me, 3 amber ovals of Seroquel totaling maybe 1200 milligrams daily, and 4 2-milligram bars of Xanax totaling 8 milligrams. They were given to me at precise times, day and night, so that I was always being interrupted to swallow more pills. I couldn't even sleep through the night. I don't actually know. He didn't put me on them because I'm depressed, they were all tranquilizers. That's as specific as I'll get, I decide. If I show too much knowledge of my meds, he'll likely start asking questions about who explained them to me. It wasn't that control freak after all, it was one of the nurses. I'll plead ignorance and hope it doesn't matter all that much. This guy sounds crazy. I wonder if he was supposed to be taking them himself, and just push them off onto you. He drains his mug and gestures to the waitress, a chubby redhead wandering around in a pair of black cat ears. Do you think he'll come after you? I'm absolutely sure of it. He's possessive. He will want to get me back. And I would rather die than go back. It's the truth, and it's all the truth I can manage. So you're not suicidally depressed, he starts, and I cut him off more sharply than I intend. No. He always told me I was crazy so I wouldn't have any confidence in myself, but it's crap. I'm depressed because of my circumstances, and I wanted to kill myself because I thought it was the only way out. You came by and offered me an alternative. I took it. I stare him firmly in the eyes, clinging tight to my one scrap of pride. He rakes a hand back through his spiky bronze hair and sighs. That's both a relief and a problem, because if even half of what you are saying is true, then you have bigger issues than just recovering from depression. I know, I reply softly, picking at my muffin, then look up at him again. That's why I need you to get me as far away from here as possible. If you really want to help me, that is what I need. Those intense green eyes hold me captive. I have no idea what he thinks of me right now. I only pray that he believes me and sympathizes. Then slowly he nods. Well, for what it's worth, I believe you. I'll make arrangements for some accommodations in Southern Oregon. That way we'll have a place to shoot for by the time we both wear out. I manage another tiny smile. Something like hope is creeping into my heart, and I nod. That sounds fine. I know I won't be able to sleep for a long time as is.
Chapter 5. Aaron.
The story that Madeline tells me is horrifying. I have no doubt that it's true, or at least mostly true. Her state of mind, the days she's been slowly coming out of since I met her, her oversized clothes, probably stolen from someone in the man's household or a neighbor, they all help verify her story. But there's one more thing I can check to confirm things for me. Can I see your wrist? I ask very, very gently. She blinks at me, before slowly extending it across the table. I push back the loose sleeves covering her forearm, and a shudder goes through me. Soft restraints only leave a mark if they are tied too tightly or left on too long. Madeline has a faint, shiny scar around her wrist, along with fresh irritation. Someone basically had her chained up, for a long time by looks of it. Shuddering, I nod and let her go. Okay, I murmur, my mind racing. She's telling the truth. She's pale because she's been indoors. She's squinting against the light. She's underweight, and she is only starting to come out of being listless. This girl was a captive somewhere. The very thought makes me want to find whatever guy did this, and beat the living hell out of him. It's a deep primal urge, to protect her and avenge us both against a nameless jerk who has left me cleaning up his mess. I can't moderate my reaction very well around her. It's just too intense. The hell that she has been through shocks and infuriates me. I'm a doctor. Saving lives is my business. But if I ever find the man who did this to her on my table, my Hippocratic oath will be severely tested. Maybe she doesn't tell me the rest because it's even more horrible. Maybe I don't need to know any more of the specifics. She can lay them out to the cops when she feels strong enough. Right now, I just have to get her safe and get her well enough that she can go her way without my having to worry about her. I don't imagine it will take that much time, and if I need to, I will take some time off. I'm not sure I can focus on anything else now that I know this woman is literally running from a criminal who stole her life away. It really doesn't help that I'm attracted to her. And I really, really am. It's not just that dark-haired, pale-skinned waif look that I like so much. It's not just the way I keep falling into those big velvety eyes of hers. It's deeper than that. Relationships forged in crisis rarely get anywhere, I remind myself, and focus on finishing another cup of coffee. You doing all right on the bike so far? It's better now that I'm not so dizzy. The pills are starting to wear off, which is good. Her lips twist. The meds were as much to imprison me as the restraints and the locked doors. But you have no idea what he put you on. I frown, knowing that a lot of tranquilizers have withdrawal symptoms. Ugly ones. Can you tell me the shape and color of the pills? One was oval and kind of cream-colored. The other was kind of shaped like a chocolate bar, but small. He never let me examine them. Her gaze drifts away from me for a moment, and I can tell she's hiding something. But at least what she has told me is a start. I nod, pulling out my smartphone for my app version of the desk reference. Rectangular white pills with multiple division lines. She nods. Oops, that's Xanax bars. That's what they do with the higher dose pills, so they can be broken up into smaller doses easier. I brace myself to give her some bad news. Okay. That adds a little wrinkle. If one of the things you were on is a high dose of Xanax, you absolutely have to have some on hand in order to step down. Otherwise, you are going to not only get a lot worse mentally, you're going to get really sick. I am not kidding, and I make sure she knows that by keeping my eye contact focused and my tone deadly serious. There's a withdrawal syndrome associated with that class of meds, so you can't just go cold turkey. Fortunately, I'm an MD and can write you a prescription. That's going considerably out of your way, she protests. I hear the wariness behind her voice, and I can't blame her for that either. It's all right. I have 2 days off and can take more time if I need to. I'm assuming that you don't feel comfortable going to the police quite yet. My guess is she isn't there yet. She barely even trusts me right now, and if she's been trapped for 10 years, she may not know who else she can trust. She shakes her head. I have to figure out what I'm going to say to them. Right now, my kidnapper's one of those pillar of the community types. Lots of money, lots of people working for him, and I don't know how far his reach is. He may trick the police into turning me back over to him. A tiny alarm bell goes off in my head as she tells me this. I start to wonder whether her judgment of things is trustworthy. She might be telling the truth, or she might just be sincerely describing her delusions. I like her. I want to help her. And though I am pushing the feeling down as deep as I can, I want her. So I decide to slowly gather enough information on her as I work on winning her trust. Then I can run a search and see what the internet has to say. I wish I could just stop taking those stupid meds, she sighs in frustration. But I can't afford to get sick either. Her chin trembles suddenly and she looks down. I thought I was done with walking around in a haze all day. You will be soon enough, I reassure her. I just wish I knew what your actual diagnosis is. Major depressive disorder, she mutters, looking embarrassed. Starting at about age 9. No accompanying anxiety. He didn't put me on tranquilizers because I needed them. He needed me compliant. Gosh, how I hate that word right now. The despair that enters her eyes as she delves into those memories is hard to witness. Okay. I just want to make sure you won't have some kind of crisis because you're stepping down off your meds. If what you're hinting at is true, she mused, the real crisis would be the withdrawal. Now that's very true, I admit. Not just the psychological symptoms, but the physical ones. I'm sure you like to do things like sleeping and keeping down food. She winces and hurriedly takes a big bite of her muffin. Yes, I like them very much. I rub my temple, doing my best to keep my hopes up that this will get resolved without a big mess. But meanwhile, I'm thinking about the room I'll be renting us as a destination, and what might happen when we get there. I keep trying not to think about it, but it's always there in the back of my head now. It's taking advantage if I touch her. Isn't it? I'm not even sure anymore. Don't make the first move, I warn myself, and prepare to plow through a disappointing night if she doesn't have any interest. I just wish that I didn't keep catching myself wondering what will happen if she does.
Chapter 6. Madeline.
We spend hours on the road, just flying along through the darkness with the moon and stars above and the sea shining out to one side. Now and again we pass a house clinging to the hillside that is decorated for Halloween in colored lights and jack-o'-lanterns. I watch it all in wonder from my perch on the back of the Harley. Eventually we turn inland and head north toward the state line. The trees get bigger, the the terrain more mountainous, and the air even cleaner. Now and again a few cars or a big truck pass us, but not often. It's been so long since I rode or drove anywhere. I'm too exhilarated to be scared. After all, if I have nothing to lose, why fear my possible death? I don't feel any withdrawal from the doctor's chemical shackles yet. If anything, I feel better and better the further we get from the hospital. I can start to pay attention to things besides fear, despair, and isolation, good things, hopeful things. Like touching someone and being touched. That's new, at least in any pleasant context. My arms stay around Aaron as he sends us roaring down the highway, and I have to admit, it's pretty comfortable. He's so big and warm. He's kind, he's thoughtful, and he saved my life. I have already confided in him more than I have in anyone for years, and he's helping me more than I ever expected anyone would. I want to be close to him. I can't get enough of looking at him, of touching him, of smelling his scent. As the meds finish wearing off, I can feel what he does to me, and it's so natural and painless that I can't resist it. Something normal. Something other women pursue. Love, a relationship. Though I've spent half my life in drug-fueled captivity, I'm not entirely ignorant to the realities of the outside world. Sometimes a sympathetic nurse would let me watch TV shows when the doctor was away, giving me glimpses of what my life could be like if I ever escaped. When I wasn't so lucky, I passed my time by eavesdropping on all the nurses and doctors of the ward. They loved to gossip about their love lives and those of their coworkers whenever they'd get the chance. Though I might have seen and heard a few things about the real world, all of that is unknown territory for me, just like pretty much everything else adults do. Driving a car, holding down a job, paying rent on an apartment, none of it is in any way familiar to my life. But they are all practical things, and are pursued because you have to do them if you want to survive. Love of any kind isn't necessary. I have survived without it for most of my life. Doing so hurt, but I managed. Now, clinging to Aaron's back while we roar on through the dark. It will be tough telling him just how totally inexperienced I am at such things if that's the case. Based off what I've told him so far, he probably already suspects my ignorance. Maybe it won't come up. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Maybe he's not interested in a traumatized woman. Or maybe he won't care. It's so beautiful out here, taking the long winding road through the trees. I like the company too, even though we can't talk with our helmets on. Maybe that last part is good. After all, I really don't have much practice at conversation, and I'm worried I'll end up messing up. From what little I know about men, they'll put up with a lot if it means they'll get laid. Then again, who am I trying to fool, really? What do I know about men's desires? I barely know anything about my own, except for the fact that being close to Aaron feels really nice. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Just being around him has me confused, even more than the disorientation of finally being out of my cage. If I end up sleeping with him, I'll be happy as long as it's not too terrible. It's yet another thing I didn't ever expect I would get to experience. Just over the state line, we pull over at a rest stop. This one's big, with a public toilet and several big trucks parked in the lot. I need the brake worse than I want to admit, and can only get off the motorcycle with his help. "How are you doing?" he asks me again as I pull my helmet off. I do a quick once-over. I'm more clear-headed than ever, though I do feel tense, and I feel like I'm just not going to be able to sleep anytime soon. My muscles are stiff from clinging to the bike, and I have the beginnings of a headache. Sore but not too bad. I just need to walk around. Good. He looks over at the small truck stop store. Bathrooms are around back if you need them. You want something to drink? Anything but coffee. I try and remember what I used to like, before everything I drank turned into institutional apple juice. Chocolate milk, I declare after a moment. Chocolate milk, he laughs a little. That's a kid's drink. I feel my words catch in my throat. My eyes narrow, and I actually get a little angry. The tranquilizers must really be wearing off. Yeah, the last time I could pick my own drinks I was 10. So don't tease. He backs off immediately. Of course not. Sorry about that. And he gives me that charming sweet smile again, and my anger evaporates. Chocolate milk it is. There aren't very many people around, just one guy gassing up his truck, a few trucks with a light shining or music playing from their cabs as truckers bunk for the night, and us. It makes me a little nervous, but I go around to the back of the building to take advantage of the smallish, dingy women's room. I'm finishing up in one of the 3 steel stalls when I hear the outside door open and a heavy tread come in. I figure that one of the truckers is female and don't pay much attention as I fix my clothes. The footsteps stop, and I don't hear anything further, but I'm barely even thinking about it as I open the door and step out. There's a gigantic, scruffy blonde man in dirty jeans and a red baseball cap standing in the middle of the women's restroom, grinning gap-toothed at me while my brain skips a beat. "Well, hello there, little lady," he drawls, his calloused mitts flexing as he takes a step toward me. "We're gonna have some fun." I don't know where the scream comes from. I screamed a lot for the first year I was at the hospital, back when I was 10 and still furious that my mother had thrown me into that hellhole. But after that I got disciplined enough whenever I raised my voice that I stopped. For the last few years I've gone silent when I'm afraid, thanks to almost a decade of conditioning. But this time I let out a shriek that startles my would-be rapist into freezing briefly. With no way to get out around him, I dart back into the stall, slamming the door and leaning on it with all my strength. "Please let Aaron have heard me, please let him come look, please, please." The jerk lets out an outraged yell and bulls forward, smashing into the stall door with such force that my teeth rattle together. "You damn skank! You come out here right now." My brain feels like it's about to shut off from terror. He slams into the door again, but between the sturdy metal and my leaning on the other side, he can't force it open. That doesn't stop him from trying though, slamming into it until the metal groans and my back feels like he's kicking me right in the spine. Then to my horror, he crouches and tries to grab my ankles. I'm screaming again, so hard my throat feels like it's going to burst. He's got his head and one shoulder in under the door while I stand on the toilet, and he's reaching for me again, when suddenly a familiar deep voice shouts, "Hey!" The man freezes, a flash of fear dissolving the lewd glee on his face, and he yanks himself out of the stall to confront Aaron. "What do you think you're doing to my girl, you hillbilly?" Aaron demands as he stomps up. I see the man straighten, and watch in horror through the crack around the edge of the door as he pulls out a large knife. "I don't see how that's any of your business, boy." He spits on the floor and waves his weapon slightly. "Besides, I figure that coos ain't yours if you can't keep her." Strangely, Aaron's response to this is to smile. "Are you absolutely sure you want to do this?" "Leave me to my business with this skank before I cut you," the man snarls, lunging. I don't exactly see what Aaron does in response thanks to my narrow field of vision. I just hear a hard thud and see the man skid suddenly backward, wincing and holding his arm while the knife clatters to the concrete floor. "Damn," he chokes out, sounding astonished. Aaron's shoe comes down on the knife, and he kicks it behind him as the jerk lunges at him again. I watch as Aaron backfists the man almost casually, and bounces him off the back wall. "What was that?" he snaps. "You're terribly sorry about the misunderstanding, and you're going to run away now before I break your neck. F you." Another backfist. The man spits a tooth and slumps down the wall, his eyes enormous, as if he can't fully comprehend what is happening to him. Aaron turns to my stall. "You all right in there, sweetheart?" he asks me very gently. I'm okay. My voice breaks and trembles, but I'm telling the truth. He just gave me a scare. I undo the bent latch with some difficulty, then hurry out and dart for the door. Aaron stays between me and the slumped-over creep as we walk out. He takes the knife with him, like a trophy. I don't question it, I'm too grateful and relieved. Relieved and tingling all over. I should be absolutely terrified, but instead, I keep thinking of him beating that creep to a pulp, and feel surges of excitement that I just can't understand. He defended me. He didn't just talk about it, he did it. And that guy that I was so scared of folded in seconds. He saved my life again. Who is this doctor? How did he manage to walk into my life at just the right time? He ushers me back over to the motorcycle, and turns to me. "Do we call the police?" "It's a terrible idea." I can tell he doesn't fully believe me when I talk about how the doctor is a master manipulator who could easily get the police on his side. I want that creep back there to get locked up so he can't do this again, but let's call anonymously and then leave. I don't want to get caught up here. I feel cold now. I shiver and pull his leather jacket closer around me. He watches me a moment longer, then nods slowly. I understand. Fine. He pulls out his cell phone. I watch the back corner of the building as he makes the call, wary of the trucker emerging from the bathroom and heading for us again. But he doesn't come out our side, and he doesn't come around the other side and walk out toward the trucks. The longer we stand there waiting with Aaron on hold with 911 and me shivering and watching, the worse I start to feel. I can feel my adrenaline leaving and my mood crashing, the depression flaring up now that I'm emotionally exhausted. I know Aaron's with me now and I'm safe, but it was far too close a call. Just a few more seconds and that man would have dragged me out of the stall by the legs. The ugly side of the world is taking the shine off my newfound freedom, and my heart aches. Finally, he hangs up and glances in the direction I have been watching steadily. Did he ever come out? I know I didn't hit him hard enough to knock him out. I don't think so. Without expecting or wanting to, I let out a low gulping sob. Embarrassed, I cover my face with my hands. The cold inside me grows so intense that I shudder violently, and then the dam breaks and I'm weeping openly for the first time in years. My emotions come to a boil as every ugly thing I've been pushing out of my head comes crashing back in. I feel a surge of fear, knowing I'm not supposed to be showing this much emotion. It's the conditioning. The doctor wanted me calm, compliant, doll-like, as he had tried with several of the other young women in his care. Even though I know it's from the years of brainwashing the doctor forced on me, I can't help but feel anxious and ashamed of my emotions on top of everything. Shit. I sob into my hands and hate myself for not being able to stop it. I don't realize that Aaron's talking to me at first, and even then I can only hear the warm, comforting tones of his voice, not the words. My heart is banging away in my ears as I cry uncontrollably. But then suddenly, I'm enfolded in warmth. My eyes fly open as my cheek hits his collarbone, and I feel his arms tighten around me. He's murmuring soothing things in my ear, petting my hair, telling me that it will be all right. I can feel his steady heartbeat against my chest, and the heat of his body rolling off of him and soaking into my chilled bones. I sob and wrap my arms around him, hiding my face in his chest. I listen to his steady heartbeat and low murmurs, and faster than I ever would have expected, I feel the thoughts and memories stop torturing me and ebb away. And even then, I do not let him go. It feels so good to be held and comforted, and I realize as my skin starts to tingle that I've been starved for touch. The right kind of touch from the right person. Then something strange happens. His heartbeat starts picking up, and I feel a shiver go through him. His breath catches. His muscles flex as he pulls me a fraction closer, and I feel how much of his strength he's holding back from me and lose my breath. He could hurt me terribly, but he never would he? His strength used like this just makes me feel safer. Neither one of us wants to pull away. I can feel it. And then I feel something else that confirms it, and sends a hot blush across my cheeks. The firm lump, pressing against my stomach, is unfamiliar to me. I've never been this close to any man outside of the doctor and one of his attendants. Lucky for me, was never on either of their agendas. Here though, the discovery that I turn Aaron on makes me smile instead of shudder. Whether it was his intent at the beginning or not, he's interested. What a strange thing. What an exciting new thing, to be desired by someone that I want as well. The faint sound of sirens in the distance shocks us out of our embrace. He lets me go, glancing around, as do I. If the man has left the bathroom, he didn't return to the parking lot. It's possible that he ran off into the woods, but I can't afford to stick around and point that out to the police. We should make ourselves scarce now, Aaron says in a husky voice, and I nod, stepping away from him. We put on our helmets and climb on the bike, and I feel him shiver pleasantly when I wrap my arms around him. By the time the police get near the rest stop, We are already roaring off down the road.
Chapter 7. Aaron.
I'm a little worried that I may have accidentally killed that fat jerk who went after Madeline. I wasn't entirely in control when I hit him. Not after hearing her screams and seeing him crawling under the stall door like an animal trying to get at her. Half of me wanted to check before we leave, but that would have been too risky. Not just because of the police, of whom Madeline seemed strangely skittish, but because if I had laid eyes on that would-be rapist again, I might have finished the damn job and beaten him to death. Holding Madeline in my arms after that adrenaline-fueled mess had a predictable result. Her slim body pressed against mine, clinging to me, set off one hell of a boner. And it won't go away for a long time. I drive for most of the next hour at half-staff, just from her arms around me. More clouds are starting to roll in by the time we get to the bed and breakfast. I promised a fat bonus to the owner to cover the inconvenience of getting up to check us in. Good as my word, I count out 10 20s for the sour-faced old man behind the counter, as he stares coldly at us with watery hazel eyes, lips twitching with some unvoiced disapproval. I take the key and swipe my card, and we head upstairs to the room. It turns out to be quaint, pretty and a bit cramped, with a big 4-poster bed, 2 narrow closets, and a window that overlooks a large forest-back pond. Madeline trails in after me, her body language gone tight and nervous again. I lock the door and turn to her. "Hey. What is it?" I ask as kindly as I can. She offers a shaky smile. "I'm not sure that guy liked me very much." I scoff, trying to show her it's all right. He's just an old man who didn't like having his sleep disturbed. It'll be okay. We'll be out of his hair in the morning anyway, and he's getting 3 times what the room is worth for bothering with us. "Okay," she mumbles, looking around and then quietly taking off my jacket and her borrowed lab coat. Now that she's had time on the road and a meal in her, she looks less like a Japanese ghost and more cute and artsy. A college girl, startlingly normal. The truth is, I don't like how the owner looked at us either. Like he assumes I'm a married man having an affair, or that we are some drunken late-night bar hookup. I don't actually care about his angry, conservative disapproval. People like that need to keep their noses out. "So you never told me much about yourself," she prods so gently that I barely mind. "I know what you do for a living, but really nothing else. What do you do when you're not working?" I let out a rueful little laugh. "Well, I don't actually have all that much free time right now. See, I inherited a big administrative mess from my predecessor, so I give up part of every week, finishing up all the paperwork he left." "That must be hard on whoever's special in your life," she observes so softly that I know she's feeling wistful about filling that position. She's got a crush. Okay. That's kind of adorable. "Hey, no, not really," I say with an awkwardness I'm not accustomed to. "My staff feed my pets when I'm gone." Her face lights up and I brace myself for the standard gold digger refrain, "You have staff?" Meaning, of course, that I make enough money to afford staff. But instead she squeaks, "You have pets?" I fight down a huge grin. Okay, that's definitely adorable. Yeah. 2 rescue dogs, a pit Rottie mix named Smiley and a standard-issue brown mutt named Jake. Plus Derp, he's the cat. Black and white kinda special. I grab the one chair in the room, a stiff wooden rocker, and stretch my legs out in front of me. She blinks as she takes a seat on the edge of the bed. "Special how?" she asks in that strange innocent tone. "Well, he knows all the usual tricks of feeding and cleaning himself, uses the litter box, doesn't wander into traffic. He just happens to think he's a dog." That is actually kind of an understatement. Wait. She leans forward a little, and I try to avoid staring into the sweater's overlarge neckline. "You mean that he plays fetch?" "Yep. He prefers socks or small chewy bones." "He uses chewy bones." She's relaxing now, intrigued. Behold the power of cute animals. "Yeah, and God help the skin on your hands if you try to take it away." "Does he bark?" I shake my head, smiling, my relief probably showing on my face. The further we get from that hospital, the more she acts like a normal person. Yes, she might be a bit mousy, tense, and socially inexperienced, but she's getting less depressed, less skittish, and less broken. She's a really special girl, this one. She needs a lot of help, but as things go on, I'm starting to feel like I wouldn't mind. I look after people all the time. Why would I balk at looking after my woman? You're staring at me, she murmurs wonderingly. I look at her and make myself a promise. No matter how hard it is, I'm going to be completely honest with her and let her decide how to act on the information. And that's how we'll handle it from now on. I'm sorry, you've changed so much just in a few hours. Has she been faking everything amazingly well? Am I that gullible? Or is she actually improving now that she is off the psych meds? If she needs tranquilizers, her mood should not be improving. I could be wrong. She could just be on a temporary emotional high from finally getting free of her captor. But that's certainly not how it seems. It's like you're becoming more alive. The poison's starting to wear off. Her face is thoughtful. Her expressions have become more animated as well, helping her shed more of that ghostly look. That and just being free and finally being around someone I actually want to be around. Well, I'm sure glad you feel that way. I stare at her, trying to look ambivalent, not sure whether to bring up my desire or wait. What is it? She looks at me in confusion, and I smile a little awkwardly. That's okay. I don't have to be smooth. She's rough-edged and inexperienced, and probably will feel better if I show that I'm not perfect either. Well, it's just that I've been thinking of kissing you for a while now, but I know you're coming out of a bad situation. When did I get up? I barely notice, until I'm settling onto the bed next to her. She shivers, but her eyes light up. Oh, she murmurs. I don't have any experience with that kind of thing. Her tone is uncertain, and for a moment I'm concerned enough that I almost call the whole thing off. I don't want to scare her, or do anything that might leave her with more pain and me with any guilt. Is that okay? She's asking, and for a few beats I stare at her in confusion. I'm sorry, what? That I don't know what I'm doing, she clarifies, looking nervous and embarrassed, and maybe even a little apologetic. Huh? Oh, no. Seriously. I give her hand a squeeze. I just don't want to embarrass myself or make you angry. Her shy glance breaks my heart a little. You're not going to make me angry, I reassure gently. Yes, intervening in a suicide is a really weird way to meet people, but I think you're sweet and attractive. It's not why I decided to help you, but it is the reason I want to kiss you. Oh, she says with that tiny tentative smile again. Oh, okay. My heart starts beating fast and I turn toward her, licking my lips. Yeah. I double-check. Yeah, she replies, holding my hand in both of hers.
Chapter 8. Madeline.
First kiss. Another thing I thought I would never experience. Aaron's lips are warm and wide and firm against mine, and a tingle shoots from my lips back through my whole body, like sparks being struck between us. Whatever else happens, whether I'm caught, whether I die, at least I'll have this, I think feverishly as I respond. My return kiss is a little breathy and clumsy, but he seems to enjoy it anyway. We hold each other tight and kiss and breathe each other in, until I'm dizzy from it. All those lonely, terrifying years in the doctor's hands left me with no real idea what affection is. I hadn't known it well enough to recognize what I've been starving for. Just a hug, a kiss, Aaron's hand stroking my hair, it fills up empty places inside of me that I wasn't aware of. I curl on my side, skin tingling, body loose, astonished. After a few moments, he curls up behind me and tugs me back against him. I doze. Sometimes I wake up suddenly, disoriented, and look around the room before his breath blows warm on my nape, and his arms tighten a little around me. It makes me feel safe and I drift off again. At least, no matter what happens, I will have this to look back on, I repeat to myself over and over again as I fall asleep.
Chapter 9. Aaron.
I watch her sleep. She looks so innocent and relaxed, her long lashes resting against her cheek and her breathing gone soft and slow. The scars on her wrists tell a story that I hope she will never have to revisit again, and the love bites on her and the scratches on me tell a story I hope she will remember fondly. I know now that I want to keep her in my life, but until her captor is caught, that might be problematic. She doesn't want to be anywhere close to the area where I live and work, and I can't just walk away from my life. But I can't walk away from her either. There's so much we don't know about each other, so much that I want to know and want her to know too. I want to see how she is when she is healed, when she feels better, and isn't constantly afraid of being sent back to that place. And of course, I want to get whoever did this to her put away. I don't want him to get away with this, and I don't want him to get a chance to do it to anyone else. I sleep for a while as the sky lightens. When there is enough light to see by, I sigh and get up, heading for the bathroom. I'll shower off, get dressed, find us something for breakfast, and then wake Madeline with it. Then we had better get moving. As it turns out, everything goes as planned until I'm getting dressed and glance out the window, just as 2 cop cars pull into the parking lot. I watch them as they slow, and then see the old man running out in his damned housecoat to get their attention. What the hell? I mutter, feeling a surge of apprehension. I look back at Madeline. It might not have anything to do with either of us, but... Maddie, baby, wake up. You need to get dressed. We're leaving. Running from the police has never been on my radar for this trip. I watch as she opens her eyes and sits up instantly, looking around disoriented. I start helping her into her clothes while she blinks up at me, like she's starting to realize that neither last night nor this rude awakening was a dream. She scrambles into her clothes as soon as she can, and I give the room a once-over before we walk out the door. She doesn't ask me what it is, but her face is white, and she's very quiet. Her eyes are full of terror. I remember what she claimed about the local police being wrapped around her captor's finger. I had dismissed it as paranoia or fearful ramblings, but right now I know she has some reason to fear the cops wherever she goes. But is it the reason that she gave me, or is something else going on? I don't know why the police are here, but we should leave. You don't need the drama, and I don't need the delays. I push open the door to the back stairwell, and nearly run into a burly black cop with a bemused look on his face. Madeline lets out a squeak of dismay, and I reach back to grip her hand. It's okay, I try to tell her, though really I have no idea whether it is or not. I make eye contact with the cop. Sorry, officer. That's no problem, he says in a deep, calm voice. Then he looks down at a photograph in his hand, and up at Madeline. His deep brown eyes narrow. Madeline Deacon, I'm going to need you to come with me, he says in an emotionless, authoritative tone. What the hell? I start, and then Madeline takes off with a cry of horror and starts running down the hallway so fast she leaves one of her outsized shoes behind. The cop pushes past me and chases after her, calling, Miss Deacon. We're not going to hurt you. We just need to return you to the hospital. You're not well. I freeze and my heart sinks into my shoes. How's this for a news headline? Escaped mental patient cons clueless doctor into aiding her in escaping from an involuntary hold. She's a danger to herself and others, but in a misguided attempt to help her regain her lust for life, he crosses state lines with her. He doesn't even realize that he's being manipulated and used until the police show up on their doorstep. It's ironic. She told me the truth in many ways. Held against her will, drugged, abandoned, the common lot of psychotic people. All she wants is to be free. I gave her that for a little while, and she was happy. But that's not a cure for psychosis. I should have known when I figured out that other pill was Seroquel. It's anti-anxiety, yes, but it's mostly used as an antipsychotic. Feeling like the biggest idiot in the world, I watch as 2 cops emerge from the far stairwell, and catch the sobbing, struggling Madeline in a firm grip. "Aaron, don't let them take me," she calls in anguish, and I feel my throat choke up with shame. She trusted me. But I can't do anything. "Please, please don't let them take me back to that place." I move forward. "Officers, please, what's going on?" "Just stay back, sir," the first one snaps in a voice of cold authority. "This woman is an escaped mental patient. We need you at the station for questioning, and in return we'll answer all your questions there." "Officer, wait please. There may be more to this story than the doctor caring for her has told you." It is a long shot, trying to appeal to their empathy, but it gives all three of them pause, and they turn to look at me. I'm a medical doctor. This woman reports excessive tranquilization and has scars on her wrists and ankles from excessive and improper use of restraints. It might not be safe to return her to that environment. The first cop stares at me thoughtfully while Madeline sobs behind him, each of her arms held by a bored-looking female cop. Then he nods once. "Be that as it may, our hands are as tied as yours are. And according to her doctor, the restraints are needed. She's reported to have bitten her stepfather severely. That's because he tried to hurt me. I was young, dear God, why do you listen to the doctor and not me?" Tears stream down her face as she pleads with the police. It hurts to watch. "Even if what you're saying is true, doctor," the man says smoothly as he turns back to me. Over his shoulder, I can see them cuffing Madeline while she pleads for them to stop. "You'll have to talk to the local medical board, and maybe help her to retain a lawyer." "I don't even know the name of her doctor," I start to protest, and then I close my mouth. "Yes, I do. It all fits. The overuse of meds and restraints, the mix of arrogance and incompetence. Not to mention where I found Madeline. It's Dr. Westridge. May I talk to her before you take her away?" I ask as calmly as I can. "No, that's not a good idea." His smile is tight, and I stare at him in disbelief. "Please, I just need to reassure her." I move forward, but he steps in front of me again. "Doctor, you need to know how bad this looks right now. You were caught assisting a fugitive from involuntary care in crossing state lines. Now, I'm willing to cut you a break, but it depends on your cooperation." He stares me firmly in the eyes, and I hitch in a breath and nod. "Shit." I look past him at Madeline, and our eyes meet. She's terrified, but resigned as well. She can see the cop keeping me from running to her rescue this time, and with tears in her eyes she swallows and nods. "Don't give up," I call out to her. "I'll find a way to help." Then they take her away, and a piece of my heart feels like it rips clean out of my chest and goes chasing after her. I don't know what to believe. She's an escaped mental patient. She also may be being held illegally. Misdiagnosed, overmedicated. By a guy they first already despise. "Can I follow you in my car?" I ask the officer in a tired voice. "That's fine." The interview takes 2 hours, and by the end of it, I swear the cop, whose name is James Adams, almost feels sorry for me. Not because I'm a sap who was pulled in by a sad story and came very close to breaking several laws, though that is true. But rather because by the time we shake hands and I walk out to my car, he knows the kind of fight I have ahead of me. Miss Deacon's juvenile records are sealed, except for incidents related to her psych diagnosis. Normally we have to wait for signed permission for medical records, but her doctor just handed us a copy. Yeah, that's probably a privacy violation. Born to Linda and Hero Deacon of Marin County, she showed no behavioral problems until after her father's sudden death when she was 6. Linda almost immediately remarried to a Peter Sanders, and Madeline's violent outbursts started 5 months after that. The girl complained of inappropriate touching by Sanders to a daycare worker, who called the police. Her parents immediately pulled her out of that daycare, and the investigation turned up inconclusive. After that, incidents of Madeline becoming violent toward Sanders happened at least twice a week. I get on my motorcycle and sit there, feeling an ache run through me that there's no small warm body and slim set of arms pressed against me now. I would have taken her anywhere, I think sadly. I still want to. But now there is all this shit in the way. Madeline always claimed that she was protecting herself from Sanders trying to molest her, but there was never any evidence, and her mother always took Sanders' side. When Madeline was 10, Linda threw her daughter out of the house due to her ongoing feud with Sanders. Madeline responded by running into traffic on a nearby highway. The engine roars to life, and I take off down the highway toward home, a new determination growing in my heart. She was committed to the inpatient mental health program at Ravenwood Hospital, where she has remained in the care of Dr. Emmanuel Westridge ever since. No violent incidents have been reported, but Madeline has now been legally abandoned by her mother. Dr. Westridge has deemed her a perpetual danger to herself and others. I think back on last night, on her terror and resilience, on the beauty in her face as she found her smile, of her body trembling in my arms as we found happiness together. Dr. Westridge is full of shit, I growl to myself as the Harley roars along. And I'm going to prove it.
Chapter 10. Madeline.
I just don't know what I'm going to do with you, young lady, Dr. Westridge chides, his sugar-coated Georgia accent dripping with long-suffering disdain. You know you're not safe in the outside world. How far did you really think that you were going to get? I stare at him mutely from inside a cocoon of meds so thick that I can barely move. I'm in a wheelchair, my calves and forearms bound snugly to it, and I can barely keep my eyes open. I suppose it's better than the complete breakdown that came before, but not by much. The doctor is in a white suit today, with a narrow black tie and too many rings. His pale bald head shines like he polishes it, distracting from the small round spectacles that frame his colorless little eyes. He smiles too much, tiny nasty little smiles flashing small white teeth or just smugly curling up at the corners. Well, never mind. The point is, you're back now and it's time for you to return to your care regimen. He removes his spectacles and starts polishing the lenses. Any questions? My chin is wet. My cheeks burn with humiliation, but I can't even make myself stop drooling, let alone actually speak. I wonder if he knows it, or if he's so caught up in his own craziness that he imagines me talking anyway. Aaron promised he'd get me out of this. But he also promised he would get me safely away. He saved me twice, but when the third time came, he failed. He barely even tried. I know it's not rational to expect him to go up against the police, but now, back in my hell, with my own smiling devil walking around and around me while he looks me over, I wish Aaron had tried. Except maybe he is trying. Maybe he's out there in the world of medical boards and lawyers, and things that good doctors use to get things done. Maybe he will save me after all. Time starts to wear on. It's getting cooler outside. Sometimes dead leaves blow past my window. I think they drug and restrain me for a week, maybe two. Immobile and tended to, I'm helpless as a baby. By the time cardboard turkeys replace the skeletons at the nursing station, they have me swallowing pills again instead of taking injections, and shuffling around on my own. I feel weak and drained inside, and say little to anyone, giving every appearance of having gone back to doing everything I'm told. I'm biding my time. And meanwhile, I'm weaning off of my own damn medication in secret. I refuse to be drugged anymore. I hide the pills inside the hollow knob that is used as a drawer pull in my bedside table. Just one pill a day at first. Then two. I probably should just flush them. I should have faith that Aaron's coming for me, and that my plan B will never be needed. But he might just decide that I'm a crazy girl who tricked him, and that I should be locked away. And if he does think that, I can expect no other help from anyone. And that's where my plan B comes in. I don't want to end like this. I don't want to be another sad suicide in a nut house, who no one will ever remember. But can I trust Aaron to get me out? As time keeps crawling on, the knob fills up with pills, and the turkey decorations get taken down, and I wonder if he's forgotten about me. One dark, despairing night, I lie in my bed in tears, staring up at the moon and wondering why I haven't even heard from Aaron at all. I take the knob off the drawer and shake the pills out into my palm. There are a lot of them now. More than enough. I stare at them for a very long time. The doctor doesn't want me dead. It will make him look bad. My mother doesn't want me dead. My suicide will open the can of worms that will lead to an investigation. Aaron doesn't want me dead. But where is he? Why hasn't he done anything? After a long time of sitting still while a war goes on inside my heart, I pour the pills back into the knob and screw it back onto the drawer. There's another way to get my revenge besides dying tragically and letting the press see the blood in the water. And that is to fight. But I'll need Aaron's help to do that. Hurry up, I murmur at the ceiling, still clinging to hope by my nails.
Chapter 11. Aaron.
It takes 2 months of fighting before I come for Madeline. 2 months of phone calls to the medical board, talking to the hospital directors, pointing out the discrepancies between her diagnoses and the medication she is on, and requesting an examination for signs of mistreat. 2 months of pulling together a legal team, leaning on the board, and talking to anyone who could help me make a case. Her pediatrician. Cops involved in the case. Even in a moment of desperation, her mother, who slams the phone down as soon as I say what I am calling about. The hospital Christmas tree is up, and all the leaves have fallen off the maples on the day that I walk in the door of the psychiatric wing of Ravenwood with a team of 3 lawyers. Staff members see me coming, and their eyes widen. One of them scurries to Paige Westridge. "Dr. Stokes? What a pleasant surprise." Westridge sweeps toward me down the hall after a few minutes, only to slow, his smile fading when he sees the lawyers and the sheaf of papers in my hand. "How may I be of assistance to you?" "You can immediately prepare Madeline Deacon for discharge," I say coldly, handing over the first few papers. "Her care is by necessity being transferred to another facility. Namely, an outpatient program at a very good clinic down the coast." He pales so suddenly that it makes my skin crawl a little. Is he that desperate to keep controlling her? By necessity? I'm sorry. One of the lawyers, Jameson, steps forward, coughing into his bony fist. "No police reports, incident statements, or witness statements exist to verify your claim that this client must be held in perpetuity against her will. We are obliged to inform you that an investigation into Miss Deacon's care is ongoing, as is a general investigation of your fitness to remain director of this facility." Westridge turns from white to red. "How dare you imply?" "No one is implying anything. The investigation is a matter of record." I step forward and look him in the eye. "As is the emergency order of protection that bans you from being within 1,000 feet of her until the conclusion of this investigation." His eyes widen in horror. It's the most satisfying sight I have seen in a long time. A round, curly-haired brunette nurse approaches as he's standing there spluttering. "Doctor," she asks me tentatively. "She'll need some help filling out her discharge paperwork," I say, and offer the nurse the shopping bag in my other hand. I brought her some clothes and shoes. The smile the nurse shoots me is full of relief. But a moment later, she flinches as Westridge goes rocketing over the edge. His face has gone from red to purple. "No, you don't do any such thing, Missy, don't you dare. I run this hospital, and I call the shots." His hands and voice both shake. It's like some kind of explosion is building up. I calmly get between him and the reedy lawyer and startled nurse. Not this time. The nurse goes to do her job, taking the bag with her. I stare down Westridge, who glares at me like an infant on the verge of a tantrum. You're only doing this because you've had it in for me since the beginning. That girl is crazy. She needs my control to survive. She needs me." "You're the last thing she needs," I spit in disgust. By the time that Madeline comes walking down the hall in her new blue dress, her eyes lighting up as she sees me, Westridge has gone from yelling to trying to hit me with a medicine tray. I sidestep him, and several orderlies grab him. Madeline walks up beside me and watches as they drag a screeching, plum-faced Westridge to where one of the desk nurses is preparing a sedative. Her eyes search my face. I smile at her. She takes my hand with a look of relief, and we watch as a whining, mumbling Westridge is bundled into a wheelchair and wheeled away. "You came back," she says in soft wonder, and I smile and slip an arm around her. "I said I would. I'm just sorry that it took so long. But I hope this counts as a good apology and a halfway decent Christmas present." I wink at her, and her smile blooms again despite everything. She leans her head against me. It's the best Christmas present. She's still in a bit of a drug-induced haze, but she doesn't seem half as bad as that life-changing night I found her on the bridge. We watch until Westridge is gone, and then go to the desk to sort out Maddie's discharge. The rest of the staff seems relieved at the turn of events, and several wish her well as we go. I shake hands with the lawyers. The board will need copies of everything. Please see to it, and I'll call you when I need to move forward on the permanent protection order. Though after today, if I'm lucky, Westridge will be declared unfit. Once Madeline and I are standing alone outside the hospital, she turns to me and we hug each other tight. "Thank you," she says softly. "You're welcome. So, where do you want to go from here?" I brush my fingertips down her cheek. There's a smell of rain in the chilly air, but I don't mind. A cold ride will be warmer with her arms around me. Her eyes light up. "Did you bring the motorcycle?" "I did." I gesture toward the Harley. "You want to head north again for the weekend? I could book us a suite in Portland." "Absolutely." The light in her eyes is amazing, as if I've rekindled all her hopes at once. Once we reach the motorcycle, she kisses me and then hops on the back. "Let's ride."
Extended Epilogue.
I wake up in Aaron's sprawling bedroom, 3 days before the trial starts for the man who tried to own me. Dr. Westridge doesn't haunt my nightmares like he used to, but I'm still going to feel safer once he is behind bars. First though, I have to prepare myself mentally for an ordeal that may drag out for months. I turn my head to see Aaron lying on his back, the blankets pushed down his bare, rippled belly to puddle over his groin. He's hot-blooded, and even with the weather cooling down he always ends up tossing off most of his bedding. I would mind more if he didn't always curl up against me whenever he sleeps, almost like the world's steamy furnace. His bedroom is in the loft of the sprawling 16-room house atop a hill just outside Marin. One whole wall of the room has been replaced with 3-layer, reinforced glass, giving an unobstructed view of the forest and the sea beyond. After years of having to stand on my bed to see out the single small window of my cell, the sight is almost overwhelming. Every time I wake up like this, I have to ride out a wave of mixed emotions that hits alongside the realization that I am no longer at the hospital. First comes the relief. Then comes the happiness, tentative and sweet, as I lay eyes on Aaron beside me. And then comes the creeping irrational fear. I get scared that I'm going to look out that window, and down at the circular drive and see cop cars and an ambulance. I get scared that the police will come because someone lied about me again. Then I have to lie there talking myself down, if Aaron isn't awake yet. If he is, he'll look after me himself, which is always lovely, but I can't always rely on it. I grab the white silk robe he got for me off the back of a nearby chair, and wrap it around myself as I head for the bathroom. So much has changed in the last few months that sometimes it's almost as if the 10 years before that were some kind of bad dream. Unfortunately, bad dreams don't leave your life on hold for a decade. Besides facing my captor in court, I now have to make up for that lost time in ways large and small. I'm studying for my GED, since I never had the chance to go to junior high or high school. After that, I plan to go to college, though I'm still not sure what my major will be. After showering, doing my hair and makeup and pulling on a soft alpaca sweater and skirt in pale blue, I clean up my mess from the bathroom and walk out. I hope that Aaron agrees to teach me to ride motorcycles as well as drive cars. He said he would think about it. Every day that goes by, I feel a little safer, and a little more like I can move on with my life. I still check out the window on my way across the room, it's become a habit. But no one has come up to bother us up here, outside of the legal team and a few deliveries. Aaron is a deep sleeper. He's still snoozing away as I come out, and doesn't stir as I leave. I smile. The smell of coffee usually wakes him. Downstairs, a pair of hulking brown dogs and a fat black and white cat crowd toward me, the dogs wagging and the cat meowing like he hasn't eaten in a century. It makes me giggle. They beg around my ankles as I scoop coffee grounds and pour water. How strange it is to be walking around free as an adult, doing adult things like making coffee, feeding pets, or having a boyfriend. People don't know how special these things are if they've never been deprived of them. But I do, and so I treasure every day that I'm doing that instead of staring at the walls of my hospital room. I scoop kibble and fill water bowls as soon as one get the coffee brewing. The whole time, I'm looking around at everything as if to reassure myself that nothing has changed in the night. I know that my worries are irrational, and that the worst possible outcome for me right now is that Dr. Westridge won't go to jail. It will be all right. I'm not going to turn a corner, find myself back in the hospital, and realize that my taste of freedom was just a delusion. Police are not going to drag me away. And unlike my mother, Aaron will never betray me and throw me away. Ever. Instead, I'm left to tackle my future as a free woman. If Aaron wasn't by my side and offering me help at every turn, I would be lost right now. I hate having to depend on him so much, which is why I'm working to become more independent. But that's only because I don't want him to feel obliged to carry me, not because I worry about what he might do while he has power over me. The pets are munching away, and I'm putting English muffins in the toaster oven when Aaron pads in with his jogging shoes on. He used to run in the mornings, but now he spends mornings with me and gets his run in getting to work any day that's warm and dry enough. The hospital is only 2 miles from here, which sometimes makes me feel vulnerable, but it means he's close if anything should ever go wrong. "Morning, sweetheart," he says, and we kiss, my hands on his chest and his on my shoulders. I have to lean up pretty high to reach his mouth. The height difference sometimes has me making mountain climbing jokes. "So what's on the agenda for today?" I ask, clinging to him a moment too long. "A ton more paperwork, sweetheart, nothing serious." I know he has to leave for work soon, with his suit and shoes tucked in his backpack, and that tonight is paperwork night again. Paperwork day means I won't see him until midnight. He explained about his predecessor's paperwork backlog early on, so I know that every week I'll be facing at least one night alone. It doesn't make things much more comfortable. I hate being without him right now, even though I know I'm being clingy and unreasonable. "So you'll call me around dinner time?" I query in a high voice. It's the one concession I ask for besides his calling if he has to be there even past midnight. He nods, and kisses me again before going to grab eggs out of the fridge and cook them up for us. I dart into the fridge after him, and grab a cantaloupe and Tabasco for my eggs. Ever since I got out, I've been getting into spicy things, trying to get the bland taste of institutional food out of my mouth. I'm very ginger when cutting the cantaloupe. I haven't gotten comfortable around knives or open flames yet. I have already tapered down off of all my psych meds. But as it turns out, inexperience with almost every aspect of adulting does cause some anxiety on its own. I'm willing to face that without any meds though. I'm getting better. I don't get as depressed, the nightmares are starting to go away, and I'm no longer so damn jumpy. My counselor at the outpatient center, Dr. Henway, says I'm making good progress too. On my request, she avoids recommending meds except if she ever feels I absolutely need them. She's the opposite of Westridge, small, chubby, sweet-faced, understated in appearance and blunt in her words. I'm down to 3 sessions a week from every day. She's already discovered that the diagnoses Westridge put on my chart not only weren't verified with proper tests, and are completely inaccurate. In fact, it's my time with him that's done me the worst damage. And she's willing to testify to that in a court of law. "You doing all right about me being gone today?" he asks me, and I nod. "Just remember to call me. I'll be okay if you check in with me." It amazes me how that one small thing can ease things for me. But a few minutes of contact and knowing he is all right helps me weather the rest of the evening. Okay. What are you doing today? He is busy scrambling up a nice big mess of eggs, while I finish cutting cantaloupe and turn to set the table, putting on butter and blackberry jam. Finishing writing the story of my captivity for the prosecutor, so I have the whole thing straight in my head. Then taking that money management tutorial we found. Maybe watching some of those movies you recommended. I set slices of cantaloupe on the plates and watch him transfer the eggs into a serving bowl. Good girl. I'll go over the story with you tomorrow. I'm taking off until noon tomorrow. He brings over the eggs, then grabs the English muffins from the toaster oven and brings those over too. He settles in, we fill our plates, and I try not to think too hard about what I'm putting in my story. How much detail should I go into? I ask between bites of egg. Everything you can remember. No matter how trivial. The more consistent and detailed your story is, the more credible you will sound to a jury, and the harder it will be for the defense to rattle you. Aaron eats quickly, talking to me between bites. That's an awful lot. If anything, I wish that I could remember less of those days. But right now, I am mostly worried about getting it all down before the trial. I'll get it done somehow. Okay. Don't worry about dinner. You can order a pizza. I'll leave you some cash. He winks and then laughs softly as he sees my eyes light up. Junk food is still a novelty after so long. When breakfast is done, I follow him to the door and we kiss again before I scoop up the cat and shoo the dogs back inside. The door closes as he turns to jog up the walk, and the echo of it closing makes me jump. It sounds far too final. I take a deep breath and look around the cavernous living room. Then I go into my usual ritual, a series of actions I take every time that Aaron leaves, to feel more secure in his absence. I check the locks on the doors and the bottom floor windows, and also the basement door. I check outside before letting the dogs out to poop, and once they are in, I set the alarm and lock the door again. I never told Aaron this, but for about the first 3 weeks that I lived at his home, I actually drew all the shades, propped a chair under the knobs of each of the doors and walked around with his baseball bat in hand. But as time went on, I just made sure the baseball bat was in the same room and left off with the chairs. Now I just lock the doors and bottom floor windows once and leave the improvised weapons. I still draw the shades after dark though. I realize I'm procrastinating when I catch myself wandering around looking for stuff that needs cleaning or straightening. Aaron doesn't even ask me to contribute to chores, but I don't want to be a freeloader. But it's still not what I should be doing right now. Taking a deep breath, I force myself to go into Aaron's office. It's cavernous and cluttered, the floor-to-ceiling bookcases stuffed with medical books and folders of case files. It's long and a touch narrow, the desk at one end facing the one window which looks out over the sprawling back garden. I go to the desk, open the laptop, and my stomach flips and my mind goes blank. No. Stop and think, damn it, don't cop out because you blank on the password. I carefully type it in, and let out a sigh of relief when it actually works. One of the lawyers has sent me an email. I freeze for a moment, then open it, bracing myself. The whole situation gets very hard to deal with sometimes. Ms. Deacon. Just letting you know that your mother has been calling our office with demands that we drop the case. She may attempt to contact you. I know your number is unlisted, but the address where you are staying is on the legal paperwork that Dr. Westridge's lawyer got a copy of. We had discussed the possibility that she has been in league with Westridge in some way. She may be afraid that her own involvement in this case will expose her and her husband. I'm going to advise that you have no contact with her, as she can only cloud the issue. In other news, I have information about Westridge which may interest you. It appears that he has had other victims, one of which has agreed to act as a witness. She has related quite a story to me. I will forward it to you in the hopes it will help bring you some closure. Please do not discuss it with anyone but Aaron or members of your legal team. I sit back, already shivering and wondering if I can deal with writing anything knowing that. I imagine my mother knocking on my door to try and intimidate or worse, to weep and wheedle. No, she abandoned me, she doesn't get to try and control me now. Angry and tired, I close the email and go to the document I started yesterday. I just won't answer the door unless I'm expecting a pizza. I go past the circumstances leading up to my mother abandoning me at the mental hospital. Her man shoving his hand down my shirt, me biting him, her throwing me out on the street in my socks. The suicide attempt. I'm way luckier than a lot of the girls at the inpatient wing. I don't have flashbacks when I think about this crap, it's just really uncomfortable. It takes me a few minutes of procrastinating and distracting myself online, but finally I start writing again. I could not tell you if there was contact or not because I spent so much time drugged, sometimes into unconsciousness. The doctor seemed obsessed with making me as passive as possible. I couldn't tell you why, but he kept calling me his doll. The nurses all seemed to be too frightened of him to do anything about what was happening. Some of them seemed to accept that I was violently insane. Others seemed to want to make my captivity up to me, and would tend to me, helping me to keep clean, keep my hair tended to, and so on. I don't know if there were other victims kept like me. I suspect he only kept one of us at a time, for I never met anyone else that he drugged and dressed up and posed and took photographs of. I didn't dare speak up myself because if I did I would be immobilized, sometimes for days. My mother visited the hospital at least once, but she didn't visit me. I was still 10 at the time, a month after I was committed. I saw her in the hallway and tried to hurry after her and call her name, but she just ignored me. Maybe she was making some kind of deal with the doctor. I don't know. The doctor would discourage me from moving or speaking. Sometimes the nurses would have to take me out walking after he left, late at night, so my muscles would not atrophy. I asked one of them, Molly Green, once, why they couldn't help me escape. She explained that the staff on the ward are all people who either couldn't qualify for a transfer and couldn't go without a job, or people that the doctor has something on. I don't fully understand what form of blackmail was being used. The doctor had a lot of rules that I had to follow to keep him happy. I could not gain weight. I could not try to escape. I could not wear my hair up or cut it. I could not attempt contact with the outside world. If I broke the rules, I would be immobilized. If I kept to the rules, he would find excuses to immobilize me anyway. I don't know why having me strapped down was so important to me, but sometimes he would just sit there in the room with me, staring for hours. The chime telling me that I have mail makes me jump in my seat. I look up and realize that I've been pecking away at the document for over an hour. I save and check my email, quickly seeing a long letter from the lawyer. I skim down past his greeting, and my eyes widen when I see the name of his witness. Anna Westridge, younger sister of Dr. Emmanuel Westridge. There's even a photo of her, which I open after a moment's hesitation. My eyes widen, and I feel the breath freeze in my lungs for a long, terrible moment. A small waif-like woman in delicate lacy clothes with long straight black hair, soft brown eyes, a pale face, and a wheelchair. She looks more like me than my own mother. I realize even before I start reading the story that I have uncovered something terrible. My chest hitches and my skin crawls as I start to read, bracing myself the whole time. My brother was very spoiled growing up. He was always getting into trouble because he would get so angry whenever people did not do what he wanted. By the time I came along, he had withdrawn from almost everyone out of sheer frustration. He liked me though because I was helpless. He could control me. He could decide where I went, how long I would stay there, what I ate, what I wore. He asked to be put in charge of caring for me. My parents were dissipated, wealthy Georgians who didn't much care for parenthood, so this worked well for them. Soon he wouldn't even let the nanny go near me unless I was sick. He called me his doll. For about a year he was quite happy with me, according to my mother. But then I started wanting to move around on my own. Explore. Crawl. Walk. He didn't like that very much. If I could move on my own, it was one less thing that was under his control. According to my mother, who at first told me that I had never been able to walk, his solution was to push me down the stairs. Certainly I couldn't walk after that. I reel back away from the screen on the desk chair's casters and come to rest against the bookcase behind me, gagging in horror. I sit there shaking, bathed in cold sweat, knowing that I have to finish reading the letter but terrified of whatever fresh horrors it might reveal. Finally, I force myself back in front of the computer and start reading again. I still have my own story to finish telling. Be brave. Be strong. You know that the lawyers, the police, and Aaron have all said that we have this jerk dead to rights. All I have to do is prepare, face my part in the trials, and wait for it to be official. The doctor is in deep trouble. He's never going to get a chance to turn a girl into a doll again. I take a deep breath and continue reading. For 6 months, my brother successfully hid the fact that he had pushed me, instead of simply being inattentive enough to allow me to fall. But he had not anticipated that my parents, having learned too late not to leave me with him, would restrict his access to me regardless. He threw such a violent tantrum that he ended up attacking my nurse. I did not see him again for 10 years. He was sent away to military boarding school, and from there entered a pre-medical college program and made his climb from there. He graduated early from his undergraduate studies, and I saw him once during this period, during the ceremony. I remember that he looked right through me the whole time, even when I greeted him. It was as if he could not stand the sight of me wheeling around in my chair in the sun, active and happy. Just before we took our leave, he slipped up behind me once and hissed something very strange in my ear. "You were supposed to be my doll." With such venom in his voice, as if I had betrayed him somehow. Emmanuel became a psychiatrist, which I found quite ironic. I broke contact with him for the sake of my own mental health, and eventually completed my own doctorate and married. I spent several comfortable years pretending that I had no brother at all. Then in 2007, he left me a very strange text message. I ended up keeping it because it was so bizarre. He told me that he had found himself a new doll, and that my services were no longer required. I had not seen him in years, and he refused to answer queries from myself or our mother. I had no idea that he would misuse his powers at the hospital in such a way, because I always assumed there would be too much oversight. But as of the beginning of this correspondence, I understand to my horror that I was wrong. I will, of course, testify on behalf of the plaintiff, in the hope that I might do something to correct my earlier error. My hands are shaking violently, my stomach boils. I imagine the doctor, a sick, wicked thing even as a boy, pushing his baby sister down the stairs and breaking her spine to make her more helpless. To make her a doll, helpless, controllable, like me. It all makes too damn much sense, and when I graduate from shaking to sobbing, I can't get it under control for a long while. The fact that his sister's help will definitely seal the doctor's doom doesn't mitigate my horror and grief much. Finally, I give up and call Aaron. He picks up after 2 rings. "Is everything okay?" he asks at once. He hears me sob in a breath and observes, "No, it isn't. Can you tell me what's going on?" It all spills out of me every bit, and all I can do is avoid rambling. But I tell him, my mother trying to interfere, the nurses blackmailed into silence, the doctor's sister, and what he did to her. He listens, coaxing me to keep going when I need it, but doesn't comment otherwise until I run out of words. "Holy shit," he mumbles in horror as I go quiet. "Okay. I'm going to get coverage here, and have one of my assistants run me home." "You don't have to," I start, but he cuts me off. "Yes, I do." My eyes tear up again. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. You're not the one who did this, you're one of the ones that got hurt by it. I'll be home as soon as I can. I love you." His voice is gentle, reassuring, and that only makes more silent tears spill down my cheeks. "I love you," I mumble, and hang up. Then I sit there struggling to pull myself together enough that I can finish my own story. It helps that Aaron will be home soon. But it also makes me feel terribly guilty. He has so much that he has to get done at work before the trial, and I have no business keeping him from it. But it's his choice if he wants to come running. And I'm grateful. I try to focus on that, and start rereading my writing so I can pick up smoothly where I left off. I have added no more than a paragraph when someone bangs on the front door. I look up in a hurry. Has it been that long? Is Aaron home, and did he forget his key? I'm so desperately eager to see him that I'm hurrying for the door before I think. The dogs who have been napping at my feet chase after me and start barking at the door when I reach it. I think they're doing it out of excitement and quickly reach for the door handle. When I pull open the door, I know at once that I should not have. My mother is standing on the other side of the locked screen door, staring in at me with a strangely determined look. The years have not been kind. Her hair has the straw pile look of having had the gray dyed out of it so often, and her face is taut from too many plastic surgeries. Her fancy cream suit has a high collar and a blue silk scarf tied around her neck to hide her sagging throat skin. I look at her and barely feel anything at all, except anger and disgust. "Madeline, we need to talk," she says in a stern voice as if I have just broken one of her dishes. "No, we really don't. You disowned me, remember? You disowned me, and you left me in a hospital run by a psychopath. What the hell could we have to say to each other?" But I can't quite bring myself to slam the door in her face. "I know, and you were too young to understand why. But you really were sick, honey," she starts, in such a syrupy, condescending tone that I easily find the anger to cut her off. "No, I wasn't. I was just inconvenient." I stare into her eyes, and she slowly looks away. "You got rid of me because I wouldn't let your boyfriend molest me." She goes white as a sheet, and her hand darts into her expensive handbag, probably for a cigarette. "He never did any such thing." "Didn't he leave you after you sent me away?" I ask in a cold tone, and see the corner of her eye twitch. "Yes," she finally admits grudgingly. "And what did he get arrested for in 2013 again?" I've been catching up on a lot of things since getting out, and now I use the truth as a weapon. Producing child pornography, wasn't it? "Oh, shut up, you crazy little skank." She whips out a small snub-nosed silver revolver and points it right at me. I freeze. I might be able to duck out of her gun sight in time, but there's no guarantee. "So that's what the doctor conned you into doing, huh?" I have a sudden flash of insight. "Or did he blackmail you?" Her eyes are huge and her aim wavers. "If this case goes to trial, it will bring up my involvement. My having you committed, and relinquishing custody. And everything else. And if you shoot me, you'll go down for murder on top of all that," I try to reason with her. "They'll never know it was me," she brags and resettles her aim at me. I point up at the security camera recording the porch, and see all color drain from her face. Inside, I'm so scared I want to throw up, but I don't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing that. Her aim wavers again, and she starts to lower the weapon. But then the doubt in her face is replaced with rage, and she lets out a screech and fires. In that moment, before it can even register that I might be dead, a huge figure steps in behind her and forces her gun hand down. It goes off all right and sends its slug right through her foot. She wails in horror and sits down hard while Aaron yanks the gun away from her. His eyes are full of rage but soften as he looks up at me. "You all right?" "Sure, I just almost got holed out, but other than that, I'm fine." "I am now that you're here," I reassure him, and he smiles. It's a good hour before the police and paramedics are both done with everything from patching up the world's worst would-be assassin, to taking our statements. Once they collect the woman who was once my mother and leave, we go inside and I collapse a little. Aaron holds me for a long time while I cry in relief. I know now that the doctor is well and truly damned, and that woman has just damned herself as well. I understand that this was his last shot in making sure that I could never, ever testify, and it failed. The very fact that my testimony probably won't have to be that strong makes it easier for me to think about tackling the rest of my statement. But Aaron is still surprised when I insist on going back to it, and finishing when I said I would. "When did you get so strong?" he asks proudly, and I laugh a little. "That's the third time you've saved my life," I reply. "You make me feel like my life is worth something, enough to fight for it. Facing the trial won't be easy. But, with you in my corner, I really feel like I can do anything." He smiles again and hugs me, and we kiss, and the kiss gives me strength.
The end. Thankful. Chapter 1. Karen.
Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're having a great day. Please excuse me while I wash down some painkillers with my wine. I'm so exhausted from cooking. A turkey with trimmings, green bean and mushroom casserole, salad, a pumpkin pie, and an apple pizza. My creations, and at my expense. I was cooking and cleaning the entire day, and cooking some more, all accomplished in the kitchen of my tiny apartment. The trash is out, my studio is spotless. 5 guests pack my second-hand dining table as I finally settle down to eat as well. Thank God it's done, I reflect with a sigh, my feet aching as much as my head after all the effort. I give my companions a smile. This is the last dish, my friends. Thanks for waiting. At least I have a sense of accomplishment to ease my exhaustion and frustration. My place looks great. Mostly because I spent time scrubbing it and picking up empty beer cans and dirty plates. With its impressionist prints and soft lavender walls, it looks good enough for entertaining, even if petite. I'm determined to enjoy it as much as I can, but that might be difficult. My boyfriend Terry is drunk at the dinner table for the 5th holiday in a row. He's been here all day, taking up my couch and making more clutter for me to clean up. His only contribution to Thanksgiving dinner has been 3 6-packs of watery lager, 2 of which he's already sucked down by himself. His only interaction with me today, longer than "get me a sandwich," was his complaint when I was too busy to have a quickie before the guests arrived. His floppy, unkempt reddish curls hide his sullen little black eyes as he hunches over his plate. He's been quiet and resentful since I pointed out taking some of the workload would give me time to help, as he calls it, before the guests showed up. You gonna help or what? That's the mating call of Terry Branham. The logic escaped him, or he was too lazy. As I watch him shoveling food into his mouth while occasionally giving me a morose glance, I feel myself quietly, finally, reach the end of my patience. I'm not even sad about it. It's more a sense of resignation, even relief. You know what? It's been 18 months of negotiating, reasoning, warning, imposing consequences, and getting nowhere with this immature, jobless, whiny drunk. I'm not a martyr. I'm done. Tonight, after the guests go home, I'll tell him. It's better to spend Christmas alone than let him screw up another holiday. I will probably spend it alone, or nearly. Most of the guests are his family members, since I'm not in contact with mine, except for my sister, who sits next to me, insistently loading my plate. She barely came into town, or I would have had my backup for cooking earlier. Samantha is everything I've never managed to be. She's a successful painter with her own gallery in San Francisco. She has a family waiting back there for her, and she's confident and beautiful. Elegant, stylish, and tall, she looks like a model in her dark trim suit, her blonde hair straightened and dyed platinum to bring out our family's blue-green eyes. Meanwhile, here I am, barely managing to tame my tawny curls into a messy updo, dressed in second-hand green velvet that I altered myself. Great spread, sis, Samantha says with a rakish smile. Now get some food in your stomach. You must be wiped after working all day with no help. I agree, this is quite delicious, another voice comments from the other end of the table. It's smooth and cultured, with just that touch of the Carolinas to always make my toes curl. Same goes for the man speaking them. My compliments, continues Terry's cousin with a slow smile, his chocolate-colored eyes twinkling. And suddenly half of my exhaustion is forgotten. Time stops for a moment, and I catch my breath as his warm, gentle gaze holds mine hypnotically. His name is James Beaumont, and he's such an amazing dish. I can't believe he shares any genes with Terry. And I've never wanted to be with anyone more. I met him last Thanksgiving at Terry's mother's ramshackle bungalow, while we were choking down dry turkey and some mess of orange goop and marshmallows she called sweet potatoes. She spent the whole meal whining about how tough it was to achieve by herself, with her son and husband sourly devouring the results. Already somewhat nauseated by the bad food, and sympathetic to anyone who dealt with 2 Terrys, I offered to cook next year. After supper, the incredibly attractive guy with razor-cut auburn hair and amazing eyes slipped up to me, not one drop of gravy on his bespoke charcoal suit. He stood out among his relatives like a gold watch gleaming in a weedy yard. One look in his eyes, and I forgot Terry was 4 feet away. He introduced himself as James, Terry's cousin, and quietly thanked me for taking the duty next year. I invited him along with the others, of course, and was happier than I should have been when he agreed. I spent half the night talking to him, and had sizzling dreams about him every night for over a week afterward. "Thanks," I say shyly, and his lips quirk. "Yeah, thanks for making good on your promise. It's not like I can get that from either of these two." Terry's mother, Caroline, is heavy-set and tiredly pretty, with the same russet curls as her son. His father is an older version of him, aside from his hair being straight, thin, and gray-blonde. The son glares. The father just keeps shoving food into his mouth as if he's at a 4-star buffet. I'm not sure if he's hard of hearing or just doesn't give a shit. Maybe he's just this desperate for real food. "I'm already getting that from my so-called girlfriend," Terry growls angrily, glaring daggers at me. "Oh damn. Now what? Is he drunk enough to bring up our relationship in front of his mother? If he does, I'm not showing him any mercy. What did she do, ask you to wash a dish?" And then his mother and Terry are off bickering at each other, while I try to focus on eating. Samantha scoffs. "Why I married a chick in a nutshell," she mutters in my ear. I give her a tight, rueful smile. Samantha is bi and doesn't seem to fully grasp sometimes what it's like to only want men. She also likes to forget that women can be awful too, since she married a good one. "Yeah," I sigh back, a moment before draining my wineglass. I reach for the bottle to get a refill, as Terry's mom rips into him about his hygiene. "I'm done." She looks relieved. "Good." And just like that, she's on to something more pleasant, trying to distract me. "So how's the latest decorating project?" I stop at half a glass and set the bottle down. "I made rent and bills with it." "Barely. How I wish that I was rich." That makes me glance over at James again, sitting there exuding class and money, like he doesn't belong with the rest of his kin. He's calmly trying to diffuse the argument, though he comes down solidly on Mom's side. "Thanks, James. At least someone in that family prefers reason to arguing." I wonder how awkward these gatherings are for him, having to deal with people acting so beneath him. He always seems so calm and poised, like nothing rattles him. I wish I knew his secret. Small potatoes again, huh? What was it this time? Another baby room. Samantha shakes her head and lays a hand on my shoulder. A preschool. She just didn't have much money. I'm young and hungry for work, and Annabelle was a good client. You gotta stop selling yourself short, honey. You're never gonna get out of student loan debt taking small jobs. She looks over at Terry in annoyance. Hey. It's Thanksgiving. Quit complaining at your poor mom. I tense up at once. One of my million problems with Terry is his temper. But then I think, what the hell does it matter? I'm breaking up with him anyway. He immediately glares at Samantha. Mind your own business. I'd love to, but you're too damn loud for anyone to avoid your business. She gives him an overly sweet grin, and he turns a few shades redder. I don't have to put up with, he starts, and his mother slaps her hand against the tabletop hard enough to shake it. Terry. You don't get to mooch your whole life and then complain when people point it out. Now shut up and let's eat. I'm glad for the backup, but it's too late. Terry has had too much beer, and the fury in him wants to make a mess of things. You started it, he snaps. And now I'm angry. Dear God, Samantha sighs. Nobody cares, Terry. Oh, shut up, you man-hater. Terry splutters, and it humiliates me. So much that I go from I'm breaking up with him all the way to what the hell did I ever see in this bozo? There are a million reasons, but what it boils down to is the same damn thing Samantha was poking at me about. I settle for too little. And I don't care enough about how it hurts me until it affects someone close to me. But now it has, and I was pissed to begin with. You watch your damn mouth when you're talking to my sister, I hiss, and Terry freezes. I've never been anything but kind and firm with this man baby, probably kinder than I should have been. But you don't insult the one person in my family that still talks to me. Babe, what's gotten into you? He asks in a deeply worried voice as I stand up. You, I reply as everyone goes quiet. I can feel the room hold its breath. Samantha looks like she's gleefully anticipating a total bloodletting of ego, and I know why. There are consequences once I'm past my limit. And Terry just rocketed past it and kept right on going. You've gotten into me, Terry. I told you what would happen if you messed up another holiday with me. I stare at him coldly while all the color drains from his weak-chinned face. Wait, come on. I helped. I brought beer. He's blinking at me in blank horror, as if a pod person has replaced his sweet, patient girlfriend. The sweet, patient girlfriend who already warned him that she was running out of patience with him. Let us eat our food in peace, I growl, still staring unblinkingly into his eyes as he wilts faintly. Next to me, Samantha chokes on her wine. He stares back at me nervously, then grabs his fork and stuffs a bite of food in his mouth. He's already muttering rebelliously under his breath, but that's a lot easier to ignore. For now, anyway. So, you're an interior decorator? James asks, catching my eye again. I feel warmth run through me and nod silently. I might have a job or two for you that would be higher end. I'll be happy to discuss it with you after supper. The good juicy turkey I've roasted turns to sand in my mouth. I swallow with a great effort and nod, and the corners of his eyes crinkle with amusement. Good. Don't let me forget now, he says with an almost gleeful tone. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Terry watching us. James notices it as well and looks even more amused. I catch my breath, feeling like I'm on the brink of something. It should scare me, but instead, I find myself excited. What is this man offering me besides a job? I've never really wanted a normal life. I've always wanted to be part of something extraordinary. Some kind of adventure. Maybe even a wild affair. But instead I've ended up settling for what I can get, time and again. Low-paying jobs, guys like Terry. One look at James, and I suddenly want to take crazy risks, visit exotic places, and drink wine costing my entire paycheck for a single glass. Sitting across the table, Terry stares at us with increasing intensity. He misses everything, including my growing unhappiness with him. Unexpectedly, I'm talking to another man about a totally neutral subject, and he's laser-focused on it. Another charming habit of Terry's, he does very little to keep me, yet he's still horribly jealous. It's another way he exhausts my patience, and I have none left. Samantha pokes me gently in encouragement, and I finally smile. I'd love to trade up to a better man. Are you single? Paying class of clientele. His smile vaguely broadens. Lovely. Oh, for crying out loud. Terry explodes, jumping from his seat and leaning aggressively over me. Are you gonna hit on my cousin right in front of me? What the hell are you talking about? His mother snaps incredulously. She didn't do a thing. They were talking business. What, are you jealous of James now? Who the hell wouldn't be, the rich prick? Bad enough you drag him around to every family gathering like he's your son instead of your sister's. My eyes widen as I look between them. James is wincing and covering half his face. Samantha is chomping away at her food like it's a bucket of popcorn, and she's got good seats at a midnight movie showing. Terry's dad is going for thirds. I warned you twice, Terry, I say in a low, hard voice. This is it. In my life, I have never been more elated than deciding not to give boyfriends my apartment key after the first break-in. Warned me. Warned me what? You were so busy with all this stupid cooking, you wouldn't even get me off today. He's on a full-blown rant, blissfully unaware that he's sawing the floor out from under himself. I stare at him as he splutters on, agitated. You frigid skank, you know it wouldn't have even taken you 2 minutes. Silence descends upon the table with a grave heaviness. Terry's father drops his fork onto the table with a clatter. His mother stares at her son wide-eyed, lips trembling. James has a coughing fit, his handsome face flushes, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Terry's mug slowly goes from purple to white as it dawns on him what he just said in front of God, his parents, and the rest of us. In that same moment, as the instant regret takes over, Samantha loses it completely and nearly falls out of her chair laughing. I observe Terry, considering the way he's left his well-deserving butt wide open, and say in a cold voice, "You said it." I didn't. But after tonight, it's not my dilemma anymore. "What are you saying?" he demands. His whiny, defensive baby needs a nap tone sets my teeth on edge. James sighs heavily. "Cousin, if you want a prayer of saving your relationship, or any degree of face, you should quit now." Terry's head snaps around, his dull black eyes turning to slits. For one precious moment, it seems like he's going to restrain himself. Instead, he opts to really wreck things. He grabs the edge of the table and literally tries to flip it onto me while we're all seated and in the middle of Turkey Day dinner. "F you," he yells, inflamed as he struggles to lift one end. "Hey, knock it the hell off." I yell at him. His mother is swearing at him. Even his father joins as his overfilled plate spills over. Terry shakes his head like a stubborn kid, his face sweaty, eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched. He tries again, letting out a feeble grunt of effort. That's when I realize that someone else is holding the table down far more firmly than Terry can lift, James, with a frigidly annoyed look on his face. "You're spilling my wine," he warns his cousin. That's it. I stand up and walk over to Terry. "We're done. Get out of my apartment." That stops him cold. He blinks at me, as if shocked his attempt to bulldoze a Thanksgiving dinner in the middle of a tantrum has consequences. "But you're so charming. You can't just throw me out." "Well, I sure as hell can," his mother growls, getting up and pulling his battered blue puffer jacket out of the closet and throwing it at him. "You're embarrassing the crap out of me. Go wait in the damn car, or you won't have a home to come back to." Terry looks around at us, drunken puzzlement on his face, wondering why we're picking on him. Then he slowly takes the coat and turns to the door. Once he slumps out, she sighs and smiles at me apologetically. I'm sorry he's such a brat. Discipline has always been a problem for him. She cuts her gaze toward her husband, who is scooping food into his mouth once more. I take a deep breath and force a smile at her. "Let's just finish this feast," I suggest softly. He's an adult and accountable for his own actions. And the only damned reason I'm not calling you out for spoiling him silly is I'm handing him back to you. No more free babysitting. That's punishment enough for you. At least with Terry brooding in the car like a banished kid, we can have our pie in peace. There's even some small talk. Though it goes on around me, I struggle through my meal. My fatigue is tinged with sadness, not for ridding myself of Terry, but because it seems like I always have to choose between settling for guys like him or being alone. Although, maybe not, I wistfully peek in James's direction. I'm surprised to see him looking at me with concern. When our eyes meet, I feel a thread of warmth and wonder for a moment if I'm the only one feeling it. After dinner, Terry's parents take half of both of the pies without asking, wish me a happy Thanksgiving, and make themselves scarce. James sticks around, saying he'll take a cab, and helps Samantha and me clean up and pack the rest of the food. Okay, I have to admit, even if I didn't want to get away from everybody else over the holidays, I am definitely glad I came tonight. Samantha's normally perfect mascara is smeared at the corners from tears of laughter. "You okay after all of that?" "Yeah, I'm just really tired. And disheartened. And embarrassed. But most of all, I'm bracing myself for the breakup talk that will happen tomorrow. Terry probably won't even remember he was kicked out tonight, let alone the fact I said I'm done. I need to spell it out for him, and whether it's another damn temper tantrum, screw it, I'll do it over the phone in case he starts breaking things again. Once the table is cleared and everything is stored away, Samantha sighs and gives me a smile. All right. Look, I've been on the road since 4 a.m., my time, and I need to get some sleep. We still on for movies tomorrow? I nod at her, and we hug goodbye. 3 o'clock. I'll pick you up at the hotel. Good. She looks between me and James, who is putting away the last of the dry dishes. Looks like you have someone you should be talking to, alone, anyway. She winks and gives me another hug, then breezes out, leaving blushing me behind her.
Chapter 2. James.
I just watched Terry mess up what will probably be his one chance to end up with a girl who is too good for him. I have to admit, it was pretty damn funny. But it's given the lovely lady in question an obvious headache, and that's not amusing at all. Terry's been a burden on his mom for years, and he's always avoided growing up. He keeps searching for a nice girl who will take over mom's babysitting duties, so he can mooch and drink and play video games while she does all the work, and it keeps failing. Then he blames the women for having backbones, instead of him having none. It would be one thing if he was just a sad sack with no game. Unfortunately, he's also a jerk with a violent streak. And I'm wary of what he might do next. Growing up, I spent a lot of time with his family, and he's the exact same guy now that he was at 10. And that's part of the reason I'm sticking around. Because once it finally dawns on this jerk that he's been dumped again, he'll lose it at sweet, sensual Karen, and he will not be calm about it. When we were teenagers, I watched him fail with women dozens of times. After mom and dad died, I lived in his house so many times that I ended up his sorta brother, sorta babysitter. From 14 years old and on, he aggressively chased girls, got rejected, or had one give him a chance only to blow it, and got malicious afterward. Sometimes violently cruel. Once, I had to gather bail money for the little shit. The second time he got arrested, the family agreed to let him sit in jail for a few weeks. I don't trust Terry will not come back tonight once he drinks some more and works up some steam. He's done it twice before, and I won't let him try the same shit with this adorable, curly-haired girl I'm sitting across the couch from. Are you absolutely certain that you're doing all right? I ask very gently. I've produced my flask of good brandy and a cigarette, and we're splitting them both. Karen looks at me with those dazzling jewel-colored eyes and smiles thinly. I will. I kind of saw this coming. Thanks for the cigarette, I might even be able to sleep. And she takes a tiny hit, like a nip. No problem. If sleeping is what you want to do, that is. Of course, there's another reason I've stuck around besides making sure there's no confrontation, and that is Karen herself. I've been attracted to her since the first time we met, in that primal, near-immediate way that has only hit me a few times with a woman. She has a sweet personality, a tight little body, and an ache that Terry just hasn't been satisfying, and I'm sure a lot of her needs he has not fulfilled. I want to fix it. Badly. If she's been dealing with Terry this whole time, she has to be desperately in need of a proper man. I can provide that, in fact I'd be delighted to. She'll be delighted too, if she's not too exhausted by the whole mess this evening, of course. It seems to be dawning on her what I'm suggesting. Her cheeks turn endearingly pink. Did you have some other idea? For a moment I smile broadly, and her blush deepens. Adorable. I imagine you're very unhappy with your soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, I purr at her. And I really like you. Always have. Her eyes widen a little, like she's waiting for me to say that I'm joking or testing her. Do you mean that you? I'll be blunt, I reply in a gentle tone. I want to spend a few hours making you forget about my stupid cousin, who doesn't deserve you. I have a nice hotel room 10 blocks away that we could go to. She draws a long, shuddering breath, and her eyes dilate. She wants me. But then, she surprises me. I shouldn't go sleeping with anyone else until I properly break up with Terry, she admits with a sigh. Otherwise I'd be grabbing my purse to go with you right now. A delayed yes is still a yes, even if I have to wait until she deals with the last of my cousin's drama. I take another swallow of brandy and smile at her. Well, I'm not about to challenge you for being ethical. It's just another thing to like about you. My smile goes lazy. Rain check for tomorrow evening. She squeezes her knees together and her lips part slightly with desire. She nods. Make it 9 tomorrow night. 9 it is. I'll bring dinner. I frown. I should tell her about Terry's violent responses to rejection. What is it? She asks, looking a little worried. Terry. He's. Don't scare her needlessly. Not known for taking breakups well. He doesn't have your key, does he? Or know where the spare is? She swallows and then shakes her head. I never gave him one. I go over to the street-facing windows. Both are barred and locked. Good. Are you planning on going out tonight? Just to take the trash. She glances at the overfull bin behind her. Try to leave it for the morning if you can. Take your phone along if you can't. She seems upset. How much trouble should I expect? If he shows up, chances are he'll be drunk and obnoxious. But tonight, don't go outside your door more than you need to, and don't leave it unlocked when you take out the trash. If he shows up, don't open the door. I give her a wry look. Call the number on that card I gave you, and I'll shove a boot up his behind. She giggles. You don't sound like you'd mind too much. I don't like how he treats you, plain and simple. You deserve better than what he can provide. I can deliver it. However, if you want to give that fool his marching orders first, well, as I said. I wink at her, and she smiles a touch wider. I should really get going. She fetches my good wool topcoat and helps me into it, a shy attempt at contact. So, 9 o'clock tomorrow then. I turn and deliberately sever the touch barrier, caressing her cheek with 2 fingers. Karen's apartment is on the 3rd floor of a 6-story brick walk-up with battered iron railings. My groin aches as I trot down the stairs with a dozen ideas of what to do to divine Karen tomorrow, rolling through my head. I can't decide. We may have to try a few things before the night is over. Tomorrow night. Brilliant. Better if it happened tonight, but for a lovely lady like Karen, I don't mind waiting. I look up and down the darkened street, before taking my phone out to summon a ride. Too many cars, too many bushes, too many dark alleyways. A thief or another criminal or a furious drunken boyfriend, about to be ex-ed, could hide anywhere around here. I frown. I have this peculiar feeling. I should test it before I depart for the night. A man in my line of work lives by his instincts. I tell everyone who asks that I install security systems. Truth be told, I spend most of my nights at work deactivating them. Especially the fancy ones that guard wealthy people's gem collections. No one in my family knows I'm a professional thief. Families like ours, it's either incredible luck or crime to pull you out of poverty. I did not wait for luck, but I also have never been caught. Instincts are a big part of that. And right now, I smell a problem brewing. Something causes me to pause from calling a cab. Instead, I follow my hunch and saunter around the block. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong very often. By the time I round the last corner, my suspicions are confirmed. I hear an argument at Karen's place. I pick up my pace, careful on the icy pavement, and soon enough, Terry's voice is cracking with outrage. You can't leave me. I won't let you. Now let me in, we're doing it right now. This is so much more cringeworthy than usual. I break into a run. He sounds threatening, and he isn't taking no for an answer. I hear Karen snap something back and he bellows, "Shut up, skank," and then a struggle begins. Let go of me. Karen screams. Get out of the doorway. You can't come in. Go away. Oh, I'm coming in, Terry pants as I take the stairs to the 3rd floor 2 at a time. I'm coming in and you're gonna make this up to me, or I'm gonna make you sorry. Go to hell. I said we're done. A note of panic in Karen's voice fills me with rage. Help? Of course, none of her neighbors respond. A few lights go on, but nobody comes out. New Yorkers in a nutshell, apathy is everywhere. I say when we're done, skank. I'm the man. Terry yells, and then yelps to the sound of a hard slap. Well, you definitely are a piss-poor excuse for one, I remark in an icy voice once I'm directly behind him. Terry freezes. His furry hand is still wrapped around Karen's wrist, but he loosens his grip and she yanks it free. I don't give him time to turn around. Instead, I grab him by the hair in the back of his shirt and pry him off the doorway. He yelps again, whining in protest as I slam him against the railing to cow him before taking hold of him again. I'm not bailing out you any longer because you can't handle the consequences when you mess up with women, I hiss in his ear as Karen watches us. You can do one of two things. You can leave down the stairs, or you can be a nuisance and get pitched over the railing. You just want her for yourself, you damn poacher. I'm not gonna be your cuck. His voice is high with fear. I roll my eyes and pull his hair backward until he threatens to unbalance. You can't be a cuckold if you're no longer someone's boyfriend, you idiot. She's dumped you twice tonight. Denial doesn't change the damned facts. I step up in front of him and give him a shake, staring into his eyes. Now, are you going to leave, or are you going to land in the bushes and pick rose thorns out of you for the next 3 hours? He opens his mouth wide and closes it a few times, like a goldfish scooped up in a net. His anger has been replaced by raw panic. Don't toss me over. It's a 2-story drop. Then get out of here. I shift my grip and give him a shove toward the stairs. He almost tumbles down headfirst before grabbing the railing. He barrels down the stairs, sometimes jumping over some of them, sometimes almost falling flat on his face, his whimpered curses and terrified gasps echoing until he disappears down the street. How am I related to that piece of shit? I turn back to Karen. Hey, are you all right? She looks at me, her eyes red from crying, and shakes her head. Okay. What can I do for you? I ask very carefully. She throws herself into my arms.
Chapter 3. Karen.
I couldn't stay in my apartment after Terry's attack. Not even if I got drunk. After I got a comforting hug and my tears under control, I asked James to take me to his hotel room. On the drive over, I had a pain in my arm, the strung-out feeling of an adrenaline hangover, and the memory of Terry ambushing me on the other side of the door when I took out the trash. I hugged myself as I sat with James in the back of an Uber, driven by a friendly older man. Now, however, as the glowing golden tower of the hotel actually comes within view, I start to relax as the reality of the situation sinks in. Terry is gone, forcibly ejected from my life. He was the most repulsive jerk before James made him stop. I'm finally free of him. My thighs draw together, thinking about what will happen next. After all, I told James I first wanted to break up with Terry before I spent the night with him. Right now, I am not sure I'm quite ready. Did he hurt you? James asks softly as our driver pulls into the parking lot. Just some bruises. He didn't hit me, but he grabbed my arm hard and pushed me back into the door. It's the most physical that a boyfriend has ever gotten with me, even the guy who broke into my apartment. Of course, I mistook that poor jerk, Alan, another sad sack with a violent side, for a prowler. It took me half of a minute to grab a bat and clout him upside the head. When I realized he was my ex, abusing his copy of my key, I hit him again. I'm not proud of that, but it kept him from hurting me. I just wish a weapon had been handy when Terry grabbed me. I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you. I'm glad I thought to double back. He seems genuinely troubled as our driver pulls up in front of the hotel. It's fine. I'm glad you came back. I stare out the window at the thin snow falling, then grab my overnight bag as the sedan halts to a stop. The chilly air bites at the back of my neck and knees as I step out. James offers his arm. My hand hurts a bit as I grab it. I'll key you in a tip. Thanks again, he tells the driver, who smiles and drives off. As we approach the lobby doors, I stand close to James to shield myself from the wind. Another winter is descending on New York. I'm so damn tired of all this cold. I wish I could go back to the West Coast, but I can't go back home. Don't think about that now. Terry's given you enough miserable shit to deal with without going over years-old family drama. I take a deep breath and walk through the hotel doors with James instead. If you want, I'll have a look at your injuries when we get upstairs. You don't appear well right now. He is so authentic, it puts a lump in my throat. I can't remember the last time that a guy showed concern for me. Early on, Terry had his sweet moments, fumbling and cute, like a wilted flower handed to me by a small boy. Once he thought he didn't have to work for it anymore, even those scraps of affection dried up. And the two guys before were my family. I let out a soft, sad snicker as we approached the elevators. No. I'm not okay. And thank you. I'll need to take photos in case I press charges. I've got you covered. I even know a good local lawyer if you need one. I seriously doubt he'll be back after this, though. I don't drop his arm in the elevator. It feels like a railing I'm grabbing in a high wind, keeping me steady. Under the thick wool coat, he's as firm as carved wood, intriguing me enough that it distracts me a little. And his spicy cologne, which smells so exotic. I wonder what country it's from. I don't want to resort to a lawyer. But I'll definitely file for a restraining order. He's quiet as the elevator rises toward the penthouse. This isn't your first time dealing with someone with a bad temper, is it? A part of me wants to bitterly laugh and tell him the truth. I've been dealing with bad-tempered man since I was born. No. I just had some bad luck. Undeserved, for certain. You're a wonderful person. My aunt was hoping for a marriage, as you're better company than just myself at her holiday table. He shoots me an apologetic smile. Never happen. The disgust in my tone makes him laugh. It's incredibly liberating to talk to someone besides Samantha about Terry. The elevator stops, and a drunk-looking couple piles in, immediately leaning into the corner to kiss. 5 floors later, they're gone again, leaving me flushed and dry-mouthed, my eyes a bit wide. James's smile is wicked now. They definitely have the right idea, he comments, and I stifle a nervous giggle. Finally, we reach the penthouse, and he leads me to its broad, white-columned expanse. We remove our snow-crusted shoes at the door, and my aching feet sink into soft gray wool carpet. I sigh with relief and stop for a moment to get my bearings. Apparently, Terry has ruined our relationship. After years of being stuck with men whose behavior killed my desire, it is incredible to feel the yearning so strongly. It's James's doing. In the year between our 2 meetings, no other man has affected me like this. Only James. You're right, I sigh and let him lead me to a broad leather settee, long enough to stretch out on. I sit on the edge and watch him shuck his coat, the pewter-colored suit jacket, his tie, and then, to my surprise, his shirt. I'm still in my velvet dress, watching a man I barely know but desperately want strip in front of me. He casts his fancy clothes aside, as if they're a disguise he wants free of as soon as possible. Ah, he mutters in passing. What sadist invented ties? My eyes widen as he stretches up to remove the clinging silk undershirt beneath, watching the muscles ripple across his chest and belly. The tiniest hints of dark auburn hair peek out of his belt line just below his navel. My eyes lock on them hungrily for a moment. He strips off the wad of fabric and tosses it with the rest. Hope you don't mind. I'm done with suits for the evening. His eyes flicker and then he heads for the wet bar. Would you like a massage? Watching him walk away in his suit pants is pure torture. His tight, broad-shouldered back ripples with muscle, and a pair of deep crimson wings is tattooed across it, highlighting his shoulder blades and the elegant sweep of his lower back. My eyes trace down beneath the wool and wonder how far down the tattoos go. Oh gosh. I'm struggling for breath. Now that is dirty pool. I don't mind, I manage. He's seducing me, slowly, gently enticing me with his body, the stylish surroundings, his unaccustomed kindness. It's not what I'm used to. Nevertheless, these little tastes of his attention make me want more. I hope you don't mind me asking. How did you end up with Terry anyway? He comments, holding a brown ceramic mug of toddy. I take it and sip it, the honey, whiskey, and lemon mix pleasing to my tongue. I get lonely. He was in my movie club. We had some hobbies in common. It sounds so tame now. I don't tell him the lamest part, though. The part where every single guy I've ever dated has been a huge step up from the last, and even the worst of the 3 were better than my father or my brothers. I'm critical of you. You're just too beautiful and charming to settle for the likes of him. He sits beside me on the chaise longue and takes a sip of his own toddy. Glad you think so. I laugh nervously, too aware of how close he is to me. My fingers curl around the cup as I squash the urge to trace his tattoos with them instead. Let's have a look at your arm, he says tenderly as he reaches out and crouches in front of me. I stare at him for a moment, then push the bell sleeve back, revealing the developing reddish marks. He winces, holding it gingerly. The finger marks are clear. Silently, I begin crying as he takes photos of the injury. It's too much like the past. His camera phone clicks, and for a moment, I'm 12 years old in a room of a police station, shivering in my underwear as a camera chronicles the bruises all over me. The flashback goes away, and he's still tapping away at his phone. I'll send these to your email. In a low voice, I give him the address and he finishes up. I'll check your back next. Do you mind lying on your stomach? His voice remains gentle as he lays his phone aside. I nod and stretch out on the davenport, and he straightens up. Where does it hurt? I point out the spot, on the left, above the small of my back. In response, he unzips my dress down to my waist. I suck air and freeze, but he folds the fabric away and tugs it down on the side with the bruise. Oh yeah, that's going to leave a mark too. I'm so sorry. Do you want a pain pill? No, I had some before dinner. I was kind of, anticipating a headache. He chuckles and I chortle with him. Your muscles are so tight. You sure you don't need a bit of help loosening up? And with that, his warm hand settles against my back, and instinctively I feel like extending under him. I didn't know you give massages, I murmur, laying my forehead against the pillar of my arm. Oh yeah, this is how I made extra money at resorts in the summer. Both of his hands are on my back, tucking the top of my dress aside, smoothing over my bare shoulders. My eyes flutter closed and my heart starts beating faster. His hands move up and down my back, tenderly caressing at first, having me get used to his touch. The warm, soothing strokes expel my past, banish thoughts of Terry, and leave me shivering. Do you like that? His breath tickles my ear as he whispers into it. Yes, I manage, scarcely loud enough to hear. May I bear more of your body, then? I feel my whole midsection seize, thighs squeeze together with sudden hunger. I know what he's doing. I know where this is going. I want it more with every passing second. With growing desperation, I can only pray he's as good in bed as he is at seduction. Yes?
Chapter 4. Karen.
I hear the rasp of my dress zipper lowering further, and then cool air on my skin. I sit up just enough to slip my arms out of the sleeves and lie back down. His hands are on my skin again, and I forget everything but that. I only realize how rigid my muscles are when he starts to knead them, his powerful hands soothingly rubbing me over, until I relax enough for him to knead deeply. My back pops several times and I gasp, going almost limp. I'm entirely in his control now. And I love it. The most I've ever felt with a guy has been frustrated arousal and a wistful sort of comfort. This is already different. He's only touched my bare back so far, not even unfastening my bra. And I'm already swooning. Even Samantha seems to think I need to get rid of Terry as soon as humanly possible. I don't even feel guilty about it. Instead, the idea that Terry would scream in helpless rage because I'm spending the night with his cousin fills my heart with defiant glee. To hell with you, Terry. You had 18 months with me. This man's already done more with a back rub than you ever did. As if that's where happiness lies. I turn my head to face him, panting softly. His eyes burn with desire, but he hasn't yet touched me intimately. Only relaxed me, while at the same time teasing me with what he can do with those hands of his. Yes, I whisper. He smiles tenderly. Good. Would you like me to kiss you? I offer my mouth at once, eyes closing shut, and feel his warm, ample lips capture mine. Right now is all about you, he declares, looking deep into my eyes. It's about the woman in that mirror, and making her feel good. Don't distract yourself trying to please me. I'm fine. I've never felt so relaxed or satisfied in my life, or such affectionate gratitude. I can't speak yet, so I smile sleepily and nod instead. Then I drift off, before he can even withdraw from me.
Chapter 5. James.
I wake up in the hotel room with a gorgeous lady curled in my arms, and my cell phone buzzing in my coat pocket across the room. Reluctantly, I walk to grab the phone, into the bathroom, shutting the door before answering. Yeah? How'd the meeting go? Andrew's terse rasp permeates in my ear, and I roll my eyes. Damn. Now I have to think. Christ, Andrew, don't you sleep? I sigh. It's fine. I got Herschel to cough up another 10%. Trust Andrew to kill my afterglow with business talk. And the delivery. His tone doesn't relax. Of course it doesn't. Not about this. I keep calm and reassuring. The courier's been on the way as of 2 hours ago. Your share will be there by 5 a.m. I guess you'll be awake. Until I have my share of that 10 million, yeah, I'm not sleeping a wink. That's Andrew, insomniac, borderline paranoid, distrustful as hell, even of us. He can be a giant pain, but he's exactly what we need when researching building schematics or hacking a security company or bank computers. I'm our entryman. I can defeat physical or electronic security systems, climb walls, and break into or escape from almost anywhere. Dale, meanwhile, handles lookout and getaway. However, without Andrew, there are no schematics, no guard change schedules, no research. It pays to keep the paranoid jerk happy. Suit yourself. Anyway, it's done. I'll be back in New Orleans on Monday evening. We can have a meet early Tuesday. I know exactly what I'll be doing for the intervening 3 days. You're staying over for the weekend. He sounds suspicious. I have family here. I'm visiting them for Thanksgiving. It's my prerogative for being in town this week. Actually, I could give less than 2 shits if I see the 3 of them again before Christmas. Karen is, undeniably, another story. I would visit New York City again for Karen any damn time. Oh. Right. Forgot. His tone goes back to coldly neutral. We have to talk about the next job when you get back. Our target in Chicago just got some mob security. Shit. Might not be worthwhile at all. The last thing we need is to piss off the Chicago mob. Their guys have fenced our jewels, stamps, coins, and other goodies more than once. They have dirt on us and a lot more power than we have. That's not an enemy we should make. I agree, he replies solemnly, sounding slightly relieved that we're on the same page. We'll go with something else. Caution and discretion have kept the 3 of us out of jail for over 10 years. That is why I always give at least half an ear to Andrew's paranoia. The aging, growly-voiced hacker has avoided run-ins with the law for longer than I've been alive, and his caution has been warranted 80% of the time. We're not exactly short on prospects. Anything else going on over there? I already miss New Orleans. The steamy heat will feel good after New York's bitter cold. Dale's dealer got picked up and he's whining about it. Now he sounds exasperated. I snort and shake my head. That's definitely not the end of the world. There's a dealer on every damn corner during the holidays. We'll find a new one. I heave a sigh. Hold the fort over there, Drew. I gotta get some sleep. See you Monday then. If the package doesn't show within 2 hours, you'll hear from me again. He hangs up before I acknowledge. I sigh with relief and pause to look at myself in the mirror. He'd cry at me non-stop if he knew I'm staying longer because of a woman. I wipe a trace of Karen's lipstick off the corner of my mouth before killing the light and going back to bed. When I get there, Karen is restless. She whimpers slightly and tosses. There is tension on her face. Nightmare. A tear leaks from beneath her closed lids. Yup. I touch her shoulder, shaking her gently. Karen? Her eyes fly open and she sucks air, hyperventilating with high, desperate sounds like screams in reverse. I grab hold of her at once and pull her into my arms. She clings to me, trembling and burying her face in my shoulder. "Oh gosh," she sobs. I sit on the bed and gather her, and the bedsheet around her, into a bundle on my lap. I hold her and stroke her hair, speaking softly. "It's okay." "It is. It was just a dream, sweetheart." She shakes her head and clings to me more tightly. "It was a memory," she finally mutters. "Oh. Well, shit. If it's that jerk Terry," I start, but she shakes her head more slowly. "Just hold me," she asks delicately. "There's nothing else to be done." I do. That part's easy. With a fierce, knife-keen anger that startles me, I still want to know who hurt her. "Hold on there, hotshot. You barely know the lady. Don't get attached too quickly." It's tough though, with her warmth and fragrance in my arms, clinging to me like this. "Okay. I don't know what's going on exactly, but you're out of harm's way with me." She slowly relaxes and replies, "Thank you." "No problem." I nuzzle the top of her head and then set my chin on it. I've had my share of nightmare memories. I know how it gets. That seems to calm her, and she shifts her grip from a desperate cling to a warm embrace. As I look at her hair, I smile and close my eyes. "That's better," I mutter. "You need to talk about it." She hesitates. "I don't want to unload on you this way." I asked. I'm not in much of a mood for a big therapy session, but I doubt that's what this is about. I can tell when someone has toughed their way through a lot of torment. There's a kind of survivor's pride that kicks in, along with a desperate need not to be a broken burden. They don't ramble about their problems forever. After a pause of silence, she says in a gentle but matter-of-fact voice, "My dad liked to beat the crap out of us. My mom, Samantha, and me, I mean. He never touched my brothers. They were boys, so he liked them. My mother did nothing about what he did to us. She was probably glad somebody was around to take her place as a punching bag. She was more interested in pleasing him than protecting her kids." She sighs. "They don't sound like suitable parents," I comment, and she nods. "Good you got away from them." "I got a scholarship at a school on the East Coast just to do so." Her voice shakes slightly. I pet her back for a while and she unruffles. "That's how you learn where to file for a protection order. You've already done it." Damn it. This poor woman. I'd like to beat her father's face in. My fury on her behalf startles me again. I don't know how anyone could not care when faced with a story like this, but this is more. It's already starting to feel personal. "Yeah?" She leans back and smiles up at me thinly. "The first ones I ever filed were against my father and brothers. My sister did the same. She just didn't move so far away. But they've never actually come here to New York, have they?" I ask tentatively. She shudders. "Once. After my dad got out of jail, he tried to visit my dorm. I wouldn't open the door. He punched the security guy who removed him and ended up in jail again." Again. So Dad was a criminal. Wonder what her take on criminals is. That sounds harrowing. I catch her eye as she uncurls slightly. "Do you have anything for self-defense?" I can't help but think of Terry, whom I still feel like kicking off this planet. Just a lot of pent-up rage. Weapon laws in New York City are crazy. She sounds annoyed. I wonder how long she tried to find a single proper self-defense weapon. Maybe I should give her some self-defense lessons. I can't always be here to protect her. But at least she can learn some basic principles. Like not caring what is legal, proper or nice. I smile and nuzzle her cheek until she raises her mouth for a delicate kiss. Laws are crazy, period. Sometimes you have to ignore them to survive. That sounds like a good way to be arrested. Her brows draw together as she peers at me. I run my thumb over her lips. If it comes down to survival, screw the law, and screw being nice and decent. You have to protect yourself first. She frowns, but then nods slowly. I'm just a bit scared of what I might do if someone actually tries to hurt me. After everything, I might go bonkers. Then do it, sweetheart. If your life is on the line, do whatever it takes. I grab her chin and look into her eyes. I want you to promise you won't restrain yourself if Terry, or your family, or anyone else comes at you. She blinks in surprise, and I feel the warmth of her skin under my fingers. Even if it means to really hurt them. If they're going to hurt you, they deserve it, plain and simple. I lean down and kiss her again. Do what you have to. She nods. Her eyes widen and dilate as she gazes up at me. You have a need for some direction, don't you? From someone who cares, someone you can trust. And suddenly, I'm wanting her. I promise, she says, and I smile back at her. Good. I settle her back on the bed, unwrapping the sheeting from her like the paper on a present. The bruise on her wrist has developed further, no restraints on her for at least a few days. After what she's been through, she needs gentleness. When I open my eyes again, dawn is breaking outside. Disoriented, I look around. Oh, the hotel room. Karen is nestled against my torso. The delectable sense of relaxation, of fulfillment, slows my thoughts as I lean over to nuzzle my sweet little bedmate's tousled curls. I like her, I think, with a growing sense of warmth. I really like this one. It's only happened a few times, especially since I got into the business. It's easier to keep women at arm's length when you have to lie about where you've been, what you've been doing, and of course, how you earn money. Now and again, though, a lover will get too close, and I'll hurt both of us by breaking things off. Melody, a jeweler who recuts and sets some of our stolen gems and recasts the gold from their settings, is the only lover I've had who is actually in the business. We broke it off in a friendly way when she got serious with some guy with a vanilla job. That's the closest I've ever gotten to falling in love. Right now, though, looking at Karen's sleeping face, I'm already feeling more than that. It's worrisome. Too soon. And how in the hell can I maintain a relationship with a smart woman like her without telling her what I do for a living? I sleepily move away from her, and then feel it. My eyes fly open as I become fully awake in a split second. Did it spill? If so, did it spill inside of her? The worry passes after a moment. Probably not. What would be the chance anyhow? It's probably fine. I'll just tell her about it tomorrow.
Chapter 6. Karen.
So, I'm leaving on Monday, but you're welcome to stick around as much as you like until then, James says as he brings me breakfast in bed. It's creme brulee on French toast with strawberries, a mimosa, and some tea, delivered by the room service. He lays it on a tray across my lap. I sit up against the pillows, the bedsheet draped across my chest. I would really like that. I'm completely dazzled by this man and what he's done, and I can't wait for more. Of course, I promised Samantha to have lunch with her before she goes back to San Francisco. Great love and great company tempt me to stay, but she's the only family member who is loyal to me. That's vital, no matter how huge of a crush I have on James. The other thing I want to propose, and this is a bit early, but I wanted to give you time to think about it. If you want a break from this messed up winter, I have a loft in New Orleans. You could stay for a week or so. His eyes search my face so hopefully that I realize this crush isn't one-sided. Say what? There's so much more about this man, it floors me. How can this wealthy, amazing man be smitten with someone like me? I smile way too wide, my cheeks warming. It is a little early. But I like the idea. And I really like you. I'll think about it. His eyes light up. Good. When I pick Samantha up for a late lunch and a movie, she notices right away that something's up. Hey, did that guy James actually stay over after you dumped Terry? No, James didn't stay over. There was an incident after you left. She gives me a stern look. I pulled over for a minute to explain and nod. She pales slightly. That jerk put his hands on you? I wish James had tossed him over the railing. Terry's gone. James took pictures of the bruise on my arm. I already filed a protection order this morning. Good. I should have punched him in the teeth. How's the Black Friday traffic? I smirk. This is New York City. The first time I merged into traffic on my way from the airport, I almost had a panic attack. Everyone in New York State drives like they have to pee or are an inch from murdering someone, so, typical. Los Angeles had equally nasty traffic snarls when I was learning to drive. Angelinos aren't quite so aggressive. She chuckles a little nervously. I trust you can handle it then. I do, although we see 3 fender benders in the snarled traffic before reaching the theater. The movie is some forgettable bit of science fiction going on in front of me as I sit in the dark, thinking about James. I squeeze my thighs together. The taste of his mouth. The smell of his skin. The way it felt when his whole body went absolutely taut, shaking helplessly. I want more. I'm definitely going back to his hotel tonight. Well, that was a waste of $30. Let's get some food. Samantha chuckles as we walk in the thin snowfall afterward. I nod, starving. Breakfast in bed went right through me. I guess a good time in bed burns a lot of calories. We get bowls of ramen, hers with shrimp, mine with beef, and elaborate mochas piled with whipped cream and candy shavings. We take seats at the crammed bar. Every table is full of exhausted shoppers and their whining, tired kids. So, once you got rid of Terry, what happened between you and his hot cousin? She leans toward me conspiratorially, a gleam in her eye. I wink at her, wondering how much to tell. But my cheeks are already burning, and a grin spreads across her face as she sees it. I spent the night with him. I couldn't go home anyway. As if that somehow excuses spending hours with a man I've only spoken to twice. So, how was he? You seem way relaxed after the fiasco with Terry, so, pretty good? Her eyebrows bounce. Level with me already. I press my lips together, cheeks heating even more. Finally, I giggle. He was amazing. Damn girl, last. I was wondering if I had to set you up with one of my friends. So, will you see him again? She takes a bite of her ramen as she waits for my answer. Yes, definitely. There is no damn way I'll let him go. He lives in New Orleans though, doesn't he? You guys ready for a long-distance romance? I take a few bites of ramen to buy myself time. James invited me to go with him, at least for a while. I'm rather uncertain. He's talking about us spending a week down there. My cheeks are still burning. Samantha stares at me speculatively for a few seconds, and then slaps her hand on the table. I say go for it. I blink at her in surprise. Sis, wait, that's kind of hasty. Why? Because the guy makes you smile. Because New York is miserable in late November, and you hate it here. Now that you're done with school and Terry's gone, nothing is keeping you here. Go check out New Orleans for a week with a guy. See how you like there, it's gotta be better than this place. I swear to God, at this point, you could take your business to any state and do just as well. She reaches over and pats my hand. I know you've worked hard to make a place here. And I know you won't go back to Los Angeles. But staying here can't be easy since you've been attacked on your own doorstep. I nod, swallowing a lump in my throat. I bet if there wasn't snow everywhere, you'd be happier visiting me for holidays. Oh, you know it, she chuckles. So anyway, what does James do for a living? Last night he mentioned he's in security, but never shared details. He's doing business with 2 partners. They create custom-built security systems for mansions, jewelry stores, things like that. James was vague about it over breakfast, mostly more interested in me and how I was feeling. Must be pretty good to afford the fancy suits. Did he actually rent a penthouse suite? Her eyes twinkle with mischief. Yeah. Probably a good thing. My screams of elation would have disturbed any guests sharing our floor. Damn. Your first proper man, and it's a rich business owner in a damn hotel penthouse. Not bad, sis. She snickers as I blush again. Not bad. I guess so. I know so, honey, you're glowing. You're going back for more later? Her eyes glimmer. Knowing you won't be alone tonight after this Terry thing would be great. I shake my head, thinking again of his body against mine. Oh, I definitely won't be alone tonight, I utter with a lopsided smile.
Chapter 7. Karen.
I take my sister to the airport and drive back to town after our lunch, the crazy traffic hardly bothering me. My head is full of last night and New Orleans and James. I go back to my apartment to get some fresh clothes before going to the hotel. My place looks tinier now, and though the inside is still a charming little haven, I shudder when I cross the doorstep. The room is still haunted by Terry. I briefly go around throwing everything of his in the trash, mostly cheap beer, empties, and printouts of his favorite fad images. I never let him leave much stuff, and now I'm extra thankful for it. Once that is over, I grab a few outfits and toiletries and put them into my smallest suitcase. I don't want to come back often in the next few days. My old-school cheap answering machine is full of messages. I ignore the flashing light as I walk past. I already know who the hell they all are from, and I don't want to hear from him. I can use the recordings later as evidence against him. He's not supposed to be calling me. You had your chance, Terry. I look around for anything else to bring with me. The emergency protection order has barely taken effect, and you've already violated it. Good job, you idiot. While I'm packing up, the phone rings again. I ignore it. I grab the pies and make a few sandwiches, bag them up, and put them in my reusable shopping bag. I don't have the funds for room service, and I don't want to assume that James will just keep paying. Besides, depending on how long he's in town, I'm not sure if I'll have much time at home to eat all these leftovers. New Orleans. He really asked me to go to New Orleans with him. The suitcase is a little heavy, but it protects my stuff. I pull the bar up to roll it behind me and sling the handles of the shopping bag under my arm, with the pies balanced precariously on the palm of my hand. As I open the door and pull out my keys to step outside, Terry is right there waiting for me. He lunges at me from a few feet away, face twisted and purple with rage, and the adrenaline hits me like a billion icy needles stabbing inside of my veins. And that's when I don't see Terry anymore. I see my father instead. I shriek and the pies fly into his face. He stumbles back, grunting and flailing at the mess obscuring his vision. A metallic clatter barely registers in my ears. The keys are between my fingers and I punch him in the face. He stumbles back a few more feet. I strike him again, and now there's blood mixing with the chunks of apple and smashed pumpkin drooling down his scraggly chin. He tries again and I beat at his throat. He barely tucks his chin down in time and gets a slash there as well. My hand hurts, it's bleeding. I drop the keys and unsling my shopping bag. He bellows like an angry bull and rushes me again, too crazy with rage to realize his face is mangled. I grab the suitcase and hit him right in the face. He yelps in shock. I hit him again, his arms fly up to shield himself, and I drive the handle into his gut instead. The whole time I'm yelling at him, the same word over and over, not even coherent, like a battle cry, punctuated by the blows. F you. And scary, abusive Terry stumbles back from me, teary and snotty as a kid after a fall. Ow. OWWW. Ow. Karen, stop, you're hurting me, ow. Stop. I wasn't going to do anything. I was just mad about the restraining order. Stop. Stop. I hit him in the face with the suitcase again, flattening his nose in a crunch and spray of blood. I told you not to come back. I told you to leave me alone. Yes. Yes, you did, but how could I? I said leave me alone. I hit him again, and he stumbles, teetering at the top of the concrete staircase leading to the street. Get away from me. You crazy, dense imbecile, what does it take? You don't mean that, he starts, and actually reaches out to me and takes a few steps forward. You love me. You're mine. No. I slam the corner of the suitcase into his privates. His eyes widen and his knees buckle. He folds over at the very top of the stairs and then overbalances. He tumbles halfway down the stairs and then wads up against the railing, knees up, cradling his groin. You heartless skank. I hate you. And I belong to myself. You have 10 seconds before I call the cops about the restraining order violation. Make them count. I pull out my phone. For a guy crying about my hurting him, he sure gets up fast to run for his battered Dodge when I mention the police. He's too out of shape to even cross the parking lot before I call the cops and give them the information and his license plate number. Goodbye, Terry. Only then do I look down at my hand, which is torn up between the fingers from using the keys. Oh well, it worked. I turn to walk back to my open door, and that's when I see it, gleaming on the concrete walkway right next to my welcome mat. A damned 18-inch Bowie knife. My knees collapse under me. I stare at Terry's knife, realizing that the blitz attack I was just starting to feel a little guilty about literally saved my life. With shaking hands, I grab my phone to call the police again and share this terrifying new information. Then I call James. You doing okay? He asks the moment he hears my voice. No. I'm gonna be stuck at my place for an hour or so. My voice is shaky. I'll come back to the hotel after that. He shouldn't deal with a bunch of nosy police because his cousin tried his hand at resentful killing. I look back at the knife. The knife I can't carry for self-defense because Terry could show up at my door in response to the ineffective protection order. The cold seeps into my skin and I shake my head. Screw New York. I think I actually would like to visit New Orleans with you. I really already wanted to, but now it feels like a need. I'm curious why you came to your decision so quickly, he replies. Come back when you can, all right? I smile, already feeling a little better. I will. The police find Terry hiding in a parking lot 2 blocks from my apartment building. He's weaseled his way under one of the cars, so they bring in canines. The call comes through that he's in custody while I'm being questioned. When I identify him in the lineup, his arm is bandaged and swollen from where the dog fastened onto him. While I'm giving my report, his mother calls my phone twice. I let it go to messages and don't even listen to them. I know she's begging me not to press charges. Neither one is my problem anymore. By the time it's over, I'm so exhausted that I hire a car to the hotel. Terry slashed all 4 tires while I was inside packing. When the driver drops me off at the door, the snow is really starting to blow. I swear, I am only staying in this messed up city long enough to testify. Then whether it's to New Orleans, San Francisco with Sam, or somewhere else, I am moving the hell away. Shit, I should have gone back with you. James's eyes widen as I walk in, spattered in pie and one hand wrapped in gauze. What the hell happened? Are you okay? I answer with a nervous laugh as I step into the room, dragging in the 2 plastic bags the police gave me. My suitcase has been entered into evidence. Terry made a mistake. I'm wrung out from adrenaline, but it's different this time. I won. I'm not the one bleeding. Not much anyway. He locks the door behind and takes my bags, then leads me over to the couch beside the chaise longue and sits me down. Okay. Tell me everything, including if I need to get rid of him. For a moment I think he's showing off, playing the tough guy to impress me. Then I see the rigid look in his eyes and realize he is genuinely irate. I stiffen, swallowing nervously, and his face immediately softens. I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you more. It's okay, I breathe, calming down. I'm not used to guys being angry in my defense, instead of at me. Yeah, well, I keep hearing about jerks that hurt you. Of course, I want to be the guy that helps you get revenge. I try my best to lighten the mood by flirting with him a little. So spoil me, I tease gently. Living well is the best revenge of all. He kisses me, then looks down at my hand. Did a medic get a look at this? Yeah, I just tore up my hand using my keys to punch Terry in the face a few times. James goes quiet for a moment as his eyebrows slowly rise. Wait, what? I explain the whole thing, blow by blow, through my desperate assault using pie, keys, my suitcase, and a lot of yelling. As I reiterate, James's face journey is amazing. First shock and rage, then astonishment, then mild awe and growing delight. By the time I send his cousin tumbling down the stairs clutching his privates, James is laughing so hard he has tears in his eyes. I smile sheepishly. So yeah, I did exactly what you told me. I didn't hold back. No, you didn't. Oh my. You are amazing. I'm keeping you. Come here. And he hugs me tight, apple chunks and all. My heart swells and I smile against his chest. How the hell can I feel so good this soon after the worst breakup ever? It's all him. I want to keep him too. He orders some tea to warm me up. I've been outside in the chill for hours. I sit and sip it as I fill him in on the rest. Of course, nobody came outside this time either. I'm starting to think that a lot of New Yorkers are a bit sociopathic. You're probably right about that. This isn't a good city for you. It wasn't for me either. He picks an apple chunk out of my hair. How about we table this until after you get cleaned up? Sounds good to me, I say, pulling off my pie-spattered coat and carrying it gingerly into the bathroom with me. I deliberately get cleaned up before looking at myself in the mirror. I don't need to get depressed again. I rinse off my coat, clean up after that, and hang it up before undressing and stepping into the shower. My hand is slightly crusted with blood under the gauze. I won't need stitches, but it's still nasty looking. It stings as I rinse it off. I did it. I actually fought off that piece of crap and saved my own life. I'm amazed at myself. Amazed at how much having the right man believe in me and instruct me to look after myself helped me find the strength. James wants me to protect myself. He sees me as worthy of protection, and he doesn't want me saying or doing otherwise. No matter what my father, Terry, and people like them keep saying, I am worth protecting. I'm really proud of you, sweetheart. You want some help cleaning your hair? James asks through the door. A tingle runs through me and I beam. Yes, please come join me. I hear the door open and he steps inside. There's the rustle of him shedding his clothes, then the shower door rolls aside and he steps in behind me. He grabs a sponge and the soap and lathers up. Get yourself nice and wet under that spray, sweetie. I'll take care of you. As the sponge glides over my skin and his free hand starts to do the same, I shiver happily and start to relax. Every awful, ugly, humiliating, uncomfortable thing I have gone through since going back to my apartment is slowly draining away, like the chill from being outside. We laugh over the bits of pie in my hair, and he laments that my delicious leftovers became weapons. Next time I have access to a kitchen, I promise him pie. He says he'll hold me to it. It feels like James is washing the last vestiges of Terry off of me, bathing me in his touch and scent as much as in soap and water. Everything, even the close call I didn't know was a close call until I saw that knife, fades firmly into the past. Terry's in jail, I've blocked his mom's phone number, and I'm going to New Orleans.
Chapter 8. Karen.
As soon as the plane levels and the fasten seatbelt sign turns off, James starts stripping. I blink at him in mildly fascinated confusion as he shucks his jacket, sweater, and turtleneck, leaving him in his clinging t-shirt. When he unbuckles his belt, I blink and say, babe, there are a couple of nuns across the aisle. Should I cover their eyes? Oh, don't get up on my account, honey, one of the nuns calls out, sending me into a blushing fit and making the sister next to her snort and poke her on the arm. James chuckles. Sorry to disappoint. You'll join the Mile High Club when I get a pilot's license. He shucks his trousers to reveal a pair of loose blue cotton pants. Still bundled up, I watch as he packs his shed clothes and tucks his bag back under the seat. Now I know why he brought it half empty. Is it really that hot in New Orleans? As we say locally, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's like New York right before a thunderstorm, warm and wet. But don't worry. He pulls a package from under the seat in front of him. I brought you a change of clothes too. Inside the box is a silk gauze outfit, deep ultramarine to go with his deep blue, a tank dress, and a filmy shawl to camouflage the bruise on my arm and all the hickeys he's left on me. Wow. I didn't expect gifts, especially this soon. Heck, Terry never got me a single thing. I could get used to this. I end up changing in the airport, already sweating even with the air conditioning. I slip into the women's room, shed my New York camouflage, and come out a California girl on vacation. Outside, winter has turned into summer. You look lovely, he purrs as I take his arm. I'm going to show you everything I love about this town. It starts pouring down, warm, steamy rain 2 minutes after we leave the airport. James lets out a laugh and turns on the windshield wipers. Guess the walking tour of the French Quarter will have to wait. I don't mind. This is dreamland after that entire chill. The habitual tension of New York City is leaving me, minute by minute, as I gaze out on the damp streets of the Big Easy. New Orleans in the rain. I roll my window down partway, and the steamy scent of the city blows in at me. Rain, river water, car exhaust, half a dozen cuisines, wet greenery and ozone. I hear a faint rumble of thunder far away. The wind is rising. I'm glad I came. Right now, I barely care if I go back. I just want to live and be happy for a while, with nothing crazy going on. You look happier just getting out of town, he notes. I look at him and smile, nodding. Thanks for this. After everything, I can't even tell you how grateful I am to get out of the city for a week. And I can't ask for better company. I have a couple of meetings with clients and my partners this week, including one late in the morning tomorrow. He says optimistically. Other than that, I'm all yours. All I request is that you not be shy about asking for things. We just finished a new business deal, and I'm feeling prosperous. Better watch it, you're tempting me to take advantage, I tease, and he laughs. I'm not worried about you asking for too much. I just want to make sure you don't ask for too little. I'm in the mood to spoil you. He winks, and as we cut through the thin afternoon traffic, I squeeze my thighs together along with taking a shivery breath. Nobody in my entire life has said that, and actually meant it. And even though it's probably stupidly premature, I feel myself fall for him slightly more. His loft turns out to be on the top floor of a converted hotel, on the edge of the Garden District. It's mostly one big room, ancient shiplap on the walls and the floor, and ceiling beams made of equally old and heavy timber. The whitewashed walls neatly contrast with the dark wood. The windows are heavily screened and draped in pale gauze. A complete home gym dominates half of the main room space, including a baffling array of poles, ladders, perches, and handholds covering the walls and hanging from the ceiling. It almost looks like an obstacle course, or like James flies around when he's home alone. The rest of the loft is about what I expected. A high-end, unusually neat bachelor pad, complete with a huge entertainment center and a couple of pinball machines in one corner. Other than that, the space, though beautiful, is rather plain. This is lovely, I comment, walking over to look at the sixth-floor view. From this high up, the wet street and its inhabitants blur into blobs of saturated color, like an impressionist painting. Do you have a lot of guests here? Just my partners, or the occasional friend or lover. Actually, you're the first lady I've had over in a long while. There's a thoughtful note in his voice as he takes my bag and takes it to the master bedroom door. Would you like the nickel tour? Sure. I ignore the minor discomfort when he mentions having other lovers over. Don't be ridiculous. I follow him around the main chamber and into the bedroom, which is one of only 3 rooms with actual doors on them. It's a big airy space, dimmer than the others, and dominated by a broad bed with a massive oak frame. To my surprise, the corner of the room has a wrought iron spiral staircase going up. What's up there? He smiles. That's the rooftop garden. It's mine as well. Actually, the whole building is mine. I rent to friends and the few businesses on the ground floor. Upstairs is kind of my sanctum. It's a bit hot to use the jacuzzi, but later, after the storm, it will be cool enough. For now, I'm going to grab my bong and make a couple of mint juleps. Have you had them before? He steals a kiss as he breezes past me, showing me the bathroom before walking through the broad kitchen archway. Mint juleps? No, never. Are you trying to get me wasted? I lift an eyebrow. He pauses and in the same cheery tone asserts, No, I'm trying to get me wasted. Care to join me? I stifle a giggle. Sure. God knows I need to relax as much as possible after Terry. And I trust James. If he takes advantage of me while I'm high as a kite, I'm sure it will be something I end up thoroughly enjoying. How long have you been in interior decoration? He asks as he dumps an enormous bud into his grinder and pops the cap back on. The juleps are already half empty. It's hard to savor a drink when the ice melts in a few minutes. I need some help with this place, also with some of the lower floors. They're quite bland. I look around thoughtfully. You have almost no art or plants, and your color scheme is blacks, dark browns, and whites. You could use some midtones and other colors besides brown. You think so? Thing is, I like keeping my walls clear. I guess I could have a mural. He looks around. What about stained glass and light catchers? The crystal ones? Those would color your walls with nothing in the way of your... I look around at all the stuff on the upper walls. Obstacle course? What is all of that? You've basically got it. I'm a parkourist and a caver. This is where I practice when I don't have time to do it outside. I stare at some of the more improbable perches and handholds, and then blink at him. Do you fly? He laughs merrily. No, I've just had a lot of practice and built up my strength and limberness. Which is also why he has such an amazing body. I'll gladly demonstrate if you'd like. Later, I say, amused by how eager he seems to impress me. But now, James later. He snorts and starts to load the bong. 20 minutes later, I've finished my drink, melted ice and all. My lungs burn from a lot of coughing, but a tingling sensation has eased through my body. I'm lying in the crook of his arm, on his enormous couch, talking about how to decorate his loft. You prefer all your plants upstairs and none indoors? I feel good. I haven't had this much good pot since smoking with one of my college professors. Yeah, they're all upstairs. I take advantage of the fact that it doesn't drop below freezing here. It changes how things grow. He cuddles me close as we smoke. Once the bong bowl is ashed and I'm so loose and peaceful I'm almost dozing off, he helps me up to show me the rooftop garden. In my drowsy state, the climb up the spiral staircase takes some effort, but then he opens the rooftop door, and I disregard my temporary discomfort. We emerge under a large, screened-in gazebo with rain tapping on it. The hulk of a 12-seat jacuzzi takes up half of the space underneath. I walk up to one of the screens and glance over a broad swath of green, dotted with flowers and fruits. It's like summer in late November. He loops his arm around my shoulders. Do you like it? I don't know what it is, the booze, the pot, everything that's happened, James himself. But the sight of all the greenery brings tears to my eyes. It's incredible. Hey, he says, instantly concerned. Hey, what is it? Oh, it's silly. I wipe my eyes impatiently and force a smile. In New York, I get so depressed over winter. This makes me not want to go back. There's so much more to it, but I don't feel like ruining the moment with a long wine session. I just know it now. New York has become too uncomfortable for me to stay. Now, thanks to Terry, almost as many awful things have happened to me there as in California. Don't think about going back then. I can give you enough work so you can stay here for at least a few months. Would breaking your lease be a problem? His voice is so kind, my eyes brim over again. I'm sure I could get someone to take over my lease in under a week of searching. I take a deep breath. I just guess we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. No. And you shouldn't worry about going home when you've barely gotten here. I am falling for him more and more as he holds me close, and I keep reminding myself I barely know him. We might not get along long term. Problems may crop up. But the future is undefined. At this moment, his warm caresses make the sadness go away and banish my overthinking. I wrap my arms around his neck and he lifts me, delicately twisting with every step as he carries me downstairs. When I open my eyes again, James is climbing back into bed with me. He snuggles against me from behind, wrapping an arm around me. Filled with serenity and protection, I quickly drift off.
Chapter 9. James.
Later that night, a strong thunderstorm rolls in. The sound of hail shattering against the reinforced windows awakens my appetite. I open my eyes onto my darkened bedroom and turn briefly to look. Karen's here, curled up next to me, head on the pillow beside mine like she belongs here. Maybe she does, I think, and the rush of warmth troubles me again. But I'm getting less worried, I realize, slipping out of bed to take a shower. I'm starting to like the idea. Except for one tiny nagging thing. How do you earn this much running a security company? I have to tell her the truth, I think, as I soap off our sweat and her perfume. The faint nail marks she left on my biceps sting a bit, making me smile in spite of the serious subject. I should spoil her first, get her used to the money, before I disclose where it comes from. Either way, I scarcely know her, and I'm already tempted to take the risk. By the time I get out of the shower, I'm starving. I need a steak. My training diet isn't nutritious enough to maintain all this messing around. And there's no way I'm quitting anytime soon. I dress in a clean pair of shorts and a black t-shirt and saunter into the main room, making a beeline for the kitchen. I'm walking past the couch when Andrew's voice speaks up from it. So who's the girl? His voice is neutral but curious. The fact that he's here in my home without being invited tells me two things. He already suspected I'd shacked up with someone, and either he doesn't like it or something's so urgent it demands a face-to-face. Also that I should beef up my security again, using even less hackable electronics. Geez, Andrew, what are you doing here? I complain as my shock dies down. Instead of addressing him directly, I walk past him to the kitchen, pull out a couple of marinated steaks and a can of beer, and start fixing myself and Karen a proper meal. You've been lying to me, he replies in the same cold tone. You had other reasons for staying in New York, and now you've got a girl with a suitcase in your loft, and we have a meeting tomorrow morning. It's not like you. He appears at the end of the counter, squinting, as I turn on the lights over it. He's a compact, lean man with a narrow fox face, sunken pale blue eyes, and orange hair he crops close. Is that woman why you stayed in New York for 3 days when you can't stand it there? I start searing the steaks, doing the edges first so the fat melts into the pan. Okay, first off, you're way over the boundary here. And not just because I find you camped out on my couch while I'm entertaining a lover. How long have you been here? Half an hour. Well, at least he wasn't listening in. You go through my computer. I snap, looking over at my desk. He glances that way and shrugs one skinny shoulder. Of course. Jerk. I leave the steaks to sear on one side as I crack my beer open. I'm too annoyed to offer him one. I didn't lie to you. There was a debacle with my family, and I needed the weekend. She's involved. How big of a debacle? His eyes narrow. Something to worry about? No. It's strictly a New York my family kinda chaos. My cousin got himself arrested because he went full Norman Bates on the lady. I was the only one willing to deal with the situation. So I did. His eyebrow rises. Seduction is how you deal with Terry's girlfriend. I snort. That happened separately, more or less. But yeah, she's here for a week. She wanted to get out of New York to unwind after dealing with it. And now you have a house guest that you're messing with and hiding it from us. His scowl almost looks like a pout. Nobody's hiding anything. We got into town 4 hours ago. I was going to tell you at the meeting. He grunts acknowledgement, uncertain if he believes me or not. Anyway, tell me how who I screw is any of your business. I flip the steaks and take another big swallow of my beer. It becomes my business if your pillow talk lets anything slip, he snaps back. The muscles in his lean jaw work. I eye him for a moment. Drew. The girl knows nothing, no situation with her involves you, and it's not like it'll get in the way of business if I have an active life. He scowls and glances away. Yeah, it is. Women want attention. They want to know why you come in at 3 in the morning. And they don't just notice every damn thing, they gossip. You sound like a manosphere blogger. Knock it off. I can understand why Andrew doesn't trust women. His wife tried to roll over on him as fallout from their divorce. But that doesn't give him the right to stick his big damn nose in my stuff. Fine. He pulls out a cigarette and puts it between his lips. Go out on the balcony to smoke, it stinks, I grumble, finally handing him a beer. It's raining out. But he doesn't light it. He takes the beer and glances at the bedroom door. I know you don't plan to give us problems. It's not quite a question. I sigh hard and preheat the oven. If I was planning to betray you, the money wouldn't have been in your hands before I left New York. I would have grabbed the whole 10 million and taken off. Sometimes I get so tired of Andrew's paranoia and total lack of any manners that I want to punch him. It may keep us safe sometimes, but it is incredibly hard to live with. It's one of the reasons the three of us never got a big place together. I would never have been able to have friends or a lover over. He grunts and tucks the cig behind his ear, taking a drink. You have a point. We've been working together for 10 years, Drew. When are you going to trust me? I'm already getting a headache. Lightning flashes, and I see his bitter smirk outlined in the hard light for a moment before he goes back to scowling. I don't even trust myself, James. That's how I stay out of jail. The girl's not a problem, I say decisively. Give me her name then. I'll do a background check. I burst into low, incredulous laughter. Really? He stares at me implacably. Fine, I mutter. But next time, give me a phone call when you have questions for me. Don't break into my place. He snorts and drains his beer, his Adam's apple working in his narrow throat. Just helping you find the holes in your security. He crushes the empty can and sets it on the counter. See you at 10. Walk out the door like a normal person, I tell him, but he's already out on the balcony, where I can see a grappling hook on the iron railing. We're not normal people, James. Don't forget that. And with that, he's gone. I sigh and shut the door. Of all the hackers I could have ended up partners with, I had to get the one with a Batman complex and no sense of boundaries. On the other hand, I'm confident he won't find anything troubling on Karen, no matter how deep he digs. So fine. He'll make inquiries, reassure himself, and it'll be over. I pop the steaks in the oven on high heat, and stroll to the fridge again for the makings of a salad. He'll shut the hell up like he does every time his paranoia is off beam. Lightning flashes, and the thunder rumbles almost on top of it. Outside, the wind moans in the eaves of the old building. Crazy old man climbing cables up the wall in this downpour. Dale has an innocent streak and sometimes needs things explained to him in small words, but he's dead stable. Andrew, he's brilliant, but I take turns being annoyed with him and worried about him. And he needs to stay out of my house when he's not invited. I check my watch. It's not even late, 10 o'clock. I consider my phone for a few moments. Aunt Caroline has called 6 damn times since yesterday. I know she'll beg for bail money. I frown. Part of me wants to call her and explain why I'm not going to help this time. Part of me wants to see her grasp the truth about her son, that he's gone from being a whiny disappointment in life to a genuinely dangerous failure at life. It's great Karen beat the shit out of him. It's somehow more satisfying than doing it myself. I finish chopping the tomatoes, cucumber, and avocado into the lettuce, and squeeze lemon juice and olive oil over it. Then I sprinkle on some herbs and garlic and have a taste. Perfect. I check the steaks and slice up some sourdough to go with our feast. I'm sure Karen will wake up hungry, and I want to astonish her. She's not the only one who cooks. Setting the table, I think about Andrew's warning, and how tempted I am to tell Karen everything. I don't want to lie or hide things from her. That will end up being a deal breaker if it comes up later. And it will. If a relationship lasts long enough, these things always come up. I haven't really done love, but the same damn thing happens with good friendships. I know better than to consider long-term deceit with a lover. Especially Karen, who has been betrayed and disappointed by every man in her life. I don't want to be another link in that incredibly messed up chain. I'd rather be the one who breaks the cycle for good. But unless she knows what I am and what I do, there is nothing permanent between us. If I reveal myself as a professional thief and she can't accept it, the exact kind of problem Drew warned me about will occur. And I would do what he fears, expose us to someone who goes to the police for help. Damn. What do I do? I look back at the simple meal and smile slowly. I reach into the middle of the kitchen floor and open a trapdoor, which reveals a spiral staircase leading to the wine cellar. I've been collecting bottles since I made my first million a decade ago. She always goes for the red wine at dinner. I descend in search of a bottle twice my age. The plan I came up with runs through my head as I retrieve a 1958 Barolo and uncork it to breathe. The scent of wine mixes with the scent of herbs and roasting meat, and I grab a slice of bread and cheese to tame my growling stomach. Once the meat is resting and the candles are lit, I walk back into the bedroom to wake my lover. Spoil her, I think. Spoil her until the idea of being with a crook doesn't sound so bad. Then tell her.
Chapter 10. Karen.
So, how was New Orleans? Samantha's voice on my phone fills with mischievous excitement. I laugh awkwardly. Well, I'm actually still there, I'm here. It's been 10 days since the plane touched down in New Orleans, and the thought of taking off for New York City and my tiny apartment has barely entered my thoughts. James has been busy dazzling me, and I've been active, getting attached. I've seen every museum and historical site, drunk generations-old wine, and toured the bayou in a fan boat. I've tasted absinthe and gone on haunted house tours. I'm dressed in silk, I have diamond studs in my ears. If James isn't trying to keep me, he's doing a damn good job of faking it. What? What about your court case against Terry? What about your apartment? She sounds almost horrified, as if I've lost my mind. I ignore the heat creeping across my cheeks. I sublet it to a friend, Sam, it's fine. I couldn't stay in town anyway after Terry made bail. But you're going back to testify, right? That piece of shit needs to be in a cage. She's been on a vendetta since learning I was being attacked by Terry while she was flying cross-country. Yes, I absolutely am, but with the backlog he probably won't get a hearing for 4 months. 4 months? And meanwhile he gets to walk around free. What the hell? Her voice cracks a little with outrage, she's been fighting a cold. Yeah, now you see my problem. Or part of it. The case may be moved up if he keeps violating, though. Which he does constantly. Phone calls and emails from multiple numbers and accounts to get past my blocks. A drift of threatening letters forwarded from my sublet, Carl, and sent on to the NYPD. Carl's a professional bouncer and ex-Marine. The first time Terry showed up on the doorstep with another knife, Carl exploded out of the door, took the knife away, pitched him over the railing, and called the police. The second time, he just leaned out with a camera and took pictures while Terry ran. Those were sent to the cops as well. Apart from taking him back to jail for a while, they're of little use. It's frustrating, but since I'm out of town, it's not really my problem. Okay, I can understand why you don't want to go back right now. At least tell me you have some positive reasons for staying in New Orleans. She sounds worried. I scramble to reassure her. Of course there are. And not only James, although he's still as amazing. I have a couple of projects I'll be doing over the next few months. Not more small stuff like daycares, right? Her skepticism sets my teeth on edge, but I shake it off. James's loft and an art gallery owned by a friend of his. Big bucks and big references. Exactly what I need to get my business to the next level, and grow some local roots. I've fallen in love with New Orleans, just as I'm falling for James. The sights, the people, the food, the lack of snow. They have some impressive storms rolling through in this season, but all I get in them is wet. Mosquitoes are many and vicious, especially by the water, but they're not much worse than the ones in New York during the summer. That actually sounds like you're doing well down there. What will you do when you have to testify? Come back for a few months, wrap it up. Then, if things continue to go well over here, my lease ends in April. Once Terry is convicted, there's nothing tying me there. And good riddance. And James? How's he treating you? Her tone goes cautious. She's heard me gush about him twice so far, but after everything that's happened, she's protective. He's spoiling the heck out of me, Sam. I have never experienced anything like it. I lie back on James's couch, stretching out luxuriantly. Some of it, I can't even tell her about. Like how we've been experimenting with silk scarves and blindfolds now that my wrist has healed. Don't depend on a guy you don't know very well. There is warning in her tone, and I understand it. After Terry, I'm cautious as well. Don't worry, I have enough to put myself in a hotel or even on a plane if James unexpectedly gets weird on me. Which might still happen. It's been nearly 2 solid weeks of fabulousness, but we're in that honeymoon period at the start of a relationship. Something may still go wide of the mark. However, it's curious how he get all this wealth from a small security company. Why his hours are so odd. And why he deals with everything in cash. The mystery only grows as the weeks continue. He's never short on money, never worried about bills, never talks about deadlines. His family's poor, so he isn't sitting on an inheritance. Where does it come from? Why doesn't he talk about his work? And why have I met friends of his from all over the city, but not his partners? It all comes to a head New Year's Day, when I wake up sick to my stomach. I don't know what the hell is going on, I ramble as James helps me up from kneeling in front of the toilet. Breakfast was apparently a mistake. I ate eggs and toast without so much as a gurgle from my stomach, but one bite of the sausage patty made me run for the bathroom. It's definitely not a hangover. You only had a goblet of champagne. He hands me a glass of water. I rinse my mouth, spit and flush, turning to brush my teeth. Maybe a doctor should examine you. Yeah, this is kind of troubling. It's only been 1 day, but if it's something contagious, I want to know. I end up going to James's doc, an old German lady who practices in her converted domicile. She has tough gray eyes, iron-colored curls, and is blunt but kind. Regrettably, one of her first questions alarms me. How long has it been since your last period? Oh shit. Maybe 2 months. Although it's intermittent when I'm stressed and my ex kinda tried to kill me. Well, that could cause sufficient stress to delay ovulation, however. I'm going to run a few tests. Her knowing look worries me even more. Half an hour later, she knows what's wrong, and so do I. In her words, my body's working as it's supposed to, and my symptoms are what to expect early in a pregnancy. I'm astonished as, walking out to the small waiting room, James stands up and rushes to my side. Hey, you okay? You're white as a sheet. I look at him and moisten my lips, then swallow and take a deep breath. The words won't come out. It's not life-threatening. But without a doubt life-changing, and I'm not sure what to do. Except to deal with it, and that means James needs to face it as well. I'll tell you when we get home. He nods, looking dubious and concerned. Same looks the entire awkward, silent drive home. When we get to the loft, he sits me down on the couch and makes ginger tea. Okay, he settles in next to me. Spill. You have me worried. I'm between 8 and 10 weeks pregnant, I announce quietly, bracing myself for turmoil. Shock, denial, maybe even ejection. Nothing James has ever done makes me think this way. I'm just used to men disappointing me. His jaw drops and his eyes widen. My heart is beating too fast, and nausea creeps up my throat. Oh God, please, I don't know what to do. Please don't add this on top of everything. I want to have a kid. I've always figured I would have a few. I'm not baby crazy like some, but it was definitely always part of the plan. What about James? This is where our twisted romance ends. Holy shit, one of the rubbers must have failed. What do you want to do? I'm trying to figure that out, I say breathlessly. I'm frightened. Are you mad at me? He stares in amazement for a moment, then gathers me onto his lap and holds me tight. No, sweetheart. You're used to taking the blame for every damn thing, and this isn't your blunder. We have to work things out. My relief is so enormous, I burst into tears. Oh God, I thought you'd send me away, I sob as he hugs me. No. Nothing like that. Look, this is complicated. You don't know a lot of stuff about me, and a child means commitment. I've got some reflecting to do. That doesn't mean I'll toss you out of my life. Through my tears, I smile at him, grasping the thread of hope he's throwing me with both hands. I hesitate. James, you know I'm crazy about you. Would you ever actually want to settle down with me and have a kid? It's a direct query, and I desperately need an honest answer. Want to? He sighs into my hair. Baby, of course I want to keep you in my life. The only dilemma with this pregnancy is timing. Indeed, the timing is awful. We've just started out. Also, I'm not positive at this point in my life that I'm great mommy material. In fact, the first thing I felt when I learned of my pregnancy was a particular dread. I'll screw this up. I will be a horrific mother, because my parents were terrible. And even if I'm crazy about him, do I want to be tied to someone I know so little? My bad luck with men could boomerang. Except this time, I'll be stuck. I could visit a clinic, but there is no medical necessity. And it's James's baby. I want to keep everything of his. I'm anxious. But you make me feel better. You always do, babe. I nestle against him, trying to calm down. He kisses the top of my head. I'm stunned, but look, we'll work it out, I guarantee. I wish to believe him, but am too busy musing about his full confession. The secrets he's been keeping from me, they may be deal breakers. I love you, James, but who are you really, and what kind of husband or father would you be?
Chapter 11. James.
Karen is pregnant with my child. The moment I hear it, the fact rips me in half, and each half is instantly at the other's throat. Part of me is shocked, elated, hopeful this means my Karen will stay with me for good. The other half is thinking how to tell her what my business is. Andrew will shit brickworks if he finds out, so he better not. How can you hide things from a meddlesome, paranoid, genius hacker? I have to find a way. Because the more I think about this, the more I want it. I want her, I want the baby, our life together, and the whole 9 yards. But can she handle being part of my world? For that matter, can Andrew handle her being part of it? I better come up with something brilliant. I can't lose her. She takes a nap in the afternoon, and I go to visit the converted warehouse functioning as our headquarters and staging area. Now that things have cooled off a bit, it's time to plan another job. The entire drive down, I'm thinking of Karen, upset about how she might react when she learns my story. Baby. She's having our baby. I'm going to be a dad. But if she can't handle the truth, everything will go away, including her. When I walk in, Andrew is already there. He looks up from the bank of computers tucked into the near corner and nods as I walk past him to grab a beer from the fridge. Dale's running late. Stuck in traffic. His smirk discloses how likely he thinks that narrative is. He's ex-NASCAR, I grumble as I slump down at the big craft table that doubles as our meeting table. Hangover. He snorts. That's my guess. So, you haven't sent that girl home yet. The shift in topic catches me off guard. Her name's Karen Drew. And no, she's decorating my loft. Excuses. His eyes narrow slightly. Getting emotionally involved is dangerous, James. I eye him. Considering his feelings about women, if it were his choice, he'd probably push for an abortion and dump Karen. Not everyone lives like a monk, Andrew. So hire a skank. They know how to be discreet. He avoids looking at me as he says it. I clench my fist against my thigh under the table and take a swallow of the beer instead of replying. Right now I want to kick his butt so badly, I can taste it. How dare he suggest I can swap Karen with a skank? Deep breaths, dude, I remind myself. In my calmest voice I say, Drew, I'll say this once and I don't want to hear more about it. Paranoia is helpful in many things. But if you don't stop writing me about Karen. Damn. You're in love with her, he snaps accusingly, lips twisted with disgust. You fell for a girl from the vanilla world. Are you nuts? That's a riot coming from you, Drew. Are you jealous? For a moment, he actually looks surprised. No. Cautious. He looks away. We can't afford to bring a Yoko into this state of affairs. First he decides she's as replaceable as a hooker, and now she's Yoko Ono and we're the Beatles. My temples start to throb, I force myself to stop gnashing my teeth and it lessens. She's not a Yoko. She's a fine woman, and not the type to mess up our partnership. I'm handling it. Your reaction is more concerning to me. He snorts dismissively. You're not being rational. I am going to punch him. I'm not the irrational one here. You haven't met her, and you're already presuming she'll turn us in. I have my reasons. And you're not bothered enough about this. He gets up and walks over, crouching on the chair across the table from me. You really think you can hide our industry from this girl? We can't afford a commitment, you know that. His eyes pierce mine, and I feel my nails grind into my palm. No, you're clearly suspicious and don't trust women, and I'm sick of being around when you're like this. I scowl at him. Once again, I'm balancing both parts of my life very well. And still, my private life is none of your damn business. Keep your nose out of it. My work and private life cannot separate if my partner won't leave my love life alone, I say in my firmest voice. I will handle Karen. The corners of his near lipless mouth pull down further. Not good enough. I slam my fist on the table and he jumps slightly. Nothing ever is good enough for you, Drew. You keep this up, you'll be looking for a new entryman. His eyes widen. You wouldn't. I've got 10 times the cash I'll ever need my whole life already. You know what the safest, most guaranteed way to avoid jail is? Not stealing anymore. In other words, an early retirement, I smirk. Bet you've never considered that as an option, have you? Dale enters, shuffling out of the rain, trailing a cloud of pot smoke. Hey James, hey Drew. What are you guys fighting about? He's a tall, lean Creole guy with skin, hair, and eyes the same rough shade of golden brown, and the youngest of us. He's still shacked up with that girl I told you about, Andrew snaps. The one who ratted her father and boyfriend to the cops? Dale gives me a startled look as he grabs a cola from the fridge. I blink, some of my annoyance ebbing. Wait, what? I finished my research on your Karen, Andrew growls matter-of-factly. She turned her dad into the cops at age 12 and again when she was 18. She also went directly to the police the instant her boyfriend turned violent. For a moment, it worries me. When there's a problem, people who call the police as their first option are hazardous to our health and our freedom. Andrew's dead right. But he doesn't know the complete account. So while you decided these details make her a ticking time bomb, did you notice what those men did that made her call the cops? Seriously, my fist, your face. Anytime, buddy. Wait, what did they do? Dale asks, his eyebrows rising as he comes to sit a few chairs away from me. Kid's gullible, but he's got heart and valor by the ton. Andrew explodes. It doesn't matter what they did. The point is, she uses the police when there's trouble. I stand up. It does matter. Her dad beat the stuffing out of her on a regular basis, and then stalked her dormitory. Terry, you know my cousin the douchebag? He went after her with a damned knife. I look at Andrew, whose mouth is working as he glares at me. Why wasn't that part of your research? Why don't you look at how far she's been pushed before she has to go to the cops? She's dangerous, James. Andrew's face turns as red as his hair. You're dangerous, Drew. You're using security as an excuse to control our lives and isolate us. Remember when you talked Dale into dumping his girlfriend because she was getting too close to the truth? He subsides, blinking and glancing at Dale, whose face has fallen. What about it? You made him miserable because you didn't like him connecting with women. Now you're trying the same shit on me. You want all of us to be paranoid recluses whose only contact with women is hookers, just like you. I don't have to take this shit from you, he shouts and tries to shadow me. I stare down at him coldly, and he hesitates. You're the one spewing shit. Drew, I'm extremely sober. I fold my arms. You can either leave me and Karen alone, or I'll break your face and walk away with my share. He glares at me, his eyes blank, so deep in his unreasonable hostility that he can't even see he's the one messing things up. Suddenly, I'm so sick of it that I'll put in the hospital if I don't walk away. So I do. I turn around, leaving the beer behind, and walk out to the rain. My fists are still clenched at my sides, and when I hear someone running up behind me, I turn at once, ready to fight. Whoa! Dale holds his hands up, and I lower my fist. Dude, are you really leaving? Like for good? I step under the awning and run a hand back through my wet hair. Dale? I know you like it better when we get along, but I won't stand and listen to Andrew lose his shit because I have a girlfriend. He should know by now that I'm not going to risk everything we've built just because there's a woman in my life. He expects us to live with his damn issues, but this time I can't. It wasn't right for him to make you break up with Sherry, and it's not right for him to rant like this about Karen. Dale leans against the wall and stares at the rain, thoughtfully pressing his lips together. What if Karen calls the cops, though? You can't trust her not to because she loves you. I am not concerned about her rolling over on us because it would mean rolling over on me. And even if she knows generally that I'm a burglar, what specifics would she know to leak to the cops? It's not like I'll give her names, dates, and heists, even if I tell her anything. My head hurts so badly, my eyes are watering. There's a limit, Dale. If Andrew wants to be miserable, be isolated, trust nobody, and hate women, those are his choices. But he has no business trying to push that shit on us. Shit, he mutters, running his hand over his scalp. This is real damn thorny. No man, Andrew's just making it convoluted. It's actually simple. Having girlfriends won't mess up our partnership. Drew's suspicion, however, will do that by itself if he doesn't rein it in. He blinks slowly, his confusion plain. You think so? He's trying to protect us. No, man. He's trying to look after himself while taking advantage of our skills. If he gave a shit about protecting us, he wouldn't be pushing us to take new jobs. I don't know if any of this is getting through to Dale. But the girl, Karen, that's her name, right? He shifts from foot to foot. Dale's the opposite of a jerk, but it's clear what Andrew said is getting to him. Yeah. I watch him carefully. Andrew has talked to him about Karen, and he's naive as a puppy. If she turned her own father in, why not us? I look at him sharply. The only one of us who acts like he wants to hurt her is Andrew. If he goes off the rails and attacks her, all bets are off. Otherwise, no. Shit. How do we calm Andrew down? He pulls a cigarette from behind his ear and lights it, drawing on it nervously. I don't know, a dart gun full of lithium. That's not fair. Andrew is sick, he's also being a raging jerk and letting his illness call the shots. Most of the time he's okay. But anytime something goes wrong, a factor he can't predict or control, like another person, he gets like this. I accept the cigarette and take a hit, if only to calm down before going back to Karen. I hold the smoke as long as I can, then blow it out to the rain. There has to be a perimeter, or it's time for us to go our separate ways. I don't want that, he says quietly. I'll try and talk to the man, don't let him mess with your head. I sigh, shoving my hands into my pockets. Just because he doesn't want a normal life outside the business, doesn't mean we can't. That's some crap he determined. He nods, but the vague look in his eyes concerns me. You don't think I should have stopped dating Sherry? I think I messed up by not standing up for you more, Dale, and I'm sorry. I didn't get it then. Now I do. I walk to my car. I know Andrew can't trust me to fix anything with Karen. I hope you trust me more. Yeah, he mumbles. I just worry. Anyway, come back later after you guys have cooled off. We still need to plan the next job. What next job? I think bitterly. Yeah, I will. There's something I need to take care of first. I am coming clean with Karen about everything, and I'll live with the consequences. She's never seen my partners, she doesn't know who they are. I can't expect her to trust me and bear my child, not to mention prove Andrew wrong, if she doesn't know the truth.
Chapter 12. Karen.
James is tense about something the moment he walks in the door. I get up from the couch to help him out of his jacket, ignoring my uncomfortable stomach. Hey, your hair's all wet. Didn't you have an umbrella? He kisses me gently but distractedly. I wanted to feel the rain. That means you're down about something. I pat my hands up and down his damp shirt and look at him worriedly. What's going on? He smiles thinly and hugs me, kissing the top of my head. Every tense gesture makes it seem forced. I have to come clean about some stuff. It won't be an easy conversation, and I'm sorry. I feel my heart pounding out of control, so much that I feel dizzy. He sees my face and grabs my shoulders with his hands. Wait, sweetheart, don't get upset. It's not about you or the relationship. We walk to the couch and take a seat, his arms still around me. I should have told you this sooner. Before we got so involved. I wanted to show you. I have never seen James seem so hesitant. What is it? I figured it would be easier to hear what I'm going to tell you once we knew each other, and you realized I'm not a bad person, and I treat you well. Something about the uncertainty in his chocolate-colored eyes makes him look younger, even vulnerable. It's endearing, but I'm still tense. But now I'm pregnant and everything's rushed. I try to understand. The way he's struggling, whatever secret he's keeping from me, it's pretty damn big. It's alarming to me, despite his reassurances. He lets out a sigh. Oh well, look. What if I told you that the security company thing is just a side job and not how I make all this money? I swallow hard. Shit. I've had my suspicions about his erratic work schedule and enormous amount of free time. It would explain some things, I say carefully. Well, I watch his eyes track around the inside of the loft, the half-dome rainforest mural on one wall, the dim splashes of color from the strips of stained glass that surround each window. I'm a cat burglar, he says at last. I sit blinking at him. For a few moments, I think he's kidding. Then my brain starts connecting the dots. He's a parkourist security specialist who works a few hours a week but has piles of money and comes from a poor background. A man who won't introduce his business partners because he doesn't want to expose me to crooks. The more he values someone, the more he falters telling the truth about himself. The love of my life and the father of my child is a thief. Apparently, a very successful one. I force out, aware he's watching me nervously. How often does this happen? A few times a year. He seems relieved I'm asking for minutiae instead of freaking out. It's better not to give you too many particulars. No, of course not. He swallows. Okay. So, you haven't run away screaming. That's good, right? Just give me a minute. I rub my temple to soothe a stabbing pain and then look at him. Do you plan to keep doing it? My emotions conflict, love, fret, distrust, anger that he didn't tell me sooner, irritation at myself for getting attached and pregnant before I knew. I don't know, he admits after a few moments. I've given serious thought to quitting while I'm ahead. Especially now. Getting caught would affect you and the baby too. I chew my lip, my hands protectively holding my belly. I love you, I say quietly, and feel him stiffen. But, he queries after a pause. I know you wouldn't hurt me. But, you need connections with other criminals. Are they harmless to be around me? Around our baby? I grip his arm, my tone pleading. Please just reassure me, because this is too fantastical. I won't expose you to that or them. For some reason, his expression turns grim, almost angry. I don't want to drag you into that. That's how I make my money, and you deserve to know. So there it is. He shyly glances away. Can I handle this? I reach out and lay my hand on his chest, feeling his heart beat fast under my palm. James, I start, but I'm cut short by another voice, one so raspy, strange, and full of rage it sends a chill through my body. You told her. We both turn our heads and James jumps, fists balled at his sides. A strange man walks out of the shadowed, open door of the bedroom, dripping on the hardwood floor. I catch a glimpse of a dark jacket, wet sprigs of red hair, and rigid gray eyes, then the gun in his hand gets all of my attention. I freeze. Damn it, Drew, you crazy jerk. You broke into my house and spied on me again. James takes a big step toward the guy, and he shifts the pistol's aim to the middle of James's chest. Watch it, you damn Judas. Give me a reason not to shoot you right now. His eyes have a lack of control I like even less than the gun. James, I cry, my tone dripping terror. You said I won't deal with this shit. Shut up, skank, the man snarls, aiming the gun at me. If you hadn't wormed your way into my partner's life, we wouldn't have this problem. I should just shoot you and be done with it. You spill one drop of her blood and I will strangle you with your own intestines. James takes another step forward and the skinny man points the gun back at him. I told you not to trust the skank, didn't I? He starts, as I look quickly around. If I go through the kitchen, I can put a wall between this creep and me, and make it most of the way to the door. Don't you call her that. James roars. I bolt. I'm unarmed and sick, I have a baby in my belly, and James's partner has turned out to be an obsessed creep with a gun. Suddenly his life of crime has gone from dubious to a total deal-breaker. I have to protect myself. I hear a grunt and an impact, and then the clatter of something heavy and metallic. My gun, the guy yells, outraged. Run, Karen, comes James's desperate cry. I dive through the kitchenette while the two of them struggle, run for the door and yank it open. There's another man with a gun on the other side, a young, light-skinned man with an almost apologetic look. He points the gun at me. I'm sorry, he starts. James said to do anything to protect myself, no matter how guilty I feel about it. I duck aside and slam my body into his arms, knocking the gun against the wall and making him drop it. F you, you monster. I yell, and as hard as I can, bring my knee up into his privates. He goes ashen and falls over, coughing and clutching himself. I bolt down the hall, tears of panic blurring my vision. I keep running, headed for the stairs, knowing I'll get a bullet if I wait for the elevator. Adrenaline burns my veins. I can't do this. His partners are appalling. They pulled guns on me. I clatter down the stairs, hearing muffled shouts behind me. I don't know if James is winning or if they are. I don't know if they'll run after me. I don't even know if I ever see James again. I'm sobbing uncontrollably as I reach the ground floor. I run through the lobby, ignoring the receptionist calling after me, and blindly race to the streets of New Orleans. All I have is my purse. I'm drenched in seconds. Still weeping, petrified, I keep running, not certain where I'm going.
Chapter 13. James.
You let her get away. Now she'll go to the police, Andrew is yelling, spraying spittle, as he scrambles after his gun. I kick it out of his reach, and with all my strength, kick him in the teeth. His head snaps back, a startled look in his eyes, as strings of blood and shattered teeth fly from his lips. He slams against the wall, bounces off, and lands on his face, hitting his head with a satisfying thud. Then he stops moving. What the heck, James? Dale is balled up in the doorway, holding his groin, his face wet with sweat as he pants for air. His pistol is on the ground several feet past him. Did you kill him? Not yet. I pick up Andrew's gun, check it, walk over, and point it at Dale's head. He cringes. Tell me why you decided to help him bump off my girlfriend. It wasn't supposed to happen like that, he protests. He wanted to make sure she didn't go to the cops. I stare at him for 3 fast heartbeats and then punch him in the face. You dumb SOB. I bellow as he winces and grabs his wounded nose. He came to shoot her, and maybe me. He had you guarding the door so we couldn't get away. No, wait. He wouldn't do that. Dale trails off, then his eyes widen. Yeah, he would. And he talked you into helping. You bought it because you're a dumb stoner kid who gets talked into bad shit. I grab him by the collar and pull him upright. Wait, James, please cool off, he begs, watching the gun in my hand with terror. She's carrying my baby, you dumb SOB. I was going to ask her to marry me. I can't remember being this angry in my entire life. You two have messed everything up. She may never trust me again. I'm gripping his collar tighter and tighter. He swallows against my knuckles and gags. James, please. I really didn't know. Please what? Please don't kill you for scaring her away. Please don't kill you for assisting that mistrustful jerk instead of helping me. Explain what you're begging my mercy over, you gullible little shit. I give him a shake. Please. I'm sorry, give me a chance to make it up to you. He stares at me, scared stiff. The muzzle of the gun in my hand wavers slightly, then drops. How can you possibly make this right? He looks past me, fear on his face. Then his eyes focus on something behind me. I can help you catch up to your girl before Andrew does, he pipes up. What? I turn, and the spot where Andrew was on the floor is empty save for a swirl of blood and spittle on the floor. There's only one car and I have the keys, he struggles to reassure me. If you let me try, I can search the whole area a lot faster than him or you walking. I gaze at him, sweaty, pleading-eyed, and still anxious. I nod and lower the gun. Let's get moving. It's pouring rain outside. I shove into the passenger seat of Dale's modified caddy and grab my phone, calling Karen. She has the phone in her purse. Come on, I say as the phone rings and rings. Come on. Do you think she'll go to the cops? He asks nervously as he puts the car in gear. I glare at him. I'm more nervous of what Andrew will do if he catches up to her first. Good point. He shudders as we pull away from the curb. As he rounds our block and starts spiraling outward to encompass a larger search area, I try Karen again. Please, baby, sweetheart, love, pick up. Nothing. Is she really pregnant? Or were you trying to get my sympathy? His voice is a mix of curious and nervous. Yes, she is pregnant. Keep your eyes on the road and don't distract us. I want to punch him again, but need to focus on finding Karen and intercepting Andrew before he gets to her. Crowds are thin in the rain. I frantically search, looking for curly blonde hair and a blue dress without a jacket. My gut churns like a washing machine as I think of her running through these streets in fear, not knowing where to go, not knowing who is after her. Dale can't keep his damn mouth shut. Seriously, do you think she'll go to the police? No, I don't. But if she did, we would deserve it. Andrew for wanting her dead for no damned reason, you for going along with it, and me for not defending her. My knuckles whiten as I grip the steering wheel. He's quiet as he drives, both of us looking around. Finally, he says softly, So, you think she would have been okay with the business if Drew hadn't threatened her? That is exactly what I am saying. He blew everything. Even if he doesn't take her life, I may never see her again. A blonde in the crowd catches my eye, but no, too tall and long-haired. Damn it. Holy shit. Holy shit, James, I'm sorry. He finally gets it. You better be. We keep searching. Every minute or so, I try her phone, praying it isn't out of power, and she eventually notices the calls. Baby, please just pick up. As we drive and scan the alleyways and sidewalk crowds, I wrestle with regrets. I've had week after week of romancing Karen, but I could never bring myself to tell her the whole story. If I had, we could have talked it over and gotten her settled with the idea well before Andrew learned of her presence. If I had, she could have decided about me without the drama of having a baby. If I had. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, I mock myself, my temples throbbing. No point in that now. I made the wrong choice, and now my lady and my child may have to pay for it. I don't get why Drew goes nuts about us dating. Dale is chattering again. I wonder how much pot is in his system. He didn't talk about security risks when you went to visit your family. No, of course not. He doesn't flip out over your stoner buddies either, and I'm sure some shit slips while you're high. I give him an icy look at the next corner and he swallows. Yeah, thought so. But somehow we're not in jail. And he's not writing you about it either. Why? Because he hates either of us being happy with a woman. He's too messed up about women to manage it. My eyes ache from scanning the streets. Drew's pistol is holstered at my side, and if it comes down to it, I'll stop him with a bullet. In fact, I'm tempted to just do it on principle. Okay, now I'm mad at the dude, Dale grumbles, and I roll my eyes. Now you're mad? He had you pulling a gun on a pregnant woman, and nearly aiding in her murder. He also made you break up with your girlfriend, on even thinner excuses. He's sick, Dale growls. Yeah, he's mentally ill, but it's not an excuse for much. He abides by his sickness instead of fighting it. He's taking that shit out on the only friends he has, and that's only part of his stimulus. I try the phone again, scanning the street with my eyes as I let it ring. So what's the rest? His tone is ridiculously innocent. I want to smack him. Kid, how did you get into this business? He hates women. He's convinced himself that every woman in the world is like his ex. I think of my cousin Terry, who is a miniature bungling spineless version of Drew. Terry, who apparently is out on bail, and whom I owe a beating as well. Why do so many men go bonkers about women? Why do they want the rest of us to join, or do they just figure we'll support them? I swear to God, I growl. Even if we get out of this with no one dying or going to jail, I'm done. I can't trust either of you to have my back after the shit you pulled. His face falls. Aw man, James, I really am sorry. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I told you it would happen like this. I told you a few hours ago. You listened to Andrew instead, and an innocent pregnant woman may die as a result. F you, Dale. I stare rigidly out the window. Baby, where are you? What about the money? He whines. You can't just walk away. We have enough damn money. Also, some things are more significant than others. Now that Karen is in danger, my priorities are crystal clear. We've picked up $20 million apiece last year alone, and I would give every dime away to have her back safely. He's quiet for a long while as we drive, probing and searching. We've covered 10 blocks so far. She must be hiding somewhere, he verbalizes. I try the phone again. Nothing. Whoa. The car jolts to a stop, and the phone almost flies out of my hands. I just saw someone jump from the rooftops in that alleyway. He points to the nearest alley. What direction? He gestures. It has to be Andrew. I burst out of the car, shoving the phone in my pocket as I go racing into the alley. It's possible Andrew has lost her too, he's just searching. Except he wouldn't take to the rooftops unless he wanted to get somewhere fast, on foot. And this means he knows where he's going. And that means he somehow knows where she is. Did he slip a tracker in her purse last time he broke in? Or a bug? Is that why he knew what I said and knows where to find her? It doesn't matter. I'm on him now. Andrew's good at parkour, especially with his gadgets. I'm better, I don't need them. I jumble up the fire escape and get to the roof. Looking around, I see a figure jumping an alleyway up ahead. He's wearing a familiar dark jacket, and his hair gleams like an ember in the thin daylight. I bolt for him, leaping the first alleyway and clearing it easily. I don't even break stride as my boots hit the asphalt roof beyond. He's still and doesn't see me yet. He's preoccupied with peering over the edge of the building with a pair of binoculars. Then I see him disappear over the edge. He's found her. I put everything I have into getting there first.
Chapter 14. Karen.
Someone keeps buzzing my phone, but I can't stop to look. That red-haired creep may have lost his gun and a tooth or two, but he's on me no matter how fast I run or where I hide. I've barely dodged him twice. I don't know how he keeps finding me, but it panics me so much I can barely think. Is it him on the phone or a frantic James? James, you told me to run while you fought them, and I'm sure you tried your best. Where are you now? I hear a clang above me, and look up to see the same crazy, woman-hating jerk descending on me, via a repelling line, with a big hunting knife in his hand. I've got you. Thinking quickly, I give him a shove before touches down. He lets out an outraged howl and smacks against the fire escape. The line gets tangled around the ladder, leaving him awkwardly dangling a foot above the ground. What? He yells, and immediately starts sawing at the tough line with his knife. Get someplace public. Hiding in alleys and building lobbies isn't working. I bolt for the brightly lit cafe across the boulevard. What's he going to do? Knife me to death in front of a security camera and witnesses? I'll kill you, he yells after me hoarsely. Shit, maybe he will. He's just like my dad and Terry. Get in line, psycho. I call back mockingly as I run as fast as I can. Never let them see you sweat, but never let them get within stabbing range either. I hear a grunt, the line snapping, and the thud of his boots on the ground. Then I hear him tearing after me. Shit. 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 A clang sounds high above me and my blood goes cold. His accomplice. I look up, just as James bounds off the alley wall and lands between me and his charging partner. Oh, thank God. Keep running. Get to the cafe. He won't do shit in front of security cameras, he calls out as he readies himself for the charging redhead. I start to obey, but the bone-jarring thud of them squaring off makes me duck behind a dumpster for cover instead. I poke my head out for a look. The two are in an all-out brawl. James stands like a wall between my attacker and me, while the other man snarls and lunges and tries to get past him, lashing out with his knife. However, every time he gets too close, he pays for it. First, he nearly loses the knife. He then reels back, holding his face. Then the knife goes clattering across the asphalt. Stop defending her, you damn Judas. She's going to rat us all out. There's rage in the man's voice, rage and something else. Panic. But he's not the only one who's upset. I'll kill you before you touch her. James's voice shakes with fury and conviction. Again, the guy tries to pass him to get at me, and gets a knee in the gut for his attempt. So this is it, huh, Judas? He pants at James as he staggers back again, holding himself. You pick someone else over your partners and betray us. I haven't betrayed anyone, you jerk. I never even brought you up. You created all of this. James doesn't just sound angry. There's an incredulous note in his voice, as if he can't believe someone he works with is acting like this. I'm not going to jail because of your girlfriend, the guy roars, eyes wide and spittle gathered at the corners of his mouth. Why did you attack me? I demand, suddenly enraged as well. I notice a length of broken board leaning against the dumpster and grab it, stepping out. I didn't even know you exist until you tried to kill me. Shut up. You know you would have gone to the cops. He tries for me again, and again James drives him back, this time with a series of hard blows that leave him doubled and staggering. And yet, he's still trying. I told you to run for the cafe, James admonishes. I'm not involving more people in our problems. Besides, he would probably attack me in public. I heft the board and step out. Inside, I'm terrified, but also pissed, and I reached my limit with bullying woman haters a long time ago. And James is here, and he won't let anything bad happen to me. What do you think you're gonna do with that, little girl? Andrew mocks me. I think my man and I are going to beat the shit out of you, I reply as I slowly walk forward. James sees the look on my face and smirks, stepping aside for me. The smirk falls off the other guy's face in incomprehension. You don't fight back. You run to the cops, like you did with your dad. My dad was attacking someone a third his size, I snarl as James and I advance on the guy. He scuttles backward, looking between us nervously. It's not like I could hit him back. And since my personal business is somehow your business, I'll tell you the rest. He beat me from the age of 3 until I went to the cops to make it stop. Because nobody else intervened, and I was too small to defend myself. Anger is replacing my fear fast. He went to jail. And because he was obsessed, like you, when he got out, the first thing that he did was try to visit me in my school. With handcuffs, pepper spray, and a knife. I stare at the skinny man in disgust. I didn't even call the cops that time. He got into a fight with a security guard. He called them. Why am I explaining all of this? And your boyfriend, he demands. Where did he get all his information? James? No, he must have done some kind of background check. If you're talking about Terry, yeah, I got a restraining order against him. He decided to violate it by trying to kill me. They let him out on bail, which is part of the reason I imposed on James. I'm not calling the cops on you because they might tie you to James, and I don't want problems because of you. I'm also not calling the cops because they and the legal system are useless when it comes to protecting people. I take a step toward him and he backs off more. I don't need them anymore. Not for a crazy weasel like you. I'm not crazy, he yells, purpling. And he lunges. James winks at me and gives me room, and I swing the board with all my strength at the blindly charging man. Bam. Good shot, he calls proudly as the board shatters against the guy's chin and sends him staggering backward. My fear is gone. Standing there with my arms tingling from the impact, I wonder where it went. But then I see it, in the eyes of my attacker as he holds his bloodied chin and stares at me. You got too paranoid, Drew, James says almost sadly. It's way beyond cautious. And your women issues are messing up friendships and work. You need to get help. How can you trust her over me? We've known each other for 10 years, he protests, staring at James as he tries to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. She's never tried to kill someone I love, he says. And besides, she's gone through more shit than you, but she's stable, stronger, and kinder. She's also carrying my child, whom you tried to kill along with her. The confidence in his voice banishes the last of my fright. James, I think, staring at him in awe. He glances at me, eyebrows rising. She's pregnant? Yeah. Because you're that far gone, you almost murdered a knocked-out woman for no reason. You almost engineered your own arrest by trying to chase her down with a knife. You proud of that, Drew? Is that really who you want to be? James has his hand near the gun on his belt. I can see it with his jacket pushed aside. The shock finally gets through to him. He blinks rapidly and shakes his head, as if coming out of a bad dream. No, he says in a much quieter voice. In spite of all the fear, drama, and anger, I feel a stab of pity for Andrew, who suddenly has a lost look on his face. She wasn't going to say shit to no one. None of this was necessary. It only happened because you let your baggage get the better of you. James's voice is lower now too. The slow realization of what he's been doing dawn in Andrew's expression. He looks around, then lowers his hands. What do you expect me to do? James lets out a bitter laugh and shakes his head. Leave, he says. Take your share, take your crap and leave. You're a multi-millionaire. You can afford a doctor, and a move to another state. And if I refuse, he challenges with his last bit of salt. If you ever bother us again, you don't have to worry about what James will do, I say in a steady voice. I'll shoot you myself. I don't know if it's crap, but it works. He blinks rapidly, then pulls himself upright. Fair enough, he mutters, wiping the blood off his face. And he's gone, walking down the alley, hands shoved in his pockets, not even asking for his gun or retrieving his knife. He glances back at us once as he reaches the alley entrance, blends in with the passing crowd, and vanishes. James huffs a sigh next to me and lowers the gun, turning to me. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Are you all right? I drop the broken board and let him gather me into his arms as I cling to him. No, but I'm getting there. We've got a lot to discuss, though. Let's go home, he says. I'll take care of you and make this right, I promise. I lick my lips, a little nervous about returning to the loft after what happened. Okay, but I need you to do something to make me feel safer when we get home. He hugs me tight, kissing the top of my head. What is it? My smile goes a little lopsided. Grease the balcony and rooftop railings. If that guy tries to break in, I want him to get a nasty surprise. He lets out a laugh and cuddles me. Anything you want, sweetheart.
Chapter 15. Karen.
Thanks for helping with the turkey, I tell Samantha as we sit at the loft's timber table. It's Thanksgiving again, and this year I have a lot more to be thankful for. No problem, sis. How's my nephew? Her voice goes high at the end as she addresses the occupant of the baby seat next to me. He responds by cooing and waving his tiny fists, wide chocolate brown eyes staring at her in delight. Jimmy's fine. He had his 3-month checkup last week. Our son is healthy and happy, and we're not doing badly ourselves. It's been a heck of a year. James actually has started a security company in one of the downstairs offices, which he works at part-time while spending the rest with us. I work out of the loft, half-days as well, a handful of clients for now. Technically, neither of us needs to work. James has more cash than we could spend in our lifetime. But doing so keeps us from getting awkward questions about where the money comes from. And it also means most of that money will be there when we actually retire. Right now, most of our life is centered on each other and our son. New Orleans is as beautiful and welcoming as it was a year ago. I haven't been to New York in months. Once I testified at Terry's trial, I was done. Terry got 15 years for attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, simple assault, domestic violence, and repeated violation of a protection order. The whole trial, he and his mother glared at me like I should be on trial. When I testified about the knife, Terry sulked and his mother burst into tears. I haven't heard from them since the trial. Now and again, I get some mail forwarded from my old address. 2 days ago, it included a card from my mother. Signed but no note. I don't know if she's finally realized what my sister and I went through, now that she is trapped in a house with 3 men who beat up the women they're supposed to love. Maybe somehow she's found out she's a grandmother. It could be anything, but I'm not bothered. Just because she reaches out doesn't mean I have to respond the way she wants. But I might, eventually. If I can forgive someone like Andrew, I would consider giving my mother another chance. She was a coward who didn't defend us, but she was a victim too. Are you guys still okay with my bringing the wife and kids for Christmas? Samantha asks as she starts passing the salad around. Oh yeah, the more the merrier, James says optimistically. He and Samantha have become friends very quickly, which makes me happy. Tentative card giving or not, she's the only family I have besides my husband and baby. Goody. I want to introduce the kids to their cousin. She sits down on Jimmy's other side and starts making silly faces for him while he squeals and wiggles. Hey, could someone pass the butter? Dale asks at the other end of the table. He's here with his girlfriend, Sherry, a cute Belizean girl with enviable dreadlocks and a bubbly laugh. It took a while to settle our differences. With work behind them, my husband and his former partner can be friends. As for his pointing a gun at me and my racking him, we called it even. James and I have practiced self-defense since I mended from the birth. I've also gone shooting with him. Having him instructing me on protecting myself makes me feel safe even when he's 1,000 miles away. Ironically, Andrew left for Los Angeles a week or so after our confrontation. I must admit, I sighed with relief when I learned he left the state. Dale and James still get emails from him, encrypted of course. Apparently he's getting treatment for whatever his ex-wife did to him. I hope it helps, but I'm glad he's gone. His illness may have put the idea of harming me in his head, but he followed it of his own free will. I can only forgive so much. So, what's everyone thankful for this year? Samantha asks. We didn't even follow this tradition last year, because of Terry and his mother's habitual whining and his father's silence. But this year, things are different. Many things. I'm thankful for everything, I say with a smile. My life, my new home, my son, my darling husband, my sister. And most of all, the chance to escape my past and push through to an improved future.
The end. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know. Sneak peek Chapter 1. Lucky's Naughty Angel. Aaron.
Every day that I wake up a free man, I take a deep breath and thank God for it. Sometimes it takes me a minute to remember where I am, but it all comes back to me when I open my eyes and see my neat little trailer around me, instead of a cage. But before I can even do that, I'm stuck shaking off the shadows of the past. The guys at the bar would be shocked to learn that their 6'6" bouncer, who once flipped a Patron's Mini Cooper onto its roof when he wouldn't pay his tab, regularly wakes up gasping, shaking like a kid waking up from a nightmare. But that's me every damn morning. The worst part is that hazy instant before the nightmare lets go of me. For just that moment, I expect that I'll open my eyes and see the cell around me instead of my home, and I'll know that being free was just a dream, and I'm still in that same damn cage that I lived in for 10 years. My personal hell is a real place on earth, that tiny prison cell where the lights would always glare down, shared with 3 other orange jumpsuits. In that hell, even though I knew I could flatten any of them, 2 of the 3 would leave me with scars. Every morning, the remembered nightmare recedes into the darkest parts of my head, where it belongs. This morning I sit up slowly, rubbing my eyes as the comforter slithers down my bare chest. It takes a few moments for my heart to stop pounding. It's cold in my trailer. I usually turn the heat off in the early hours and rely on my thick down comforters instead. That way, I don't have to dig into my savings by the end of the month just to pay for propane. Fortunately, even without a woman in my life, I've got some help keeping the bed warm. Moose looks up from the foot of the king-size mattress barely squeezed into the trailer's sleeping alcove. The big dog yawns and whines, thumping his tail. I reach over and scuff his floppy chocolate-colored ears. He's a bit like me, a giant muscular mutt that finally got out of his cage. First thing I did once I finished parole was rescue Moose from the pound, so I would always have company that understands me. He and I took a road trip upstate to live in the trailer on land that used to belong to my buddy Jake. It's tough to start over with a felony on your record, so I went back to the one place where people actually know I'm not a bad guy, the town I grew up in. Phoenicia's a bitty touristy town in the middle of nowhere in the Catskills, so different from the halfway house in the Bronx and the hell I left behind that I don't really fit in here anymore. I'm a giant tattooed biker with a touch of a Bronx accent now. You would never know that I grew up here. Fortunately, the owner of the local bar is an old friend from school, just like Jake. He even rides himself on weekends, and he was looking for a big, intimidating guy to be his bouncer. That job, along with a place to stay, saved my life as much as the dog and my friends. Phoenicia is pretty. Clean streets, a selection of restaurants, even a couple of spots that are open after 10, which is rare around here. I make some of the tourists nervous when I wander around, especially with a big dog, so I do my best to soften my image. Sit down, talk quiet, smile. Leave the armor I grew in prison, which I started forming on the road even earlier, aside. It only works sometimes, so I spend more of my time alone than I would prefer. Especially when it comes to women. The ladies who go to Eddie's bar know that drunk or sober, they're safer with me around than without. Now and again, I get to take one home. But it's always a casual thing for them. Phoenicia considers itself high-end, so almost nobody wants a working-class boyfriend with a record. Moose hops down and shakes himself, knocking me out of my reverie, and I scoot out of bed and stand up, stretching carefully. I tend to knock my knuckles on the trailer ceiling if I don't watch it. I've spent years taking practical steps toward rebuilding my life, fixing up the trailer, then buying it, then buying the land. Only then did I move on from my original Harley and dog trailer to a big red cruiser with a sidecar, so Moose can ride in style. He even has his own helmet and goggles. The local kids love watching us roll through town. I spend a good part of my days working now too, sort of. Volunteering at the church every week is as much for me as anyone else. It's hard to keep thinking of yourself as a complete piece of shit once you wear yourself out delivering meals, fixing a poor local's window, or digging their car out. I sleep whenever I get home, wake up in the late morning, and then spend some time volunteering at the church. I spend part of whatever's left of my time riding with Moose or my friends, and occasionally some of the local hobby bikers. This area has some of the prettiest wilderness east of the Rockies, and it all looks great when you're zooming through on a bike. That's my life now. Sure, it has its lonely spots, even though I have friends and Moose to help with that, but it's also got its own routine. There's no woman in my arms most nights, and no one who wants to stick around when there is. I'm actually okay with that though. Not because I don't want a good woman beside me, God knows I do after everything I've been through, but because my heart's already picked one. One I can't ever possibly have, but who I think about every night when I close my eyes. As I shower in the tiny pod, I get my morning wood back just thinking about her. Julia, the preacher's daughter, and the brightest light in my life. The church I volunteer at is one of 3 in town, and the only one liberal enough for me to tolerate, and traditional enough that they take feeding the hungry and tending the needy pretty damn seriously. Reverend Alderson, the stiff but kind pastor in charge of the place, doesn't trust me too much. But he's still given me a chance to prove myself, and so I work hard on his food drives and repair program. However, he would definitely draw the line at me trying to date his daughter. Pretty sweet and young Julia Alderson is an angel, but she's barely old enough to drink, not that she ever would, I suspect. The girl has my heart, damn, she's had it for the past 2 years. But her father thinks I'm dangerous, and she's too young and too pure for me anyway. She's little, barely comes up to my shoulder. She's got nearly a yard of soft auburn hair that she wears in a coiled braid when she's working, or in ringlets when she's feeling fancy. Modest, somber clothes barely do anything to conceal that robust young body of hers. And where her widower father's soft gray eyes are sad and tired, hers gleam brightly, full of life. I know she likes me too. We're buddies, working side by side at every church drive, chatting and laughing together. She likes my jokes. She loves my dog. And for some reason I can't fathom, she thinks I'm a great guy who just got a shitty break in life. I've fallen so hard for her that I can't find my way back out to save my life. For 2 years now I've been her friend, worked with her to make Phoenicia better under her father's watchful and slightly suspicious eye, and close my eyes every night wishing she was beside me. No matter who I'm with, she pops into my head when I get turned on, and I can't bust without thinking about her. I open the trailer's tiny closet and look in on a mass of leather and denim. I grab a clean work shirt and black plaid from the drawers below, then hunt up a clean pair of jeans and my vest. I pull it all on over my thermal long johns. It's maybe 20 degrees out. Even Moose gets a vest before we go out, black leather lined in sheepskin like mine. He whines when I put his paw covers on, putting up a little struggle that would flatten a smaller man. Oh, come on, don't be a damn baby about it, there's road salt everywhere. I grumble at him pointlessly as I finish dressing him and give him a belly scratch to calm him down. Moose is a good dog. He even looks it once you get past his size. He's as floppily enthusiastic as a puppy with his affection. He has a practically ear-to-ear doggy grin, and he's incredibly gentle around small people and other dogs. But of course he's going to cry a little about the weird doggy shoes that keep the salt and frost from his pads. As soon as we step out of the trailer onto the thin crust of snow, the icy wind hits me like a slap in the face. Damn. I put my collar up and pull down my watch cap with a sigh. The beauty of upstate has a brutal side, but you either adapt or you get out. Moose takes off like a shot across the field, chasing after one of the brave squirrels that's being blown around by the wind. The fat little guy runs up one of my maple trees and stops barely out of reach, barking and chattering. They all know Moose by now, and they know that the one unfortunate squirrel he actually caught only received a slobbery bath, and that Moose dropped it and ran after getting a bite on the nose. It's hard to command fear and respect when even the squirrels know you melt in the face of cuteness. I put my gloved hands on my hips and look around, the leather of my coat creaking slightly as I move. It still smells of the factory, like leather polish and lanolin from the sheepskin lining. The air has that particular dry cold smell, sharp and almost dusty, tinged with wood smoke. My land is 4 acres and just across the creek from town. It's lightly sloped and is ringed and dotted here and there with maples, black walnuts, apple trees, and an assortment of evergreens. The land is stony and overworked, and I've spent time digging out the rocks, planting clover and plowing it under with borrowed gear, slowly building on it as I can afford to buy materials. It isn't much to look at yet. The heavy-duty fence is built from pallet wood and salvaged timber, bare now of its climbing vines, with a gate I built myself. The land is mostly bare, though I've started terracing the back half with bluestone I dug up. A salvaged stone path leads up to the trailer door. Julia helped me lay the stones and gather moss to plant in between the cracks to keep out the cheatgrass. I told her she didn't have to, that she'd mess up her pretty little hands, but she just laughed and pulled on gloves. She's always trying to make me happy. I wish she'd stop. It makes me love her more, and I can't touch her. In fact, if I ever so much as kiss her, I know I'd end up doing whatever she asks after that. And then we would both be in trouble. She's 21 and healthy. The way she looks at me sometimes makes me think I should get my eyes checked, those or my head. It's gotta be wishful thinking on my part, believing that I see an expression on her face that suggests that she not only likes me but wants me. Stop torturing yourself. I go to check my bikes. That damn drunk of a building inspector gave me hell about permits, so I had to buy a prefab shed for my vehicles and workshop. It's an ugly chunk of corrugated steel and plastic, and it sits on the windward side of the trailer. Most days it cuts the breeze and snow pile up, but not today. Today the winter wind is swirling, hitting from weird directions as it angles off the mountains. Sometimes it comes from the northeast, and it bites deep into my bones. There's definitely a storm coming. I'd better get the spare propane tanks from the shed, in case I'm stuck inside for a while. I'm headed for the shed, just stepping onto the gravel driveway in front, when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I check the time. It's 7 in the morning, 2 days before Christmas. Who is even up this early? Then I see the number and smile, before I can stop myself and take the call. Hey Jules, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? The voice on the other end is musical and full of excitement. I can't. The food delivery's here early, and thank God because they just upgraded the storm enough to give it a name. We have a damn blizzard headed this way just in time for Christmas. I stop dead. Oh shit. Wait, so we're doing deliveries today? We are doing everything today. Sorting, bagging, delivery. They sent too much stuff, and if we don't get it distributed, it will go bad sitting inside. The church had been approved for food distribution the same year that I fell in love with Julia. 3 months later, the local eccentric, Dr. Whitman, donated enough scratch for us to expand the church basement and turn it into a food storage facility. It's pretty roomy, and stocked with enough stuff to cover the whole town for weeks if there was a disaster. But the Reverend sees ongoing hunger as just as much of a disaster as a hurricane, and he's right. People, children, go to bed hungry right here in my hometown and all around it every day. I might be a bad guy, but even back in the big house, a lot of guys wouldn't have liked that idea one bit. A lot of them went hungry as kids themselves. My heart starts beating faster again, but this time it feels great. I'll have to shuffle some things around to spend my afternoon there as well, but I don't care. Okay. What do you need from me? You. The motorcycle with the sidecar. As many hours and as much gas as it takes. Her voice is so warm. I really can't stop smiling. Okay. I'll be over as soon as I can. I don't care if I go straight from there to work and fall into bed exhausted tomorrow morning. Spending the whole day with Julia makes the whole thing worth it. I hang up and look over at Moose. Come on, boy, we got families to feed.
Chapter 2. Julia.
There's no way that I can get a rental truck 4 days early, not this close to Christmas. Dad sits back from his laptop with a sigh, rubbing his lean face. He looks so crestfallen that I go over and hug him. Don't worry, Dad. I called 10 volunteers while you were looking for one and have them on standby. We've got 1 van, 1 pickup, 7 cars, and Aaron's sidecar at our disposal. I deliberately use Aaron's first name, just to see that little twitch it puts in the corner of Dad's eye. I love my dad and I've helped him run the church since Mom died. I look up to him in a lot of ways, but he has his flaws, just like everyone. The biggest one is that he prejudges people sometimes. He's not racist and he doesn't look down on the poor, but he makes certain judgments about bikers, stoners, hippies, guys with records. And the guy he's judged the most harshly is the one I want to spend my life with. One day I hope to prove to him that he's got Aaron all wrong. It hurts a little that he sticks to his prejudices toward the guy who has done so much heavy lifting around the church for years. Especially because Aaron is so important to me. But all of that is secondary now compared to reassuring Dad that we're ready to get through this day. 20 degrees. Icy. Hundreds of pounds of food to sort and distribute with a damn blizzard breathing down our necks. No problem. We're on the case. My dad blinks in surprise and then smiles tentatively. Good work, he says simply, and I hand him a fresh cup of coffee to fortify him for the day ahead. After a quick breakfast of eggs, apple pancakes and sausage, we're outside helping a small crowd of volunteers unload the delivery company's huge truck. I'm at one of the folding tables we have set up beside it, cutting open boxes of food and sorting the contents into smaller boxes to distribute. The tables are wedged into the space between the delivery truck and the weathered side of the church, so that the heaving wind can't blow the lighter things away. We're hoping to eventually add a covered bay along the side to make unloading in extreme weather easier, but we can't quite get to that project yet. There are too many more important ones in the way. The church is creaky and old, formerly a Dutch Reformed church that was sold after Hurricane Irene flooded so much of the area. A lot of people moved out of town after that. We moved in, and fixing and updating the big wooden building is as much a part of our lives as ministry or charity. That's actually how I met Aaron Gates, former biker, current bouncer, handyman, dog daddy, and the man of my dreams. He is a guy who has spent a third of his life in jail or on parole for a crime he didn't commit, also his brother wouldn't have to be put away for even longer. Now he keeps drunks from acting up in town by night and helps us with our church projects by day. I remember the day I met him, over 2 years ago. He was new in town, and my father, who believes in second chances as long as they don't involve dating his daughter apparently, offered him a place in the congregation. Soon after that he started volunteering, and that was how I first crossed paths with him carrying lumber up to the steeple to reinforce it from within. He's a mountain of a man. Big, burly, solid, he towers over everyone I know, even my dad, who is a beanpole. He's actually the exact opposite of my dad, appearance-wise, a little scruffy with keen dark eyes and short hair that almost looks black and is constantly swept back. When I saw him stomp past, whistling with what looked like an entire tree's worth of lumber on one muscled shoulder, everything stopped inside me, and all I could do was stare. I don't really date. There isn't much opportunity. I don't have much time between church, volunteering, and commuting to and from seminary in Rochester, where I live for half the week during the semester. But every time I'm home, and even remotely near Aaron, he's always in my thoughts. Who would be better to spend the rest of my life with than my best buddy, the guy who gets things done, the guy to whom I can tell any secret and know that he will keep it? Yes, he's a lot older than I am, and there are some people in town who will never trust him, but I do. And I wish Dad did. I get working as soon as I leave my dad, distributing frozen chickens into boxes, 3 to a box, along with a package of frozen ground beef. The vegetarians get beans, tofu, nuts, wild rice mixes, squash, and a couple of those horrible fake turkey loaves that apparently taste a lot better than they look. As I empty each box, I set it aside, and the man himself lumbers out of the truck with another. So, how's it going? Aaron asks with that tender-eyed smile, as he sets the big box on the table with a soft thud. I beam at him. We have enough food to give everyone half again as much as last year, take care of a lot of drop-ins, and then fill up our larders too. I don't know how Whitman did it all, but I'll take the early delivery if it means we can get it all out before the storm comes. I tend to chatter when I'm excited. Me too. Again, I see that brief flash of a grin, a pretty rare occurrence. Aaron does smile a lot, especially when he's with me, or with his dog, who is keeping some of the other volunteers' kids busy playing. But he lights up when he's around me. People have commented on it before. My father has also commented on it, and not in a good way. However, in my dad's head, I'll probably always be 12 years old even after he's retired, and I've taken over ministry. Maybe he would keep any guy who looks at me like Aaron does under a microscope. I wouldn't know, because I don't notice other guys. Not like this. I've already decided to do something about this whole ridiculous, unresolved tension thing. Ridiculous because I'm an adult, we're both single, and we should really do something about this. Once the boxes are loaded up and closed, they go on a hand truck out to the volunteers' vehicles. The first cars are already coming back from their first set of deliveries, but Aaron has been stuck here, transferring cases of food and helping the less capable volunteers push their assigned hand trucks. I love watching him work. The man is tireless. I can only imagine what he would be like in bed, not that I know much about that sort of thing, but hey, a girl can dream. I'm catching myself staring at him for the third time when Marion, one of my volunteers, comes up to me, brushing snow off her rust-colored parka. She's a tall older woman with a long, strong-jawed face, and she smiles awkwardly at me. Hey. Hi Marion, what's going on? I rearrange the contents of one of the boxes, making sure the loaves of bread don't get squashed, then fold it shut as I look up at her. A bit of odd news, actually. I'm just trying to find out who knows what. Did you hear about the mistletoe? Someone put it up all over town. Her lips twitch with a mix of amusement and baffled curiosity. I blink at her slowly. I've been here sorting chickens and canned goods since about 8. I haven't heard anything about this. What exactly did I miss? Mistletoe? Aaron frowns as he brings coffee over in 2 plain white mugs. He hands me one, looks at Marion, who has clearly been out in the weather, and hands his over to her without missing a beat. Thank you. She warms her long fingers around the mug. Not even the thickest gloves will keep out the biting cold if you're out there long enough. Yes, the town's thick with it. Looks like some kind of prank. I guess the church didn't get hit. Not as far as I know, I venture. That's because I took all those ridiculous sprigs down, my father sighs as he comes out, entering distribution figures into a spreadsheet on his laptop. This morning, 7 sharp on my morning walk. I'm all for a good prank, but this is still God's house. I guess so, Reverend. Marion takes a deep swallow of her coffee, while Aaron patiently turns to get himself and my dad some more from inside. Seems pretty strange though. I wonder who would do something like that. My dad folds his arms, a faint, disinterested smile on his face. I have no idea. You're no fun, Dad, I tease him once Marion goes back with her arms full, ready to start loading up her car again. He eyes me. Don't tell me you were in on this mistletoe prank. Apparently they're hanging everywhere in town. I need to invite Aaron into town. Ah, no, this is actually the first that I have heard of it. I'm kind of wondering who did it. There are some really fun weirdos in Phoenicia. Most of them were either priced out of Woodstock, got sick of New York City, or seem to have just sprouted up here, like Dr. Whitman's son Jack. Now that guy is definitely my #1 suspect for a Christmas-themed prank like this. After all, every year starting mid-December, his dad's lawn looks like the Macy's Christmas parade, and his family throws a Christmas feast for the whole town and makes huge food donations. Jack was raised in a family that loves Christmas. Jack, who is sensual but can't hold a candle to Aaron, is the fun kind of idle rich. He's a skier with a rack of trophies, known for following the snow season across the equator to Australia, just so he can enjoy it longer. The half of the year that he's here, he parties and flirts his way through the mountains. Then as soon as the snow melts, he's gone again. He has the time, cash, and energy to double his father's food donation early, and yet right on time. He has just the kind of odd sense of humor, paired with a huge list of friends and the connections necessary to see that our morning food distribution wakes up everyone early so they'll have to witness the prank, his prank, in town. The big weirdo may also have the world's only bulk mistletoe hookup. He probably got a reference from his father. I have to hand it to the both of them, about the donation part, at least. Most rich New Yorkers are alarmingly self-interested. But not those two. They're going above and beyond to spread the Christmas cheer, and maybe some kisses this year. I turn to eye Aaron speculatively as he comes back out with mugs of coffee in each fist. He hands one to my father, who thanks him a little stiffly and then comes over to me, slowing down with a look of mild worry on his face. What? I smile with all the innocence. Nothing.
Chapter 3. Aaron.
Sweet little Julia is up to something, I can just tell. She's smiling too much, and she's looking at me with this mischievous expression that leaves me just a bit concerned. Julia doesn't know how to flirt, and I thank God for that, because if she ever really came on to me, she would have me wrapped around her little finger in an instant. Hell, I'd be happy about it. Her father, on the other hand, would probably drive me out of the church. And besides, there's one thing about me that he's right about. I don't deserve someone as pure and full of life as Julia. If she thinks that I do, she's selling herself short. But a guy can dream, right? As long as I remember that all I'm gonna be doing is dreaming. We make it to 1 in the afternoon before we run into our first glitch, which is amazing, given the huge amount of food we have to sort and pass out in a short time. But when things finally go wrong, they do it in a big way. What do you mean, we've lost track? How much food got loaded downstairs? Poor Reverend Alderson is managing to keep his voice quiet, but his eyes show that he's ready to tear out his own hair. Poor guy. Julia and I exchange glances, and she gives me a nod. We both hover around while the crisis unfolds, ready to step in. The bearer of bad news is Tom XMY, a kid who works at the gas station. He's a little bear of a guy in Coke bottle glasses, who squirms at the note of desperation in the Reverend's voice. Well, enough that we're having trouble opening the doors. But we haven't even finished unloading the truck. He looks into the back of the delivery truck, from which boxes are still coming out, and over at all the volunteers' cars, which have all done at least 3 trips around the county and are loaded to the gills again. How did they fit it all? I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is almost too much of a good thing. Don't worry, Dad. Julia speaks up, walking over and offering to take his laptop. I'll go down to the storeroom and tally things up. I'll just need some help getting the door open. He relinquishes the laptop. You're sure? I have no idea what it's like down there right now. It might be a total mess. I'll manage. She looks over at me. Come on, I may need some help shuffling some of the stacks of boxes around. The truck's almost empty. Everyone else can take it from here. I nod and trail her inside, trying not to walk too close. Too much of that, and I know I'll be in trouble again. I can't be of use with the food distribution if I'm stumbling around with boner brain. You know, I know it's stressing, Dad, but having so much donated food that we lose track of it all is a pretty good inconvenience. We head through the kitchen and into the hallway, which is narrow and floored with peeling linoleum. I mentally add that to my repair list. I nod agreement as we head for the freight elevator at the end of the hall. Too many times, especially these days, food drives scratch along on almost nothing. You said it. But directing the whole event still has to be stressful for him. Always. He's too rigid and stuck in routines for his own good. Big changes always stress him out. She stops in front of the elevator, and I pull the lever, unlatching the pull-down safety gate and shoving it upward. She ducks in ahead of me. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, ma'am. There's that smile I can't fight again. The elevator's roomy and dim, with a high ceiling. There's an odd, spicy green smell hanging around the air in the place. It's a little familiar, but I can't place it. Has someone donated a bunch of mustard greens to go with the other stuff in the fridges downstairs? On her way in, Julia pauses for just a moment, and I hear her let out a little laugh before she continues inside, as if she's just thought of something or noticed something. I step in after her and close the gate. "So," she says suddenly as I'm reaching to throw the lever and send us down, "you know all that mistletoe Dad says he removed from the church?" I pause, the naughty tone in her voice startling me, and look back at her. "Yeah." She reaches past me and pulls the lever, closing the door on us and sending the elevator rumbling slowly downward. "He missed a sprig." I look down at her and see her wide grin as she steps closer, and then look up, straight at a bundle of mistletoe hanging right above me. Crap. I freeze, knowing what is about to happen and almost dreading it, knowing as well that I can't stop her. I don't want to. I have to have her. Now. Right now. Wait, what am I doing? I gently pull away, and she makes a small, disappointed noise in her throat. When I finally get control of myself, I stare down at her in amazement. "Julia, what are you doing?" "What I've wanted to do for more than a year," she replies with a wicked grin. "Baby, we really shouldn't," I start, and she simply moves closer, laying a slim warm finger against my lips. Shish. I'm doomed. But then, before either of us can catch our breath or say anything about what has just happened, there's a heavy clunk, and the elevator starts rising again. What? The hairs on the back of my neck start prickling, and I let her go, breathing hard, moving back against the wall of the elevator while she wipes her mouth and steps back as well. Someone's called the elevator and will be joining us in a moment. The outer door rumbles up as we come to a stop, and my heart sinks into my boots. The Reverend standing there, scowling at us both.
End of sneak peek. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.